What a difference 24 hours makes. Yesterday it was wet, and a little bit more wet. This morning the sun is shining above Shenington Kart Club, home of the final round of the 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Fair few championships were wrapped up yesterday. We've still got a few to hand out today in Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax as well. So still plenty to play for, and in terms of championship positions as well, as we look to confirm our top 10s and who we will be handing trophies out to at Kartmania, the annual SuperOne Awards ceremony up on the mezzanine level as usual. I am David Sullivan here at Shenington. We'll be using the shorter circuit, just over 1,000 metres. As you can see, sun this morning, but we are expecting a little bit of light rain this afternoon that could still play into the hands of those championship drivers that enjoy the wet weather conditions. First race of the day though, heat number 1 in Mighty. We'll bring you a grid then for the first race of the day. Qualifying session this morning has seen Eli Parkhouse put his car on pole position. Yesterday's final winner, Aidan Castleman, alongside. The new champion crowned at Wilton Mill, Luca Pede, will start on the inside of the second row. He's got Max Tetlow, who finished second yesterday, alongside him. EJ Deere and Oliver Reynolds on row 3. Teddy Veselovsky and Harry Foley in front of Joshua Chung and Cruz Rogers, with Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Xavier Meek on row number 6. Astro Matthews, Arton Odula, Jack Voss and Fraser Payne complete your 16-kart Mighty grid for the first race of the day. 7 minutes plus 1 second, plus 1 lap on the clock. It's the helpers just await the arrival of their young chargers. It's Mighty class for drivers in the 5 to 8 year old region. Thank you for those that have joined us early this morning. Support coming in for Jack Rossi Minot in the 46 as he looks to cement second place in the IARMI M1 Championship. That one was wrapped up by Presley Knight yesterday. Jack Rossi Minot looking to be crowned vice champion today. Bavaric just saying yes, and then support as well coming in for Zayn Sofawoglu, who was victorious in the championship yesterday in Micromax. More on that later. 5 second board is up. Red lights in the top left-hand corner extinguish, and we are away and racing. It's been a good start from Castleman on the outside of the front row, but whether he can stick it out round the outside of Eli Parkhouse, who's going to have the shorter run round the left-hander of Park Bend, and to the right of Cafe Corner, he's already signalling that everybody should stay behind him and push him and go in forwards and try and break the gap to everybody else as they go past the grandstand and up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Looks like everybody through there cleanly, with the exception of Astro Matthews, who goes up and onto the curb on the inside. And see whether he's rejoined. Yes, he has. I can see that out of the commentary box window. The curbs here at Shenington often see carts beached up on top of them as they are a little bit high in places, particularly for the smaller carts. The big carts generally tend to just bounce over them, but the smaller carts with the shorter wheelbase don't always get that same luxury. So as we cross the line, it will be Eli Parkhouse will lead us through. It's Luca Pede who's up into second place. It's showing Max Tetlow, but I'm fairly sure that that's Tetlow in third place. It is going down the inside of Luca Pede, so it's Parkhouse from Castleman is the correct timing at the moment from Luca Pede and Max Tetlow, but Tetlow trying to go down the inside and into that third place, trying to do 2 in the space of 2 corners. He's going to be on the inside, and there's going to be a train of carts that look like going to go down the inside there, but everybody slotting back into a straight line. They need to be mindful here not to squabble over second place too much and allow Eli Parkhouse to pull away at the front of this one. Tetlow, who yesterday in the damp conditions for the final was some 2 seconds behind Aidan Castleman and reeled it in at the rate of 4/10 a lap to go toe-to-toe with Aidan Castleman in the final 2 laps. It was a great final between these two. Castleman managed to hold on in the end as Down the inside goes EJ Deera on Oliver Reynolds. Timing is back to where I think it should be, with Parkhouse, Castleman, Peed, Tetlow being the correct order. They have changed since going over the start line, now with Luca Peed up into second place, but the timing is correct as it was this time over the start line. It wasn't when they came over the first time, that's for sure. See whether Luca Peed now can close in on Eli Parkhouse. It's been such a tight class, this Mighty, despite the fact that Peed wrapping the championship up with a weekend to spare could lead you to think that it's been a one-horse race, and it certainly hasn't. Parkhouse, Castleman, Peed, Tetlow, Deera, Reynolds regularly at the front. Joshua Chung's been in the mix as well and will look to build on that next year. Dalton Dyke Whitfield was strong yesterday in the damp conditions. So it's been any one really of 6 or 7 drivers. It's been had the opportunity to run at the front of this race in Mighty. Good to see our static camera has survived after it had a fight yesterday with a senior Rotax. Didn't fare well at the time, but has survived. Gap has narrowed at the front now as Luca Peed has towed right up onto the back of Eli Parkhouse. Parkhouse not feeling the need to take the defensive line into Wilkins. Still with 3 minutes on the clock, didn't want to impede his run, but we still go 7 for the lead as Harry Foley introduces himself to the front pack. Driver in the number 22. Qualified well today in 8th place, was just outside the top 10 for most of the day yesterday in the damp conditions, but his debut weekend in Super One, and if he's lining up a full campaign next year. Spoke to a number of drivers on the podium yesterday about what their plans for 2027 are, whether they're staying in classes or moving up. They'll be brought to you at lunchtime, as well as the usual driver parade that we have here in the Super One Championship. To the top 2 now, as Luca Peed has played a very, very smart game of just pushing away with Eli Parkhouse. 2 carts will always go faster than 1. And if they can work together to push away, they can have a battle over the win in the final minute or so. Doesn't mean that it's completely out of the question yet for Tetlow, Deera, Castleman, Reynolds and Foley. Gap back then to Teddy Veselovsky, who goes through the camera shot there, and then that 4-cart battle between Chung, Dyke Whitfield, Cruz Rogers and Arton Odula, who didn't have the best qualifying session today compared to where he was yesterday for the 21 of Arton Odula. Went very, very well in the wet conditions yesterday. We'll be hoping that that rain that's due around about 1 o'clock, we believe, comes right on cue, because that'll be for the second heat and may well run through to the finals as well. So qualifying in heat 1 this morning, then we'll have a break for lunch with the driver parade and the interviews from yesterday's final winners, and then we'll be back for the second heat and all of our finals here from the final round of Super One. Aidan Castleman there down the inside of EJ Deera for 4th place. Tetlow still running well in 3rd, but now Luca Peed then with the fastest lap that was previously held by the 22 of Harry Foley. Eli Parkhouse and Luca Peed. Race is on to see whether they're going to get round here for the to get the final lap board, or whether we're going to end up having 2 more laps here in Mighty. I think it's going to be a tight run, and 2 laps is the answer. So 2 to go. See whether Eli Parkhouse considers a more defensive line, or whether he feels that Luca Pede's going to be nice and compliant with him. 2 heat wins to his name so far this season for Eli Parkhouse. He'd love to make it 3. Luca Pede, who did all the hard yards in the early half of the season and then has just been consistently in the top 3 throughout the last couple of rounds, doing what he needs points-wise. But hasn't had a final win since the start of, since round 4, but has been on the podium ever since, in 2nd and 3rd place in all but one round at round 9 when he was in 4th for Luca Pede. He's been the epitome of consistency in the O plate. And even at times when he's dropped down to 6th place, we've always known, give it a couple of laps and he'll be back in the top 3. Finds gaps that other drivers create, and he's got foresight of just putting his car in the gap that's created. It's a tactic used by many drivers beyond the years of Luca Pede. They've found their way through some traffic up into the Bruno chicane for what will be the final time. Little nose down the inside, potentially looking there by Luca Pede, but Eli Parkhouse had that scouted and will put the kart to the inside line. Pede will go wide, maybe try and get a switch back and draw alongside, but I get the feeling Eli Parkhouse has done enough here in heat number 1, and it is indeed heat number 3 victory of the year for Eli Parkhouse. Less than a tenth of a second though, the gap at the line. There's Castleman, Reynolds, Deere and Tetlow, who ran in P3 for a long time, down in P6 in front of Harry Foley, who dropped away towards the final couple of laps, but P7 for Foley on his first weekend is something certainly to build on for the 22. Teddy Veselovsky, Arten Odula and Joshua Chung in front of Dalton Dyke, Whitfield, Cruz Rogers, Xavier Meek. There's Jack Voss coming through to finish in P14. Astro Matthews after that spin on lap number 1, crossing the line in P15. Fraser Payne in the 83, classified in 16th place. Hannah Stevens in the live chat saying, come on Eli. Well, couldn't have done much better than that in heat number 1. He starts the day with a victory in Might E. Looks like everybody's in the pit lane, which means that in a matter of time we'll be moving on to IARMY M1. So IARMY M1, we'll bring you a grid in a moment. Apologies that we appear to have lost the camera up at the Stratford hairpin. We are, as you'd expect, working hard to get that one back with us so that we can give you full coverage of the circuit here at Shenington. Nonetheless, we'll cover it with the cameras we've got available and the windows in front of me to try and paint the best picture we possibly can of the area of the circuit up there at the Stratford hairpin, just beyond this corner that you can see on the camera. Jules Nash will start the day then from pole position alongside the unluckiest man at Shenington yesterday, Stanley Thurston, who looked good to challenge for the victory, but retired at the end of lap number 1 in the final for reasons still unbeknown. Presley Knight, the driver who was crowned champion yesterday, starts in P3. He's alongside Oakley Rudman. Yesterday's final winner, Shay Downey, starts the day in P5 alongside Briella Stevens. Jack Rossi-Minot, who looks to be crowned vice-champion, starts P7. He's got Henry Exton for company on row number 4, George Miller and Frank Tingle in front of Nicholas Anser and Timothy Robinson. The grid completed by James Talbot, Shea Nagomi, Rex Everard and the 55 of Gabriel Chew. And just in time, the camera up at the Stratford hairpin has been rectified. And we'll look to use it in about 20 seconds' time. The board is up to the right-hand side. And we're away and racing in Iami M1. It's a great start off the outside of the front row by Stanley Thurston. And he is off like a stabbed rat into the distance. He's got 10 kart lengths already on the poleman Jules Nash as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Nash being pushed along by another fast starting driver, Shay Downey. It's gone from P5 up into third place. So they head round the first couple of corners onto the back straight for the first time, down the runway towards the Bruno chicane. Karts will then exit onto the Hanger straight, which meets Hanger corner, which is about now. For the right-hander, little flick right again before a heavy braking zone into Wilkins. The drivers in second and third place, Nash and Downey taking the wider line, but it is a faster line. As long as the driver behind you is compliant in staying there, it's a much faster line to go outside and then tuck in and get on the power earlier. But it also opens the door up for potential overtaking opportunities for those behind. So you have to be very sure the driver behind is going to be compliant. And the Iami M1s have worked together nicely to reel in the fast-starting Stanley Thurston at the front. Thurston from Nash, Downey and Presley Knight, who drives today without any pressure at all, knowing that that number 16 has become a number 1. He was crowned champion yesterday in this class, and he's going to try and go down the inside of yesterday's final winner, Shay Downey, following in the footsteps of last year's champion, Arthur Rhodes. Sorry, Arthur Bowers. Arthur Rhodes is in different. He finished in 4th last year. My bad. Thurston still continues to lead. Fastest lap though by Presley Knight, which included that overtake on Shay Downey. Support coming in from Hockey Dan for Jack Rossi Minot, currently sitting in P10 for the O plate. Sizemon just asking whether Zane Sofawoglu is already champion in micro. Yes, that one was wrapped up yesterday on the Slipstream broadcast, but he is still racing today. And again, racing without the pressure. Down the inside goes Jules Nash. Helped through as well goes Presley Knight on Stanley Thurston, using the Slipstream to pop out past the 28. So they go down the back straight towards Wilkins hairpin. Still 4 minutes on the clock. And Thurston in that number 28 machine, a driver to 100% watch for going into next season if he stays in this Iami M1 class. He's really come to the fore in the last 2 months or so. He's just really found his feet. He was very, very quick at Wilton, but very unlucky. Yesterday went into the final knowing full well he could have won that if he had the opportunity, but we never got to see the showdown between him and Shay Downey. We're going to go 3 wide round the Hanger corner as Presley Knight takes the lead away from Jules Nash. Top 3 to the timing line. Still got a little bit of a gap back to Shay Downey, and then 3 seconds or so to Briella Stevens, who goes well in 5th place there. She is in the background coming through, and then Henry Exton and Frank Tingle in 6th and 7th place respectively. Rudman Minot, who's now up into 9th in front of Gabriel Chu, started the day down in P16. And there is, right on cue is Gabriel Chu. Looked like he was going down the inside of the aforementioned Jack Rossi Minot for P9. Thurston needs a bit here and probably needs an overtake to get himself back in the mix, and that is Jules Nash going down the inside of Presley Knight, and you can see that has allowed Stanley Thurston to gain a kart length or 2 up onto the back of the duo in front. Will take a slightly wider line and carry a little bit more speed round Park up towards Cafe. And then round Pitts Bend, which at some point must be renamed Grandstand, given that there's a brand new one there. 2 minutes on the clock, and Knight, who is very good at the end of the straights, and there's Frank Tingle and Henry Exton trying to exchange 6th place. Looks like Exton's held on, and here we go again, using the slipstream and through, and Thurston's going to go into the gap as well. Jules Nash goes from first down into third, trying to wrestle 2nd place back, but will be on the outside for the run up towards the left-hander of turn 1, but he's got it done. Got it done early, so didn't need to drive round the outside and use extra tarmac. And back he goes into 2nd place, and to be fair, neither of them have lost a huge amount of track time to Presley Knight. Fastest lap of the race on lap 5 for Jules Nash, currently starting lap number 7. Here is Exton and Tingle once again. Exton still holding on. Finished 4th in the final yesterday, did Henry Exton, which is his best Super One final finish of the season. Another driver at the younger age of this IARMI M1 scale, 6. 2 laps to go. Presley Knight from Jules Nash and Stanley Thurston. Half a second splitting the top 3, which was at the timing line. It's tighter than that as they head up towards the Stratford hairpin. RCE once again proving to be the team and chassis to beat in this IARMI M1 class, as again Exton and Tingle argue about P6. Shea Downey has fallen away off the back, and here goes Nash down the inside of Presley Knight in the run up towards Hanger. And now he's got a lap to hang on for his first Super One victory of the season for Jules Nash. A handful of 2nd and 3rd places to his name. And behind, Presley Knight and Stanley Thurston are going toe-to-toe as they go past the grandstand, and Thurston is through for 2nd place. Down the runway straight towards the Bruno chicane, and there's a few kart lengths for Jules Nash as Tingle's down the inside of Exton, and I think he may well have got it done on the final lap. They still go side by side. The leaders up towards the right-hander of Hanger, and Thurston's going to try and go down the inside of Nash. Nash with the door closed. Lap traffic in front, but it won't come into contention. Nash keeps the door closed on the inside. Knight's trying to get a run, celebrating already to the line. And for the first time, Jules Nash takes a heat victory here at Super One from Stanley Thurston and Presley Knight. Thurston, who took a heat victory yesterday for the first time in heat number 1, has to wait today for his first success of the day. Jules Nash, though, takes his first HWE BIM Services Super One heat win from Stanley Thurston and Presley Knight. Shea Downey, Briella Stevens, Henry Exton and Frank Tingle, George Miller, Oakley Rudman and Jack Rossi-Minot in front of Gabriel Chew, Nicholas Ansett, Timothy Robinson, Shea Nagomi, James Talbot and Rex Everard, completing your 16 IARMI M1 runners. All drivers finishing on the lead lap. All the helpers just making their way off to meet their drivers. So congratulations to Jules on his first victory in Super One. Congratulations as well to Stanley Thurston on taking his first victory yesterday in this championship. We move on to race number 3 of the day. It's time for Micromax and iArmy Water Swift Restricted. The K-plate of the Kimbolton Festival champion Felix Tandy starts on pole position. Jensen Drummond alongside the driver that was crowned champion yesterday, Zane Sofawoglu, starts P3. Buster Scott, Charlie Cale and Ellis Holt are on row number 3. Ralph Ewer and Hugh Riley in front of Logan Edwards and Oakley Howlett, Jensen O'Connor and Jackson Boots on row number 6. Hayden Bailey starts P13. Ezra Robinson, Matthews, Leo Hunt and Alfie Ward, Tommy Delaney and Sam Hope are in front of Cooper Galloway, William Ewart, James Hudson and Max Stone, Daniel DeBrio and Rowan Reed on row 12. Then it's Arlo Jackson and George Bridger, Ralph Dempsey, Alexander Rajakovicki with Santo Amico, Archie Johnson, Harley Bebb and Archie Ashworth. The final 4 iArmy Water Swift restricted runners, and we're away and racing in Micromax as we head up and round the first couple of corners. There's a little bit of side-by-side in the mid part of Cafe Corner, but everybody's come out of it. Ralph Ewer's dropped a few places though in the 53 down from P7. I think he'll come out of this in around about P10. iArmy Water Swift restricted are away for their 4 runners. We're up towards the right-hander. There they are in the background. And it looks like Zane Sofawoglu has got himself to the head of the field in front of Felix Tandy and yesterday's final winner, Charlie Cale. Ellis Holt just behind them in the number 9. Here comes Tandy, trying to go down the inside, gets a huge chunk of curb on the inside. That may well open the door as well for Charlie Cale. Indeed it does, and Ellis Holt's going to go through the gap as well. Sofawoglu down into P4, just in front of Jensen Drummond. Felix Tandy, last season's Mighty champion in the Bambino classes, back for the first time in a Rotax in 2026 and already putting his marker down in the K-plate at the front of this class. From Cale, Holt, Sofawoglu, Drummond, O'Connor going well in P6, Riley, Howlett, Ralph Ewer is indeed down into P9. And then it's Hayden Bailey completing your top 10. Tandy already with a bit of a gap because of the battle that's been going on behind that has seen Charlie Cale fall all the way down now to P6 by the look of things. There he is in the yellow and down the inside. He was 7th at the time, but now he's going to be just behind Hugh Riley, who's also found a way past Jensen O'Connor, and Cale is in 6th with O'Connor, Ewer, Howlett and Bailey. Wide out of the final corner there goes, that's the out second corner goes the 33. Sofawoglu down the inside of Drummond, just trying to hold on. The 33 was Tommy Delaney, who's running just outside the top 10. Contact warning being given to the 66 of Leo Hunt. Didn't see that on camera. Tandy in the Vera Tools sticker kit running in P1 and looking comfortable. There's another move down the inside by the recovering Charlie Cale, but he's gone in a little bit too deep. And that's allowed Hugh Riley to drive around the outside of him and retake P5. Gaps out by another 2/10 at the start of this lap. Out to nearly 7/10, the gap between Tandy and Sofawoglu. Fastest lap of the race by Ellis Holt in 4th place. Driver still trying to get himself inside the top 3 overall in the championship, and will likely get that done today. So we go side by side with our iArmy Water Swift restricted runners as Harley Bebb and Archie Johnson go side by side. Johnson, who won the class on track yesterday in the wet weather conditions, but did come in with a front fairing penalty which took him out of contention. So the iArmy is starting now to try and work their way through, and we've got drivers together. That looks like Tommy Delaney and Alfie Ward by the look of things in the 97. It is Delaney with his arm up. maybe conceding that that may well have been his fault, although we didn't get to see it on camera, so we apportion no blame at all. Change at the front though, the gap's come down in the last lap or so. In fact, Tandy lost 7 tenths on the previous lap and has lost the lead to Zane Sofawoglu, and may well lose second place as well to Jensen Drummond, who tries to go down the inside, has to take slightly evasive action and goes up onto the curb at the right-hander at Wilkins. But we now go 6 deep for the lead, all the way down to Hugh Riley there in the 87, who's going to be right in the mix coming out of this corner, because Tandy's been shuffled back to P5, and Ralph Ewer's not completely out of this yet either. In the black and orange kit, down the inside goes Ellis Holt. That's going to allow Charlie Cale through as well. And after all the overtaking, they've had a helmet tap. So that was Holt saying let's work together, and now he's promptly going to be freight trained by 3 of them. And he drops down into 5th place. They are at some point, if they want to try and catch Zane Sofawoglu, they're going to have to try and work together at some point for the greater good. They're trying to catch the leader. You can't battle over second place and expect to go faster than the driver that has A, just wrapped up the championship, and B, doesn't have to do all of the battling. Ewer coming back into this as well as he tries to come down the inside of Tandy. Moves in the middle of Bruno and never particularly fast, and it looks like Ewer may well have got that done. Cale has broken away from the pack and the squabble. Holt and Tandy are down the inside of Jensen Drummond. Tandy's going to end up on the outside, and that will open the door for Ralph Ewer to come through. Tandy with a bit more top end. We're fixed gearing in micro, but got the drive out of the corner. Charlie Cale closing in with the fastest lap of the race. 3 laps to go. Doesn't need to rush this, but he's right up onto the back of Zane Sofawoglu. Down the back straight they go. And Sofawoglu aware of Charlie Cale's presence as he parks the car on the inside. They'll get the run out, 2 to go, and they're going to back themselves up here into the rest of the pack. They were clear a few laps ago, and they're going to end up backing themselves in all the way down to Tandy. It looks like Riley and Ewer have been cut adrift, as has Jensen O'Connor in P8, Oakley Howlett and Logan Edwards. Sofawoglu takes a defensive line that Charlie Cale has to go wide on, and that may well open the door for a few others. They are now all suggesting that they go forwards. 8 tenths of a second split. Sofawoglu down to the K-plate of Felix Tandy. Tandy with a look over his shoulder. He's got nothing to defend at the moment. But they all have to take a slightly defensive line as Ellis Holt goes into the back of Charlie Cale, puts his hand up, but there was nobody behind Ellis Holt. And then Ellis Holt tries to crowd Hugh Riley to the side of the track, and that allows Ralph Ewer to drive through. I can understand the frustration there from Ellis Holt, but looked like he'd just carried a little bit too much speed and gone into the back of the car in front that's then balked his exit. Onto the final lap, they run up towards the Stratford hairpin for the final time, and Cale's going to have the inside. He's got the switch back on Sofawoglu. They'll run side by side up towards the Bruno chicane, and Sofawoglu's going to try and keep his footing down the inside. Charlie Cale has to bug out of the move, and he's gone up onto the back. He's on the bank on the outside. He went up the back of Jensen Drummond and then went up the grass as well. Tried to say hello to the gliders. Has managed to get the cart back. Tandy down the inside from a mile back. What a move that is by Felix Tandy. Took Zane Sofawoglu by surprise and takes heat 1. Felix Tandy from Zane Sofawoglu and Jensen Drummond. Ralph Ewer, Hugh Riley and Charlie Cale. Jensen O'Connor and Oakley Howlett in front of Logan Edwards and Jackson Foots to complete your top 10. Holt Bailey, Matthews, Galloway and Stone complete your top 15. When a championship gets wrapped up, it's often a dead rubber. Here's the final round after that. Tell that to Micromax. They've just put on a show this morning. Felix Tandy from Zane Sopawoglu and Jensen Drummond. Ralph Ewer, Hugh Riley and Charlie Cale from Jensen O'Connor, Oakley Howlett, Logan Edwards and Jackson Boots. Holt, Bailey, Robinson Matthews and Galloway in front of Stone, Hope, Hudson, DeBrio, Arlo Jackson and Rowan Reed, George Bridger and William Ewer. And your first IARMI Water Swift restricted runner, the 111 of Archie Johnson in front of Santo Amico and Harley Bebb, with Ralph Dempsey, Alexander Rajakovicki, Archie Ashworth and Alfie Ward and Tommy Delaney, who were together before the start line with a few laps to go, finish in 29th and 30th respectively. The field completed by Leo Hunt, who retired with a lap to go. Thank you for everybody getting in touch in the live chat. As always, plenty of support for the 54, the Turkish superstar Zane Sopawoglu. Jensen Hookie in the live chat as well. We'll have a little bit of a chat about what he's talking about as we head towards Junior Rotax a little bit later on. Race 4 though, up next, Coma C50. Coma C50 heading out onto track then. Standing start for the Comas, so their helpers have already made their way over to the far end of the circuit. And, I mentioned the far end of the circuit for particularly good reason, which I'll explain in a moment. Matthew Pearson and Jacob Hayward-White are on the front row, with Noah Gallagher and Regan Abercrombie in front of Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Sebastian O'Connell on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jace Hannon, and the reason that I mentioned the long walkover, Logan Grassi, his kart was stationary in the dummy grid yesterday, didn't take any part in the final. His helper had gone all the way to the grid, and then the kart decided it didn't want to comply and had to come all the way back, and by then the gate was closed. He starts P8, River DiGiorgio Miller in front of Tristan Begley, with Rhodes, Hughes, Hanley and Hiles completing your 14 runners. Looks like we are into position. And we're away in racing. It's been a good start by the pole man, the driver that is already our champion for the year, Matthew Pearson. He's going to have Jacob Hayward-White going with him. Good start by Logan Grassi. He's going to come out of this in P4, having started in P8, I think, in the Ayrton Senna-inspired helmet, although he's had to take a much wider line round the outside, and it looks like he may well have dropped back into P6 for Logan Grassi. So we run up towards the Stratford hairpin, and we head back down towards Bruno, and Pearson is already clear by the tune of around about 20 kart lengths, which 20 Bambino kart lengths, not big kart lengths, but still 20 kart lengths is 20 kart lengths on a pro rata size. He is down the back straight towards the right hander of the hanger corner in front of the 44 of Jacob Hayward-White. Noah Gallagher in the 22. Third place in front of the S-plate of Regan Abercrombie, the Scottish champion. Yellow flag in the background suggests somebody has gone round down at Wilkins. And Tristan Begley and Reggie Rhodes yet to trip the timing. Rhodes has just come through now, 3.4 seconds off the back of the pack. And Tristan Begley in the 27, a further 3 seconds off the back as well. So I think we've established the reason for those yellow flags. Battle for third place there, the S-plate of Abercrombie. With Gallagher, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, the ever popular in the live chat River DiGiorgio Miller in 6th place. Here the number 82, the Anglo-Australian driver. Coming up on their 1 year anniversary of karting, started last September, or last October. straight into national level racing for River Di Giorgio Miller. In fact, round 1 of this season was their first competitive race. So a little bit of testing and then straight into racing at national level for River Giorgio Miller. They've gone in at the deep end and he's proved that he can certainly swim with them. Looks like we may well have had a re-emergence of the camera problems down at the Stratford hairpin, but we shall persevere nonetheless. Pearson with a gap of 2.4 seconds. A similar gap, in fact, for Jacob Haywood-White. Comfortable in second. So that's Dalton Dyke-Whitfield. He's got eyes on 4th place. He's got eyes on 3rd place. He's going to do them both with a super move into the right-hander at Wilkins. Pearson with a long look over the shoulder. And Jacob Haywood-White has been engulfed by this battle and drops down into P5. May well have been mistaken by the size of the gap that I thought he had in second. There he is in the 44 in the middle of the pack, but Dalton Dyke-Whitfield with Regan Abercrombie, Noah Gallagher and Jacob Haywood-White. Plenty of these drivers still have aspirations of getting themselves inside the top 10 of this championship. That's the number of trophies that we hand out on the 14th of November at Kartmania for the annual SuperOne trophy presentation. Noah Gallagher, and then getting a little helmet tap just to try and ward off any attack from those drivers behind. Mentioned it many times in Coma, the helmet tap is incredibly contagious. One driver does it and then all the rest of them do it as well. Just provide mild amusement. Matthew Pearson, 4 seconds plus to the good at the front of this race. His fastest lap, a 10.5 faster than what anybody else has managed so far today. Logan Grassi trying to go down the inside of Sebastian O'Connell. Grassi, who'll be going down the IAMI Water Swift restricted route for 2027. Still Dalton Dyke-Whitfield holding on from Noah Gallagher for second place at the moment. Gap continues to go out to the leader, who doesn't have to defend or try and overtake it with each corner. Certainly has been a season to remember for Matthew Pearson. It will be his final year in Coma as well, given his age. He'll be moving up next year into the cadet ranks. He moves up as the champion here in SuperOne. 2 laps to go as River Di Giorgio Miller demotes Jacob Haywood-White down into 6th place. Grassi and O'Connell there as well. In fact, it looks like Logan Grassi has moved up into 6th place and River Di Giorgio Miller's gone back down to P7 now. It's Haywood-White down into P7. There's River Di Giorgio Miller trying to pop out the slipstream on Regan Abercrombie. Time down to 0. Now onto the back straight. The leader already heading round the final corner. see the last lap board in a few moments' time as Miller goes down the inside of Regan Abercrombie, and the opportunistic Logan Grassi goes through the gap as well, and they run side by side towards the timing line. There's your leader. I was about to say you'll see the rest of the pack come into shot shortly, but you might not. In the same camera shot, there they are, as down the inside goes Noah Gallagher, who's been biding his time by the look of things on Dalton Dyke Whitfield until he's seen the last lap board, and moves himself up now into second place. Whitfield down into third, Miller, Grassi in front of Abercrombie now. There is Matthew Pearson. Round the right-hander of Wilkins to come through and take the checkered flag in the victory. There was a move down the inside. It looked like Dalton Dyke Whitfield potentially on Noah Gallagher. Gallagher's managed to ride it out. So it's going to be Gallagher, Whitfield, Grassi for P4, getting past River Di Giorgio, Miller and Regan Abercrombie. Less than half a second splitting Gallagher to Abercrombie in sixth place. Another half back to the fast-starting Jacob Hayward-White, but he struggled to maintain the opening few laps of pace to finish in P7. Sebastian O'Connell, Jace Hannon, Aidan Hughes with Henry Isles, Reggie Rhodes and then Robert Hanley in front of Tristan Begley for P14. River Di Giorgio Miller's auntie and uncle joining us watching from Sydney in Australia. There is your classified results in our Comet C50 class. Next up, it's an amalgamated class. It's Honda 200 and Mighty Cadet Heat 1. Before they head out onto circuit, we have got a couple of extra trophies today, actually courtesy of Kart Prince, for Driver of the Day for yesterday and a Driver of the Day for today. So I'm going to, it's up to me to pick those. So I've got a few ideas on yesterday. That's hopefully one of the drivers that I think that did well yesterday does well today as well, and I don't today, and then they can have one each, and then I don't have to make a difficult decision. But yeah, thank you very much to Kart Prince for that. I have another announcement at the end of this race because we've got a really important thing to talk about, of which we've got something in the description below the live stream as well for you to potentially look at. Heading out onto track then, Mighty Cadet will go first. The reigning champion, having got it wrapped up at Wilton and won yesterday as well, Daniel Stangarian, will start in front of Junior Wright with Jax Wong and Frank Pearson, Jacob Amos and Harry Voss in row number 3. Row 4, Freddie Howell and Emily Christie with Samuel Kenny and Gianluca Hudson. Before we move to our Hondas, Reggie Duffy on pole alongside Ben Bowers in the 28. Phoebe Shelton will start third in Honda. The champion-elect Henry Colborne P4, Alfie B and Nico Veselovsky will start in P6 in the Honda class. So Mighties will get us underway. There'll be no timing in the left-hand corner, so you're just going to have to trust me. Which is what people normally say right before they break your trust. Away we go then in our Mighty Cadets as Daniel Stangarian leads us up round the first corner from Junior Wright, Jax Wong and Jacob Amos in front of the 75 of Frank Pearson, the 77 of Freddie Howell. As the Hondas will make their way up and round the first couple of corners as well. Duffy's managed to hold on from Ben Bowers. Colborne's up into third place in front of Shelton, Veselovsky and B. So that's your 6 in Honda. will probably try and stick mainly with the Mighties in this one. They've got a few more karts. So the Honda's going to run 3 wide down the back straight, and I think Colborne might be up into the prime berth. He's not. Dufficy holds on in front of Colborne, Bowers and Shelton as Veselowski rails the inside curb, and that's going to allow Alfie B, I think, to get a good run on him up into the right-hander, and indeed it does. So Colborne from 4th up into 2nd now. We'll just try and get his head down. We've had a change at the front of our Mighties as they come into shot. That is Junior Wright in the 12, leading from Daniel Stangarian, but he's left the door open and Stangarian thought about it. Jax Wong in the 76 just behind. One of probably the youngest driver on this grid, and I think you can figure that out for yourself by the fact that he is a smidge higher than the steering wheel. Colborne down the inside for the lead in Honda. Wright asking Daniel Stangarian to help him push away from Jax Wong. Jacob Amos in 4th place, who ran well in the opening couple of laps of the final yesterday, but fell away. Looks like he may well have had a problem yesterday, but he's going well in the dry here today. The top 4 breaking away. Amos just needs to try and stick with them. Behind them's the 77 of Howell. Then it's Voss, Pearson. The 83 going well of Samuel Kenny in front of the 23 of Emily Christie. I think Gianluca Hudson's in the mix as well with the final few runners. Honda still being led by Colborne from Dufficy. But Bowers is going to try and go down the inside of Dufficy, and that may well allow Shelton, Ben Bowers' Team 17 teammate, to park her kart in the same gap. Neither of them managed to get the job done there on Dufficy, which I'm mightily surprised by. Thought they would have worked together to go down the inside, but Dufficy with a little bit of more top end to hold on to that 2nd place. Shelton with the wider line in Honda as we cut back to Mighty. Still with Junior Wright leading from Daniel Stangarian. Junior Wright taking a slight defensive line and then carries far too much speed in and will fall all the way down to 3rd place. Stangarian now from Jax Wong, with Junior Wright and Jacob Amos. And then there's a 3-kart battle going on just behind as Phoebe Shelton going down the inside of Ben Bowers for 3rd place in Honda. Here's your leading trio. And you've got Amos in that 4th place, and then another 3 karts just behind that will come into shot in the background that having their own little battle. Talking about having a little battle, Dufficy's through for the lead in Honda. And don't make it easy when both classes are going at it hammer and tongs at the front, and we've got a cut between 2 of them. Sometimes it goes into one of them has a quiet little lull, and we're not being afforded that luxury today, and I am all for it. Down the inside goes Junior Wright, back for 2nd place on Jax Wong. Dufficy still leads from Colborne, Shelton and Bowers in Honda. Looked like Wright was considering a move down the inside of Daniel Stangarian there, and we'll try and get the run on him out in the corner, and Jax Wong's going to provide a little bit of assistance here. And they're both through on Daniel Stangarian. He drops down into 3rd place. Junior Wright and Jax Wong become teammates for a corner at the very least in trying to overtake the kart in front. And it benefits them both as they move up into 1st and 2nd place respectively. 2.5 minutes on the clock. There's Honda still being led by Dufficy. They're in the same order as they were, and Bowers has been cast adrift ever so slightly. He's got a few kart lengths off the back of this train of 3 at the front. 2 minutes to go as Daniel Stangarian and Jax Wong still going toe-to-toe at the front for 2nd place, and it may well play into the hands of Junior Wright, who's got a kart length or so at the front here, but may well reeled in by these 2 just behind as Jax Wong tries a late move. Honda again at the front of that one are going to start catching the back end in a few laps of our Might E field as Stangarian locks up the brakes but goes down the inside on Jax Wong, and you can see how much of a gap that's allowed Junior Wright to pull. Gains 2 or 3 kart lengths just by the 2 behind having a battle. So they come back into shot for the exit of the Bruno chicane, back towards Honda. Duffus is still leading from Colborne. Shelton Bowers has certainly been cast adrift here off the back of those. Stangarians up into second place on Jax Wong. And they will set off in pursuit of the number 12 of Junior Wright. Up round the first corner, there you go. That's been your top three. Jacob Ames still in fourth place. P5 is the 77 of Howell. Voss behind them, and then Pearson in the 75. Emily Christie, Gianluca Hudson and Samuel Kenny in the 83, who ran in 8th place. He's fallen down into P10. Phoebe Shelton's up into second place in Honda now, as she goes side by side in the background with Henry Colborne in 3rd place, who just needs to stay out of trouble. All he's got to do is see checkered flags today to be crowned the 2026 champion. Shelton on the slide and slides down the inside of Duffusy. Superb move by Phoebe Shelton. Got it on the brakes, controlled it with the steering wheel as that cart slid down the inside, and Phoebe Shelton will lead with less than a minute on the clock. We're racing in the time to the left-hand corner to the Might E cadet class. Shelton's back down into 3rd. Duffusy retakes the lead. Colborne with the can opener goes down the inside. They're going to get involved with each other, and that may well allow Shelton to drive round the outside. They're still involved with each other, and Bowers is right back in the mix. He was nowhere a few corners ago, and he's going to try and go all the way round the outside as well, is Ben Bowers. So Shelton gets shuffled back into 4th place. Time is down to 0, but we're not racing on the time to the Hondas, as that Bowers is going to try and go all the way around the outside of Colborne, and he's probably going to get it done as well, and Shelton's going to go the other side, and Colborne's going to get sandwiched and will drop down into P4. We're on to the final lap for our Mighty Cadets, still being led by Junior Wright and Daniel Stangarian. Jax Wong has fallen away, but is still comfortable in 3rd place. Colborne in P4 now, but and a good distance back, but I think that's going to close up as Wright and Stangarian will go side by side down the back straight towards the Bruno chicane. Half a lap to go, but one real braking zone for Daniel Stangarian to try and find a way past Junior Wright. Wright's got to keep the door closed into the right-hander. Stangarian's going to go down the inside. Wright didn't go wide by himself, though. Daniel Stangarian's certainly going to win it on the track by the look of things. He's happier than Junior Wright for sure. Jax Wong in 2nd place, Wright in 3rd. Jacob Amis in P4. Then it looks like it's going to be Voss for P5 in front of Howell and Pearson. Let's have a quick look who's going to come through in Honda, because it's going to be any one of 4. It's not those 3 that we're looking for as Emily Christie comes through in P8. It's going to be Duffusy from Colborne, and then Shelton. Bowers has gone missing. He's behind Veselovsky for P4. Bowers in P5 and Alfie B in P6. And breathe. Alongside me in the commentary box is going to be Andy Jennings for Junior. Andy, I'd have loved to have brought you in halfway through that, but I didn't stop breathing. Or, well, I didn't breathe. I just kept talking and shouting, and it was just like
I'm not surprised.
Overtake after overtake.
This commentary box is like a sauna.
It's warm, isn't it?
It's really warm.
It's warm. I could put the. I'm in a catch-22. I put the blind down and make it cool, but then
you can't see the track.
I can't see the first pinch point corner of Cafe, so
it's always the way.
I sort of have to make do.
And it's nice and close in here. I feel as though we're going to get to know each other.
That's what I mean. If this chair, if I can move that chair, that might give us an extra millimetre between us.
Maybe 2.
It's tight, isn't it? Tight. Just like the Junior Road Tax Championship.
Oh, my God.
King of the Segway.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so this is the final round. This is the final day, and the points are so close. You have got 3 drivers fighting for this championship. You got Jake Cozzy, you've got Warwick Milam, and you've got Laurie McVeigh. But McVeigh's been off the pace this weekend.
Not been where I think he expected to be this weekend. No. But and I'm going to be. You say he's been off the pace, but I think a number of drivers have stepped up this weekend
massively
towards the front. One of them being yours.
Yep, good old Zach.
Good day yesterday.
Yep.
But he's qualied well today.
I know he's qualied by P4. It's normally always P14, so it's still a 4 in there.
Yeah.
But no, it's P4, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But I think Evans to play with. I think I think McVeigh's got a chance. I think if he pushes through, he's a quick driver. He's got some good overtakes. I think he's got a chance to push through, but I think it's all going to be down to Cozzy and Milam. The pair of them had really good drives yesterday. They've got to be careful because no doubt they are going to be at the front if they're fighting. They could risk taking each other off. But I think it's all to play for, and I think 2 points between the two of them?
Coming into the weekend, it was fractions between them. There was a big difference yesterday. Cozzy did well. Late driving to the grid for the pole man, Jude Puddifoot. We'll run you through that in a moment. Next up, it's Junior Rotax.
Oh, here we are. Junior Rotax. I love a bit of Junior Rotax.
Yeah, I wonder whether Puddifoot now can have that sort of mental reset of being late to the grid and not having that time to sit and compose himself. He's going to have to go in a few moments. Junior Max then, we'll see Jude Puddifoot on pole position with what is now the championship favourite, but he wasn't coming into this race weekend. Jake Cozzy going alongside him on the front row. So we'll bring you a full grid. It will be Puddifoot and Cozzy on the front row with Warwick Milam and Zach Jennings in P4, Nelson Taylor and Cian Hundle in front of Alex McCullough and Elijah Hartley with Jake Anders, and the other championship protagonist Laurie McVeigh in P10. Jack Beasley, who went really well yesterday on his first SuperOne outing of the season, he starts alongside Travis Dolby on row number 6. Fletcher Grounds and Tyler Banks in front of Amy Peacock, who goes one of two ways. She's either top 5 or about 15th. And today she starts 15th. Yesterday she was top 5. Jerry Duffy and Sam Stockton with Nathan Rond going off row number 9. Jake Richardson, Timmy Shaheen, Jack White and Neve Allen with Charlie Halewood and Benjamin Jones on row number 12. Row 13 will be Alexander Adams and Lydia McLaughlin. The grid completed by Harry Ward and Tyler Orridge.
And they're out. So we booked the challenging circuit this one. It's been resurfaced. So Shenny has had an upgrade. So we've got resurfaced tarmac out there. That's been causing some issues yesterday because of being new, the rain on it was bringing the oil out and spreading it around the track. So the drivers have had to adapt. Even if they've driven there before, they had to adapt. And Shenny is not a very forgiving track.
No, then the tarmac stops there, though, doesn't it? The second tarmac there dried really quickly yesterday, whereas other corners were staying very, very wet. It was played havoc really in juniors. It was the first class that sort of had that crossover of
interesting, and you can see the way they're not warming their tyres. You normally see them warm their tyres, but Puddifoot's obviously P1 there. He's slowing that pack down nicely. They're getting ready to go over that green line, and there we go. So you can see Puddifoot is going to be there. Cozzy's going to be looking, checking, because obviously you don't want to jump start here. That would be bringing in penalties.
Very different day for Cozzy today, though. It's not about the result on the day. It's about the bigger picture. He's got to stay out of trouble.
Are we going to go racing? Let's have a look. And we've gone green. We've gone racing. Okay, so we've got no change massively on the front there. Just trying to see where we've got.
Milam round the outside for second place, and Hartley's been shuffled back as well. He's down outside the top 10.
Yeah, we've got, so Milam's in third, Zach's in fourth, Hundle was in fifth. See what happens when they come through the Stratford corner. That's always very tight. They're going 2-3 wide there. Interesting, they come forward. Puddifoot still got that lead. And then we got, who's that behind Zach? Did you see?
We'll have a quick look.
We've got some real changes at the front there.
That McVeigh up into P5. It is McVeigh up into
we've
P5.
Got some changes.
Great start by Laurie McVeigh. The start he needed.
Inside lane there. He's done that overtake on Jennings really, really well. McVeigh has done an amazing job. He's straight up there.
He's going to go P10 to P4, I think, at the end of the first lap. Our timing system hasn't refreshed in the commentary box until now. Puddifoot, Milam, Cozzy, McVeigh, Jennings, McCullough, Hundle, Taylor, Anders and Beasley are top 10.
There you go. And
change for the lead.
Yep, strong drivers. These drivers, the top 5, the top 10 have been the quickest out there. Practice on Friday into Saturday. So I said McVeigh was off the pace a little bit in practice yesterday, but today he's not. He's obviously put his helmet on and gone, I'm having this.
Hard reset for Laurie McVeigh as down the inside goes Warwick Milam on Jude Puddifoot.
Same, but Milam's done a nice, not smooth overtake. McVeigh's going in as well.
He's on a mission today.
He is into P3.
Is Laurie McVeigh. Now McVeigh's got to have a really good day and hope that Jake Cozzy finishes probably no better than 7th now. It's opened up a little bit from where we were yesterday. The wet weather conditions played a big part in yesterday.
They did, and you got McCulloch in there as well, and McCulloch's a fast driver as well. He's still going for it all, but he's taking risks. That's
taking
just knocked
risks.
him back to P3.
But he has to take risks today.
He does. You know, if
That's
he
where
wants that
he's at.
championship, he's got to do it. And
Because he's in a bit of a luxury position of only having to finish within a few places of others.
he does, but McVeigh does take risks sometimes.
He had a lot of front fairing penalties yesterday. In the wet, did Laurie McVeigh that dropped him from sort of like
push him through.
Yeah.
I bet Zach got pushed wide there. That was McCullough went through, so that's a shame. But it was still in sitting in P5 roughly. But you know, this is going to be a lot of change here. They're so close. You know, to see the top 5 like this in previous championships or previous rounds, we've seen the top 4 or 5 break away. Putterfoot starting to break away, but there's still everything to fight for. Zach on the inside, he's going through onto McCullough. It's a difficult one there because if you go down that straight and you push too far, you come off.
Oh, McCullough's on the outside.
Like yeah, that's what happens.
You try and stick it out round the outside, you always risk of finding that new Tech Pro barrier that they've put in place here at Shenington.
And Zach moves into P3, closely followed by Cozzy. Now, Cozzy and we went out for a steak with the Cozzys on Friday night, having a bit of a good chat with them. And you know, this is Cozzy's first national championship, and he's doing phenomenally well.
Well, that was what Zach said last night about like how he moving into cars next year. He's sort of going to miss that sort of paddock atmosphere of, you know, like with everybody, and he hopes that will transfer into cars as well. I mean, look, I suppose they'll go out for steaks in cars as well.
Well, I hope so, because I do like a bit of a steak there. So there's Cozzy giving the work with me to Zach, and Zach will work with Cozzy. I've got no doubt there whatsoever. Zach knows that Cozzy's in for this championship, Zach isn't. So Zach won't take those risks, and he will go. You can see the 3 of them going, yeah, come on, the 3 of us, let's go.
Well, another Tom Day Racing kart behind as well, which is a Cozzy teammate, and whilst they want the best results possible, I'm fairly sure as well that the team will have had some conversations with the fellow drivers in the class and said, look, don't be taking out the lads that could win it for us.
A full battle for third there. You've got Cozzy, you know, Jennings, Hundle, Milam, all 3 could come across that line in P3. Cozzy is gapping Jennings there a little bit, but then again caught up straight up.
It's Milam just behind, so at the moment Cozzy doing what he needs to do. He's within a few positions of McVeigh, and he's in front of Warwick Milam, who was the outsider coming into the race weekend, and a little bit more so after yesterday. Contact warning for Laurie McVeigh, which must have been from the start of the race, because he's not been near anybody
got a change for third there
the last 10 minutes.
So I think, was that Hundle that went through, or was it Cozzy?
No, we're as we were.
We're still as we were?
Yeah, still as we were.
Well, they've definitely broken away from the pack now. So was it your top 6 have broken away? They've got a clear, almost 3-second run clear of the pack behind them, and then you've got that pack behind starts with Beasley, Banks, Taylor, Hartley, Anders and Rond. So there's going to be some interesting racing in there, some very tight, close-knit racing, especially when you start going down Hanger Straight into the Hanger Corner. If you muck that up into Wiltshire, you know, you don't get that out into the start-finish before you come into the Park Bends and the Cafe Corner.
There goes Milam down the inside of Kean Hundle. Hundle was largely compliant with that, didn't turn in and loses a place, but they've got a big gap then now back to...
They're starting to gap now.
Beasley, Taylor and Banks, but at the front...
Oh, Nathan Ron contact warning there.
Oh, we've got 3 or 4 drivers off, and that's Jake Anders behind post 9. That's Nathan Rond, who's already picked up the contact warning. If it wasn't for that,
we're going to go full yellows.
Then he might get another one. That could be twice.
If they don't clear that, we're going to go full yellows, because they are still on track there. They're going to come round there.
So if we can get that driver over the tyre wall, I think we might be clear. Gap at the front, 1.7 seconds, is continuing to go out. And Jude Puddifoot's going to have to make a sign for the entrance at Shenington that says Shenington, home of Jude Puddifoot, because he has been the one to beat in junior Rotax this weekend.
He has, and that's obviously Marshall's. Well done, Marshall's. You've cleared that, you know, really, really quickly. That's a nasty place to have a car sitting there. But we've got 59 seconds, 1 lap left on there. This is a great race. So we've got Puddifoot clearly, you know, he's got a decent gap, 2-second gap. Cozzy behind him, just a second off. Jennings is 4th, he's 3/10 off Cozzy. Milam is literally 3/10 off Jennings. What a close race.
Certainly is. When drivers sort of go home on the way home, they'll always have that sort of like, well, if this hadn't have happened, I could have been here, or if this hadn't have happened, I could have been there. For Jude Puddifoot, it's a case of assessing what's happened on his Saturdays. He's had a lot of issues on Saturday finals where he's been either out of the race or involved in incidents. And
he does, but don't forget, this is Jude's first national.
Yeah,
of
course.
He's come from corporate karting. He's done amazing well. That the lad has raw talent, but I think he's got to learn. Sometimes you can overdrive. You want it too much.
This is the thing. What I'm saying is that it wasn't a criticism by any stretch, but what he does is he has them issues on Saturdays and then rectifies them on Sundays. Down the inside goes Warwick Milam on Zach Jennings, and it's a case of getting them fully out of his system, because that lad can win at championships at national level, and I don't doubt that it will happen at some point. Alexander Adams off, and he was the driver that was off a lap ago who's managed to get that car going again.
I think this is the flag out. I'm not too sure. I can't see. Can you see the flag out? No. We've got one lap left.
One lap. Alexander Adams peeling off into the pit lane. Putterfoot now trips the timing line to commence the final lap with a gap of 2.3 seconds to Laurie McVeigh.
Yeah, McVeigh's done amazing well to keep that P2. But who's going to take 3-3? Is it going to be Cozzy, Milam or Jennings? They are literally within 2 or 3 tenths of each other.
Cozzy looks clear now. There he is. It's going to be Milam down the inside trying to defend Jennings and trying to back him as well a little bit into Cian Hundle, and he's going to white line it to the inside. Jennings round the outside.
Oh, go on, son. Get that through. There we go.
Get that clipped up for your YouTube channel, Andy.
I am going to get that clipped up. But then what's going to happen here? We've got, Wiltshire here. Everything could change. Here we go on the inside.
Oh, they're going to get involved with each other, and Hundle's going to be the winner here, I think, on the outside.
That's dropped us right back.
Putterfoot from McVeigh, Cozzy, Milam, Hundle and Jennings on track at the very least. Beasley, Banks, Hartley, Taylor from Alex McCullough in P11. Sam Stockton and Amy Peacock in front of Harry Ward, who comes from the back up to P14. A good run for Harry Ward, 27th to 14th. Jack White, Travis Dolby, Tyler Orridge with Shahini Jones and Halewood completing your top 20.
Now we're just seeing them come into the scrutiny area, checking for noses. Seems to be all clear. I don't think there's going to be no changes there. So, yeah, as you mentioned before, David, yes, we are going to cars.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting. A Mini, I believe.
We are. We're going to be racing Mini Club Sport Challenge. Zach's now turning up. He's 16 in about 3 weeks, so he becomes a senior. He'll be the youngest senior out on the grid, and we're going to be vlogging that to help other young drivers understand that transition from cars to cars. But we will be back. We are going to be dropping into a few rounds. Zach will be senior, and he wants to come in and have a little play. Yeah,
I was talking to you. You can't go out and race a car every weekend like you can with a car. If you're willing to travel, you can race everywhere. Like my lad came through Honda Cadet, and I created a calendar, and I think the year that we looked at it, there was one weekend if we wanted to travel within 4 hours that we didn't have a meeting in about 6 months. Yeah. You can always find somewhere to go and race, and it's not the same with cars. So it's always good to keep your eye in. It's good to drop back into the paddock and see people.
And also see people, because you make friends for life in this paddock, and we've got so many close friends. But yeah, it's grassroots, what Zeneco's all about. And we're going grassroots in cars. We're racing with Dan Truman Racing. There's a collaboration between DTR and Zeneco, and we're going to show kids how you can do it.
Good stuff. Well, I'm going to let you go, because I'm sure there'll be a debrief, particularly on that final corner between yourself and your driver, and maybe a few other people as well.
And I'll see you on the next one.
Good stuff.
Be looking forward to come back in the sauna. I might bring a towel.
And pleasure. We need that. Maybe a vest or something.
And a fan.
So, junior Rotax then complete. Putterfoot, McVeigh and Cozzy, your top three. Milam, Hundle and Jennings in front of Beasley, Banks, Hartley and Taylor. That's your top 10. We move on to another amalgamated class. It's Intermax and Might E Super Cadet, heat number 1. Jensen Hookey is very, very busy in the live chat. Supporting Jake Cozzy. Jensen, who came through Honda Cadet and then moved into junior Rotax himself, supporting the champion-elect Jake Cozzy in junior Rotax. Plenty of other comments coming in as well. It's like we've got plenty of support for Ollie Rowley. He'll be out shortly. And Charlie Ford in Intermax, and he's going to start in P6 behind TJ McLeish, yesterday's final winner, and the driver that has already been crowned champion, Charlie Gregg. Oscar Tarzi and Leyland Bradnam will go off to row number 2 with Ronnie Griffin and the aforementioned Charlie Ford on row number 3. The 55 of Evan Dearden, who really appears to have found his feet this weekend in Intermax, will start in P7. Finley Fawkes and Joshua Sharples in front of Amelia Hay and Xavier Davidson with Arlo Atwood in P number 6. Charlie Dickinson and Eli Romalo, Jan Hamira and Nixie Hay before your pole sitter in our Mighty Super Cadet class, Ansel Murray, with Harry Stinson, who wrapped up the championship yesterday alongside him on the front row. Will Beattie and Logan Jackson, they'll battle it out for 3rd place of the championship, and they'll go off the 2nd row alongside each other with Jacob Hutchinson and Casey Baker, Jaden Bond and Oscar Dudley on row number 12 in front of Harry Watkinson, Brandon Hartley and Zachary Parr. Inters will get us underway, and they will be the ones that will trip the timing. TJ McLeish in the 74, Charlie Gregg alongside in the all-white helmet as they spread out into the tram lines, and I say that loosely because with the exception of the front row, it was a little bit messy behind. So we've had a false start, which is unsurprising. TJ McLeish will bring us back round, and that automatically means that the Mighty Super Cadets will have a false start again through no fault of their own. We can't let them go racing because in about 30 seconds time they'd arrive onto the back of a 2x2 Intermax class. To Elliot Drury in the live chat saying, go on Harry Ward, a tough qualifying session in Junior Max this morning for Harry, starting off the back route, but making his way up into a solid P14 for Harry Ward. And if I'm not mistaken, that will be the same Harry Ward that I think's raced a bit of Tillotson T4 in the past. So let's see whether we can do this again for Inters. Need to be a little bit further apart, and the marshal just giving them an indication we are a little bit better into the tram lines this time, and we are away and racing with TJ McLeish leading us up to the first corner in front of Charlie Gregg. The 70 of Oscar Tarzi in 3rd place in front of Leyland Bradnam as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. We'll keep an eye out in a few moments on the Mighties. Round the outside goes Charlie Gregg from the defensive TJ McLeish, and Gregg goes all the way round the outside of him. The Mighty Super Cadets are away with Ansel Murray leading from Harry Stinson, and then the 191 of Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. That's your top 4 in Mighty Super. Up towards the... Oh, we're coming in hot there for the 148 of Jaden Bond, but he's managed to make the move stick. Here goes Oscar Tarzi down the inside of TJ McLeish in the colours of LRG. To move himself up into 2nd place. So Gregg from Tarzi, McLeish, Bradnam, Griffin, Sharples, Dearden. Good opening lap by Joshua Sharples. He goes 9th up into 6th place. See the Mighty Super Cadets bouncing their way out of the right-hand cafe corner. So it looks like we're starting to spread out at the front of our Intermax class with Bradnam in that 4th place. Griffin and Sharples 3/10 between them, similar to the 55 of Dearden, but he's going side by side with Joshua Sharples. And down the inside goes Evan Dearden. Dearden with the move down the inside of Joshua Sharples. Charlie Ford's in the mix there as well. In the number 17, Xavier Davidson in the unmistakable black and gold for the driver of the 20. Forks, Amelia Hayes in that mix as well, as is Arlo Atwood and Charlie Dickinson. So from about P5 down, there is Dearden coming through the shot, and that's the train of carts that we're going to be focusing on for the next 5 minutes or so, because we go round about 10 deep from 5th down to around about 15th. So they battle it out. Ronnie Griffin, the 88's in there as well. Starting to spread out at the front of that, but Griffin, Davidson, Fawkes, Hay, Atwood, Dickinson. Down the inside goes the 22. Joshua Sharples on Evan Dearden. So Dearden really starting to find his feet, and he's coming straight back at Joshua Sharples for P5, and he's managed to retake 5th place. Keep an eye out on the window in a few moments for when the Mighty Supers come through, just to give you an update on where we are with them, but it's no change inside the top 3. It's as you were with Murray, Stinson, Beattie and then Jackson, still your top 4. Behind them you've got Casey Baker and Jaden Bond still battling just in front of the W plate of Jacob Hutchinson. Dearden and Sharples once again are going to do exactly the same do-si-do they did on the previous lap, and it's just backing themselves into the 17 of Charlie Ford, but at the same time they have all moved away now from the battle that was behind, which now sees Arlo Atwood, Amelia Hay and Charlie Dickinson all in front of Ronnie Griffin, Xavier Davidson and Finlay Fawkes. So it looks like the front 3, which was Griffin, Davidson and Fawkes, have all managed to trip over each other, and that's allowed Atwood, Hay and Dickinson to come through, because there is 2 seconds back to Griffin, Davidson and Fawkes. So missed it off camera, but I think it's fair to say that we can paint enough of the picture as to what's happened there. Back to Mighty, that's really tightened up because Ansel Murray is defending from Harry Stinson, which allows Will Beattie to take the wider line, is allowing Logan Jackson to tow up onto the back of this trio. We're going to have a quartet at the front of Mighty Super Cadet very, very shortly. Ansel Murray continuing to lead though from Harry Stinson and Will Beattie. Logan Jackson, the fastest driver of those 4 though on the previous lap there in the 1-1-2, closing up, and Stinson's going to try and go round the outside and get a little switch back on the inside of Ansel Murray. The 2 championship front runners will go side by side, and tyre smoke is the outcome as they go side by side into the Bruno chicane. It's as you were though in terms of the order. New sticker kit on order please. Minute and 12, and I think we may well stay with this one, with the other classes starting to spread out a little bit. There is still a bit of a gap at the front. We've had a change at the front with Charlie Gregg getting back in front of Oscar Tarzi, and we're going to have a change at the front in Mighty Super as well, as Ansel Murray is treated to a trip on the grass by Will Beattie. On the outside, Stinson was already through. Logan Jackson is up into 2nd place, and Will Beattie was having none of it and introduces Ansel Murray to, I was about to say the green stuff, but it's not rained since yesterday, and before that about 8 months, so it's yellow. But he's treated him to the grass. 33 seconds on the clock, again racing to the time of our Intermax runners, as they were the ones that went over the timing line first. Stinson, Jackson, Beattie. Jackson would have needed Beattie to have a tough day, a day similar to what Jackson had yesterday. He was under the tyres at the Bruno chicane in heat number 2, and he was under the tyres further down in the final as well. Tarzi and Gregg are going to go side by side. Gregg's going to try and hold on, and does. They cross the timing line, 19 thousandths of a second between them. Four carts battling it out for what will be 5th place in our Mighty Super Cadet class. with Charlie Gregg and Oscar Tarzi. Still going side by side down the back straight they go. This is that 4 that we were looking at in front of them, I think, in Mighty Super. So they're all having a battle for position, and the leaders in Inter are going to close up on them as well. And that is Ansel Murray stationary on the outside. The cart's stopped. He's done well just to get out and move himself to safety. Stinson is defending. We're on to the final lap for all of our classes because the leaders in Inter have come through as Jackson runs off the track on the outside in 3rd place. But Beatty's up into 2nd place and trying to find a way past Harry Stinson. These have still got a lap and a half or so to go, so they won't see the checkered flag this time because it's the Inters that was just coming out onto the hangar straight now, and there's a yellow flag. Is that for the Ansel Murray kart? Yes, it is. As they make their way through. The arm was up by Stinson just to acknowledge that yellow. Here, though, will be the front part of your Inter Max class coming through to take the checkered flag. Will be Charlie Gregg from TJ McLeish. Oscar Tarzi is being shown as falling down the order, and I'm just going to try and keep an eye out as to whether he's coming into the pit lane. He's crossing the line in P7 is Oscar Tarzi. Keep an eye out for the Mighty Super Cadet class. They'll get their own finals later, well, both of these classes, so we'll not have to swap between the two of them, and we'll be able to give them full focus. But it is going to be the new champion, Harry Stinson, taking the victory from Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. That's your top 3 in that class. Gregg, McLeish and Bradnam in Inters in front of Evan Dearden with a season's best 4th place. In front of Charlie Gregg and Joshua Sharples, the unfortunate Oscar Tarzi, who had a 55-second final lap, losing 9 seconds to finish in P7, with Arlo Atwood, who's pulling double duty this weekend. Amelia Hay, Ronnie Griffin, Charlie Dickinson and Finley Fawkes, Xavier Davidson, Eli Romalo and Nixie Hay. Jan Hamira in P16. Then it's going to be, it says Will Beattie, but that's because the timing doesn't always do what it says it does, but it was Stinson from Beattie and Jackson, your top 3 in the Mighty Super Cadet. One more race of the morning before we head towards our lunch break, our driver parade and our interviews from yesterday as the spectators watch on from the top of the bank, overlooking the hairpin down at Wilkins. Probably the best view of the circuit. You can look all the way down to this camera point here. It's time then for race number 8 of the day. It's heat number 1 for senior Rotax. Confirmation from Elliot Drury in the live chat that it was indeed Harry Ward that had done a bit of Tillotson T4. Thought we'd clocked that name previously through some friends of ours in Thomas and Andy Harper. Moved on from karting to racing Fiesta Junior, but we were lucky enough to get a run out in Thomas's Tillotson T4 around here at Shenington around about a year or so ago, just as a one-off run. So they were kind enough to give my lad a run out in that class. As Thomas has already wrapped up the championship, and we've known them for a long time from testing to Lockwell Hill near Mansfield. Senior Rotax making their way out, and the 2 championship protagonists have given us something to talk about because they are on the front row alongside each other. George Cole does come into it needing a minor miracle, but far stranger things have happened, but he'll start alongside Jarek Metters on the front row. Isaac Parkinson and Rory Hinckley with Tom Nottingham and Billy Edgecombe on row number 3. Ronnie Smith starts P7, Lewis Holt alongside him with Kieran Denyer and Caden Welch in front of Max Lorna-Bennick and Ollie Rowley. In P12, Kai Pepperell and Kian Eastick with Robin Brain and Jacob Barron Lucas Steele and Harry Gill on row 9. Dylan Tracy and Albert Wilton row 10 in front of Riley Mason-Lewis and Ralph Olianu. Emma Stoner and Luigi Polini in front of Tom Williams, Gabriel Towers and Lucas Blanford. Signed on but not racing this weekend. 26 drivers will grace the tarmac of Shenington as senior Rotax make their way round. And we're away. Cole trying to lean across onto Jarek Metters to stop Metters getting the run, and it's worked out nicely for him as it's allowed the 34 to move through up into second place in the start of this senior Rotax race. It's been a good start by Isaac Parkinson. As we head down to the left-hand side, looks like Timing Overall has decided it doesn't want to play ball until at least lunchtime, so we'll just have to wing it with the knowledge that we seem to have, because it's still showing that it's into max, but nonetheless, George Cole from Isaac Parkinson and then Jarek Metters in third place. Rory Hinckley looks like that is in P4. Yes, it is. Behind them, the number 8 of Billy Edgecombe with Ronnie Smith, who won the final on track yesterday but was penalised, quite possibly rightly so, for a push to pass down at Wilkins on the eventual winner Jarek Metters. Metters now down into fourth place, but he's on a day where he just needs to keep his car well out of trouble. Needs top 20 finishes on average throughout the heats, and then that'll give him a similar outcome for the final. So he just needs to keep that number 2 car facing in the right direction, keep it on the tarmac, not the grass, and he will be your 2026 champion. So Lewis Holt looked like he went down the inside there on Caden Welch. Still no timing, both on the screen here, unfortunately for you, and internally in the commentary box. So it looks like that has we'll get that looked at during the lunch break. George Cole still leading though from Isaac Parkinson at the front of this race. Hinckley, Metters, who is falling away slightly, but is being pursued by Edgecombe and Ronnie Smith, with Lewis Holt in 7th place. George Cole defending early as well. And I can't even tell you how long he's gone or left in this race, or we don't wave the checkered flag. It is on the overhead gantry. We're completely winging it. So Rory Hinckley gets his head down behind the steering wheel. Strange how George Cole is very defensive into the corners, but then isn't really expecting Isaac Parkinson to make the moves either, because he's not white lining it down the straight, particularly at Hanger, where there's a really good chance of getting the kart down the inside. Isaac Parkinson in the 34, about as high as he's run all season, this second place, as George Cole again takes a defensive line and then tries to leave a Parkinson out on the outside. Parkinson will have track position as they run up, but Cole's going to try and keep the nose in. Cole needs a perfect weekend. They're going to trip over each other, and Rory Hinckley rubs his hands together. In fact, was that a celebration or a work with me and push forward? We'll take it as a celebration as he moves through from third into first place, and that backs the entire 6 together. Parkinson down now into 6th place behind Ronnie Smith and Billy Edgecombe. Jarek Metters up into 3rd place. He's going to lose one there to Billy Edgecombe. Edgecombe goes down the inside. Metters, I'm not entirely sure, will be too bothered by that in the grand scheme of things. Today isn't about winning today on track. I think he may well lose a couple more places too, as he's just going to get freight trained, but then he's just going to slot into P6, which will indeed be P5 at the end, because I think that's Parkinson just staying behind his Tom Day Racing teammate. Who's that drawing up into Caden Welch in P7? We've got the 41 pulling off into retirement of Gabriel Towers. And again, this train, they need to be careful not to back themselves into that second pack that's coming, that goes all the way down to Tom Nottingham in the P15. Timing has come and suggests we are finished and on the last lap, but we're not. But it has given us order of from a few laps ago. It's just trying to sort itself out at the moment, so we'll let it have the time to refresh. But we are 7 for the lead. Don't worry about that being in the correct order, because I think it's just about sorted itself out. It has now. Hinkley, Cole, Edgecombe, Smith, Metters, Parkinson and Welch. We knew that anyway because we could see them on the screen. Denyer, Holt and Max Lorna-Bennick and Tom Nottingham are the next train of carts, with Ollie Rowley in that mix as well, that they could well get themselves backed into, as George Cole and Rory Hinkley are going to get swamped here potentially by a few of the others behind. That's Ronnie Smith up into third place. Edgecombe now down into P4. Metters still sitting fine in P5 for the championship. He's going to try and move all the way around the outside of Billy Edgecombe. I think Edgecombe will have enough to drive out of the corner. In fact, it's lost Metters some places. He's down to 7th place. And we do go now pretty much all the way down to P11 for this battle for the lead to a large extent. They're in that train, and then this is the second battle that's got Lucas Steele in there as well, the 37 of Kai Pepperall in that second train as well, from 12th down to around about 20th. In fact, it's pretty much the rest of the field. So we've got a few drivers being shown as out. Gabriel Chew's definitely one of them, but we're sorting out numbers for the rest of this race. Hinkley leads though from Cole, and then Smith going with them. Gap back to Billy Edgecombe, who is in 4th place. Smith's going to try and go round the outside here and then push Rory Hinkley down the back straight. Can he go round the outside of George Cole? Yes, he can. And he moves himself up into 2nd, and he may well look to take the lead here on Rory Hinkley. Hinkley looks across, but Smith's got the job done. Hinkley's got to get the door closed before George Cole comes. Billy Edgecombe's going to try and go round the outside, and he's going to lose places. Didn't work for Jarek Metters. It didn't work for Billy Edgecombe either. Smith then now defending in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. 1:20 on the clock. Driving, lapping in the 42s, so we'll get round this time and another go at the very least. Might even get 4 more laps in here for... The doors open there for Rory Hinkley to try and go down the inside. Smith's going to try and ride it out, and indeed does. And Caden Welch is going to go around the outsides, and we've got a warning board there. I'm not sure what the board that was being hung out for, unless there was a number on it. I think the overhead gantry might have gone down, so I think there was a number on it. George Cole down the inside of Rory Hinkley. Hinkley's going to try and get the switch back, and Billy Edgecombe's going to try and push through, but Cole's got the job done for 2nd place. Cole in 2nd. Metters in 5th. They're the two that we need to look out for in terms of the championship positions, and Metters doing just enough at the moment to hold on. So the top 5 are clear, and we will get 2 more laps, which was right when we suggested 4 a few moments ago. Smith is clear at the front though. 2nd pack is Welch from Parkinson. Then we run 3 wide in the background with Kieran Denyer. It's the 52 with the warning of Jacob Baran. Edgecombe and Hinkley side by side. Metters will look over the shoulder. Smith's being reeled in by George Cole at the front. Welch, Parkinson just behind, but then we go all the way down to Dylan Tracy on the outside of the top 10 there in the background. I think this should be the final lap. It's not showing it on timing, but I think that this is the final lap for Ronnie Smith. I mean, with the timing down, we could just let them race until they run out of fuel. Last one standing. So George Cole draws alongside. Smith has the door closed for George Cole into the Bruno chicane. Smith runs wide in the mid part of the corner. Will that hamper his exit as he then moves towards the right-hand side of the circuit? The run up towards the Hanger corner. Hard on the brakes at Wilkins. Door closed once again. Will we see a checkered flag for Ronnie Smith? Yes, we will. We're going to get the actual one wave this time. How nice does that look compared to just the overhead gantry? As Ronnie Smith takes the victory then from George Cole and Billy Edgecombe, Jarek Metters, Rory Hinckley, Caden Welch, Isaac Parkinson. Then it's Max Lorna-Bennock and Tom Nottingham. Kieran Eastick in the number, Kieran Denyer in the 7. Just behind them, the 20 of Lewis Holt, Dylan Tracy in the 21. Tom Rowley in the 49. The next one after that. Kai Pepperell, Lucas Steele and the 52 of Jacob Baran. Looks like we've got Riley Mason-Lewis and then Kian Eastick with Emma Stoner in the 33 in front of Albert Wilton, Robin Brain, Raul Foliano and Luigi Pellini. And then Tom Williams, your final classified runner by the look of things. Hopefully the lunch break will provide sufficient opportunity to turn it off and turn it back on again, which is the standard IT methodology of fixing things. Stick around though, we've got our drivers parade and we've got our interviews from our final winners yesterday with some very amusing ones. Keep an eye out for the Jarek Metters interview from his final yesterday. Yeah, before we head to that, just want to point you in the direction of the description below the live stream. It'll tell you that there's live coverage of round 12 from Super One. If you just press the More button, there's a link in there for a GoFundMe page for Evolve Motorsports, Chris Lemaire. All of our racing today dedicated to Chris. Please, if you can, just click that link to support Chris. He's having a real tough time of things at the moment. The karting community have really come together to donate a good sum of money. But as with every sort of donation, a little bit more does no harm at all. So, yeah, there's a reasoning behind there as well. So we haven't just put the link in and just said, yeah, go and have a look at that. You know, there's the description below that just lets you know why. But if you can, just click that link, have a quick look at that, and if you can donate a little bit, that would be fantastic. Stay with us then here at Super One for the Drivers' Parade. Our interviews as well. We'll probably do the interviews first while we get set up for the Drivers' Parade. And then we will be back this afternoon for heat number 2 and the finals from the final round here at Shenington of the HWE BIM Services Super One Championship. We're coming into a little bit of form towards the end of the season, aren't we? We seem to be doing quite well. Are we happy?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Talk me through your final.
So I started first. I got a really good start off the bat. Then throughout the session, the 57 of Max Tetlow keep on catching up.
He did. It was a superb finish for everybody, probably except your parents, who were ridiculously nervous. Did you know how much he was catching you at times?
No.
No, he was like 3/10, and he was right on the back of you. But then as soon as you knew he was there, you sort of switched and went into this super defensive driving that took you the victory. I think when you watch that back, you will be very, very proud of that performance. It was fantastic, and I really do hope you do go watch it back. Talk me through your season, though. Are you happy with how things have gone?
Yeah, I'm into P2, and if I stay in P2, I can move up early for cadet, because I'm not catching P1.
Is that the deal you've done with your parents? That if you finish P2, you get to go cadet next year? Good. What cadet are we getting?
Boy tax.
Good. And we're definitely going to cadet, aren't we? Because
Yes.
we're definitely finishing P2, aren't we?
Yes.
Good. Point at your parents right now and say, I'm finishing P2.
I'm finishing P2.
Good stuff. Anyone you want to say thank you to?
My sponsors and my mum and my dad and my coach.
Aidan, congratulations on your win. Let's see if we can get another one tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Charlie Cale, our Micromax winner. I have to ask the most important question first. Are you happier with the win or happy that you get your first interview?
Happy that I get my first interview and my first win in SuperOne.
A really tough day, probably different weather conditions for all three of your races, particularly the second one, which was basically you were underwater for most of it. Talk me through your day though.
It started off good with qualifying. I qualified P3 with all the penalties. I came P2. First heat, I came P1. Second heat, P2. Final, P1.
Good. It was a really interesting final. The three of you raced really, really well, really respectfully as well at the front of that race. But it continues. It was starting to dry up towards the end. Were you confident throughout that you could take the win?
Yes.
Good. Now, tomorrow, I think we might be expecting a little bit better weather conditions, hopefully. Are you wanting it to rain again?
Yeah.
More rain?
Yes.
Quality. So we'll all be tucked up in our awnings and you'll be out doing a rain dance on the start line throughout most of the night.
Yes.
Good. Well, is there enough space in the van for another one of them tomorrow?
Probably not.
Probably not. We can always make space for trophies though, can't we?
Yes.
Good stuff. Charlie, congratulations on your first win here at SuperOne.
Thank you.
Oh, finally, in fact, anyone you want to say thank you to because they don't win themselves?
Yes, please. Leyland Bradnam's family for helping me out with the setup. Cooper Galloway's family and my parents and grandparents.
Good stuff. Charlie, congratulations on your win here at round 11 SuperOne.
Thank you.
I've just asked you a question off camera that I'm now going to ask you now. Do you ever get bored just driving off into distance and taking wins?
No,
You can never get bored of winning, can you?
no.
No. A bit different today, though. Obviously, there's a lot going on. It's very different to just getting your head down driving off when you've got a sort of a damp track, but certainly one that was drying up as well. Talk me through what the conditions were like for your final.
Well, on my final, it was good. It was a little bit slippy on the corners, but it wasn't raining anymore, so that was good for the final.
It's very difficult here, Fan, because they've relayed parts of the track. You've got sort of a wet corner, then you get a dry corner, then another wet corner. It must be quite difficult at times to remember where the slippy bits are.
The slippy bits in that corner up there, and before I come to the finish line.
Yeah, it does stay a little bit wet down there. This first corner, second corner can remain a little bit wet throughout. What are your plans for next year?
Next year, I have plans to win again.
Of course.
Yeah.
Good. Are we going Super Cadet?
I'm going Mighty Cadet again.
Yeah, staying again. We know, see if we can win back-to-back championships.
Yep.
Good stuff. Well, I'm happy. Hopefully I'll see you back. I don't know. We'll see. But finally, anyone you want to say thank you to?
My parents and RCE. My dad has helped me with my car, and RCE has helped him with my car as well.
Good stuff. Daniel, congratulations, and also congratulations on wrapping the championship up at Wilton Mill as well.
Thank you.
Why is the youngest always Boys, join on the ends. The problem when these kids get given like ridiculously nice RVs down there, they go on Right, what we're doing is God knows, let me join in. Drivers, suits up, make sure we're ready so that we can go live if that's all right, please. Feel free to wave at the camera, feel free to point at your sponsors, whatever you want to do. The camera will be live in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you much for joining us, not just today, but for the entire season. It's been a superb year. Hopefully we can finish the year dry and the rain doesn't come, but that would be brilliant if we could just keep the wind away. Just a quick one before we start with handing out some prizes. I've mentioned it a few times on the stream, but Cartmania on the 14th of November will be when your championship trophies are handed out. So we look forward to seeing you all there. I'm assuming it'll be on the mezzanine level again at Cartmania. So we'll hand out all our championship trophies as usual on the 14th of November. Registrations will be available and open on the 1st of November this year for next year's championship. So make sure that you're up bright and early on the 1st of November to get your registrations in for 2027. We'll start our presentations today with a few birthdays. So over the weekend we've had birthdays for Timothy Robinson, for Frank Tingle and for Harry Watkinson. So if you could make your way up please. We've got a little gift for you. That's alright.
Go on, where's the other one up there? Yeah, stand here boys, you get behind. Sit there, Amelia. Yeah, stand there.
I mean, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Put your bag that way. SuperOne. Yeah, ready? There.
Here we go. So you stand there for a photo, that'd be fantastic.
Get the people behind me. Get the people behind me.
Now, you can't have birthdays without singing happy birthdays.
You go.
Everybody! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey!
Right, next one first. Come on!
Next one up, we're going to give another award out to the first driver that arrived for our drivers parade today, and that goes to Astro Matthews.
Camera here. Right, random generator. You've got to be here to win it.
Amelia's random generator. You've got to be here to win it. Foxy's going to press the button so that I can't be accused of not pressing the button properly.
Needs to be a bit faster.
There's that many drivers that it's taking its time. Zach Jennings! Zach Jennings here.
Got to be here to win. Oh, it's a dinosaur. You could not.
Hey!
You couldn't.
You couldn't make this up.
You could not.
Hey! Have you had a photograph of a dinosaur before?
Never.
I didn't think so. We've got at least one more prize, I believe. Kart Prints have been kind enough to give us a trophy for Driver of the Day for yesterday and the Driver of the Day for today. So today's will be handed out during the podiums, but we're going to hand out yesterday's Driver of the Day, picked by me. So if anybody's got any problem with that, feel free to take it up with somebody else. Driver of the Day for yesterday was a driver that I think overall has just really stepped up to the plate in the last couple of rounds and really showed it yesterday. He was a little bit unlucky in the final through no fault of his own. My Driver of the Day for round 11 of the HWE BIM Service SuperOne Championship goes to Stanley Thurston.
Remember, there's one for today.
Stick around, we need a nice photo of you, mate.
Stand there. Yeah, stand here. Look at the camera.
We'll have another Driver of the Day trophy that we handed out today, so efforts will be rewarded. Make sure you do stick around. We'll try and let the parents of the driver know so that you're not halfway down the M40 before the trophy's handed out. Any more
Any more
Thank
prizes?
you for everyone. No, that's
Good.
all. Yeah,
No.
thank you, everybody.
Genuinely, thank you so much for coming, but also thank you so much for a superb
And the
race season.
registrations,
And we look
27.
forward to seeing you on the 14th of November for the annual awards, and from the 1st of November, get your registrations in for 2027 again. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your race day.
Harry Stinson, last time we saw you on track, at least not here at Wilton, talk me through that last half of a lap, because that was entertainment for everybody probably except you.
Yeah, we were changing the caster and we forgot to tighten the kingpin on both sides, so the wheels on both sides were coming off.
And pretty much came off going round Osiers, and you came over the start line holding the wheel in place.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, but we somehow still finished.
But that's the thing, that finish there, coming over in 4th place rather than maybe P12, that's the points difference, and that's why I am talking to the 2026 SuperOne champion in my T Super Cadet now rather than tomorrow. So Harry, first of all, congratulations. Talk me through your final.
Yeah, it was good. We had a gap at the start and then Ansel just kept catching us as the race went on. I think he had a drier setup than us. And then we were in the chicane at the end and it just got a bit messy, and then we came out on top.
Good, that's the thing as well. You say you claim them sort of extra points by crossing the finish line at Wilton, meaning that today all you had to do in that final was finish inside the top 4. I don't know how much you knew about that, bearing in mind that after the race you came and confirmed that you had won it. So we go into tomorrow with no pressure at all. Head down, try and do what we can.
Yeah, I think I drive better, not under pressure, so we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Good. Finally, anyone you want to say thank you to?
My dad, my mechanic, my mum, and just Mighty Motorsport.
Good stuff. Harry, congratulations, and congratulations as well on your championship.
Thank you.
We seem to be having a lot of these conversations, don't we, Santo? Another good performance, but in difficult conditions. Talk me through what it was like out there.
Yeah, it was pretty slippery most of the time.
Yeah, it was. I know it was starting to dry up towards the final, but that second heat looked very, very difficult for a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Did you not too bothered about the wet? I know most of the season we've driven off into the distance to a large extent on the slicks. How did we find it on the wet weather conditions?
Not too much worse, but not like the worst, but not the best.
Good. Always difficult as well coming through the field. You do tend to, when you're sort of on the pole, you're trying to back it up and give yourself a little bit of a gap to move away. But it looked like, for a large extent, there was yourself and another driver battling out. Was it Archie Johnson was battling with you for most of the day? Good to have a bit of competition.
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Chance for one more of them tomorrow. Now we've got everything wrapped up and take a big one at the end of the year as well.
Hopefully.
Good stuff. You're going to run out of space for them, aren't you? We're going to have to probably extend the house at some point, aren't you? Thoughts on that? Or is there a spare bedroom we can put all of these in?
I don't know.
No, don't know. We'll have to put them in the attic or something and get loads of them now. Santa, congratulations on your win here at round 11.
Thank you.
Well, now the pressure's off, we can keep winning without much issue, but championship wrapped up at round number 10, and we're carrying it on with the champion's performance here at round 11. Matthew, another great performance. You must be really happy.
Yeah, I am.
Good stuff. Right, let's talk a little bit about where we're going to go next year, because every round I've spoke to you and we've talked you through what the race day's been like, but what are the plans for 2027?
We're going to go to Wyoming Water Swift Restrictors. Yeah.
Good. It's always that sort of thing as which route people are going to go down. Have you tested one already?
We've had to go in a friend, but not in ours.
Good.
My dad's still trying to make it fit me.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're still Bambino-sized, aren't you? But, you've got to make it work. We'll get a pedal kit out there. Where do you do your testing normally?
Well, there's a local track, it's called Blackbush, and sometimes a track called Forest Edge. They're our closest tracks.
They filmed a lot of. There's a film called Rush, which you might not have seen because you're only small. But I'm fairly sure they filmed a lot of that at Blackbush, so that'll be good. So, Shenington, have you been here much?
Yeah. We come here quite a lot, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, we could tell today we were off into the distance, certainly in that final. But season as a whole, it's been yourself and Jace Hannon. He was on the grass in that one. You were off into the distance. You must be just really, really happy with the season.
I am.
Good. You can tell with the smile. Right. I'm going on a bit of a walk. I need to be introduced to this. We need to be introduced to the teddy bear. Lucy, you were talkative to start with. What's your teddy called?
Lalo.
Lalo?
No. Lala.
Lilo.
No.
Lilo.
No.
Bilo.
No.
Well, what's it called then?
Lala.
I'm sure I said that at some point.
No.
So there you go. That's your sheepy teddy. That's Lucy. That's Matthew's biggest fan. And at the start of the season, when I sent out the commentary forms, Lucy was mentioned as Matthew's biggest fan. So it's only right that we get her a bit of camera time. Matthew, anyone you want to say thank you to?
My parents for cheering me on. My friends for cheering me on. Tim Larego, my school North Waltham, and Paul Ambition.
Good stuff. Congratulations on another win here at SuperOne.
Thank you.
Henry Colborne, a strong day here at SuperOne, which will line you up nicely for tomorrow. What do we have to do?
For the championship, just like I think we just have to finish to win the championship.
Just finish some races to win the championship will be nice. I think that's 16 races now. I think that we've won out of 24 this season. Strong.
Is that including heats? Oh.
Yeah, 16 out of 24. I think now. It's all right, that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bearing in mind you missed a race as well, so it would have been 16 out of 30, but we don't count the ones where you weren't here. You can't win it if you're not here. The big thing for me is that your dad got to see you win this one, because last time I said during the interview that he was off on a jolly, but he was at your work and he took massive offence to that because he messaged me about 30 seconds after. But now he's having a jolly in the awning, putting your cart together.
Yeah, he's a good mechanic. Yeah. Sometimes I'm happy he's gone. Sometimes I'm sad he's gone.
Yeah. To be fair, you've been doing this a long time. I said during the final where you were sort of holding off the two behind you that, whilst you are sort of at the end of your sort of Honda Cadet journey, you've been doing this for a long time and you know exactly what you're doing when parking that car. I thought you parked it really well in that final.
Yeah, at least I didn't do it like PFI at the British. Defended way too much there.
Good, but you've learned. You've learnt from that, and so like today, Ben got past you up in the run up towards Stratford. The following lap, you pretty much did exactly the same move on him to retake the lead. And after that, I think your performance was really, really good in just putting the cart where it needed to be. You must be quite happy.
Yeah, it would have been better if I would gap him a bit and I led the whole race, but we still won.
One day I will interview and you'll go, yeah, I'm really, really happy. I was awesome. I did absolutely everything I wanted to. I wanted to gap him by 15 seconds. Nearly got a laugh out of you then, didn't I? Almost.
You tried.
I tried and failed to get a laugh out of Henry Colborne. Henry, plans for next season?
I think we're going to go Inter. If we can, we're going to start off in Inter, and then if I grow too much, we're going to go junior.
Good stuff. Finally, anyone you want to say thank you to?
Parents for support, BRK, Granddad for coming. I think that's it.
And me for all the interviews that I've tried to get smiles out here.
Tried.
And again, failed. Henry Colborne, winner round 11 here at SuperOne. Shay Downey, this has been a long time coming, but finally we've got ourselves a nice big trophy. Can we have a nice big smile to go with it?
Yeah.
Oh, good lad. A really, really good day. It looked like it was shaping up to be a final between yourself and Stanley Thurston. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan for him, and you just got your head down. Talk me through your final.
It was good because it rained a lot. It's better in the wet than the grease, and I think I done quite well. If Stanley hadn't crashed, he would have been on the back of me and we would have pushed away.
I mean, you'd worked together through the first and the second heat. I'd watched you both, and I think you'd shared a heat victory apiece. You'd worked together really, really well. It looked like it was shaping up for a final. Bit disappointing for him, but I'm sure he'll come back and challenge tomorrow. Do you think we can win another one? Once we've won one, we can keep turning up, can't we?
Yeah, I think I can win another one.
Good. What's the plans for next season? Are we staying in iArmy M1 or are we moving up a class?
I think we're going to be moving up a class.
Are we going micro or Rotax, or are we going iArmy?
Micromax.
Good lad. And are we testing already?
I mean, I tested once at Silverstone.
And what did you think of it? Nice new track?
Yeah, a couple of me on the dirt, but worth it.
Well, that's all part of your practice days, isn't it? You've got to find out where the limit is, and if you're not on the grass once or twice on practice, then you don't know where the limit is.
Nah.
Good stuff. Shay, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I want to thank Tim for making my engine and Steve for being my mechanic.
Good stuff. Shay, congratulations on your win here at round 11 in Super 1.
Thank you.
I thought we'd be having this conversation at fullback, and I ended up shouting "put a foot's round" as you spun at the first corner. But it's fantastic to finally have a chat. You've been awesome today. Talk me through it.
Yeah, we had good pace yesterday in the wet and the dry when it was slicks in the wet. So I was really confident coming in today. It was fastest in practice, put it on pole and quali. So we knew we had the pace, just had to focus. We had a slight issue in the first heat, but after that we just did as much as we could, and yeah, I came home.
I think the most impressive thing out of the day is when you've sort of fallen maybe out of the lead and down to second or third in the final there, you just got your head down. It was a really mature drive. I think that's where we've had a little bit of a mindset change this weekend. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I was so confident because we knew we had the pace, so I knew I was quick enough to catch up, especially with the slipstream around here. It's a big thing, so I was really confident.
Good. Season as a whole, we need to really take this season back to about this time last year where you won a competition that's really lined you up for this season.
What, scholarship?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd have been doing this year. I'd have been in Intermax probably, so yeah, it really helped this year. Big help, yeah.
Good. So you've obviously you won that scholarship last year. You've done Super 1 this year. You've done other championships as well. You'll be back for the scholarship. But I'm assuming you'll be driving and doing demonstrations in about a week's time.
Yeah, at least there won't be any pressure this time, so a lot more chilled out.
Not at all. And to be fair, if anybody is doing it, they could probably find you out on Instagram and just ask a few questions. It would really probably set them up a little bit for next week. Going into that sort of thing, you knew that there was a lot of pressure on you. But then when you get races like this today, where you're at the front as well, that pressure situation back then probably sets you up quite well.
Yeah, because I worked out how to handle it back then, so now it makes it a lot easier because I've had to handle it before, so now I know what to expect.
Good stuff. Finally, Jude, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I'd like to say thank you to my whole family, Aurum Racing Engines, and my sponsors, Duct Tape and Omnino Steakhouse, and the whole X-Kart team.
Good stuff. Jude, congratulations on your win here at round 11 at Super 1.
Thank you.
I don't think you've really stopped smiling since you won that, have you?
No, I haven't. I kept on smiling since I come off.
So you crossed the line, you were punching the air. You came in the pit lane here, you were punching the air. I looked out my window, you were punching the air still there. A really good final though. Talk me through it.
Yeah, at the start I had a great start, but like in the middle of the race I made a mistake. I went a bit wide at the first corner, then Greg overtook me, but through the rest of it I was just putting pressure on him, and then when he made a mistake coming down the last corner, I just got him down the straight in the last 38 seconds.
I'd said during the commentary, particularly early on, that I thought that if you could get past him, I thought you could have moved away and gapped him. And then, so as you say, you made that mistake, and I think you made a really, really smart move of just sticking him behind him for a little while and just sort of learning where you could make the moves. And with a few laps to go, you did, and that was enough.
Yeah, and that's all I had to do.
Good stuff. So pleased with one big trophy. I'm going to make a massive guess and tell me about. I think this could be your last year in Inter based on your size. Where are we going next year?
I might be going junior. I might be practicing for 2 years, or I might be doing the British Kart Championships, Wilton Mill, PFI, any of that kind of stuff.
Just seat time, innit? Get yourself in the big kart. Plenty of testing over the winter, hard yards, and back for next year. Try and win some more trophies. They do look nice, don't they?
Yep, sure do.
Good stuff. Right, well, if later on there's a whole light round the circuit, it's because there's a massive smile from TJ McLeish because he's took himself a win at round 11 here at Super 1.
Yep.
Oh, lovely ice cream.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, you weren't expecting this interview quite so soon, were you?
No. I was trying to eat it quick enough so you wouldn't see it, but...
That's fine. Between each question, while I'm talking, you have to be eating that ice cream, okay? Right. So, 3, 2, 1, go. So, talk me through your final.
Well, got into the lead. There was Battenbergs. I tried holding everyone up. I think I did like a 2-minute lap time. It was quite iconic. And then, yeah, we lost the lead from a bit of a shunt, but it was a rightful penalty, and yeah, won it.
I mean, you went. No, keep going. You're eating while I'm talking. That's how they would. Come on, it's basic instructions. Yeah, it seemed like a little tap down there at Wilkins.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this way more than you are. Yeah, another mouthful, because at the end you always ask if you want to say thank you to someone. So there you go. Say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Day Racing, Mum and Dad.
Mr. Whippy.
Yeah, Mr. Whippy. 3 temps in these. It was 3 temps in a milkshake last month, and now it's 3 temps in ice cream this month. And Simon Wright's tyres.
Yeah, because he bought you the ice cream.
Yeah.
This has been one of the most enjoyable interviews I think I've ever done.
Think me too.
Cheers, Jared. Congratulations, winner at round 11 in Senior Max. Normally we interview winners, but I've pulled massive rank by not asking anyone for permission because I really want to speak to Zach Jennings, who I've mentioned many times on many streams about if you could stick it somewhere near the front, we could win some trophies and get on some podiums, and we need to show that to camera. What have we done?
Got a podium.
Got a podium. Superb final. Talk me through it.
Basically, all I did was follow the car in front because they went straight around the outside, so I thought, you know what, I'll do that, and then got up to third and just held that for the rest of the race.
Pace was really good though. You were gapping those behind in that third place. What was the sort of setup like? Because yours was the sort of first race where that dry line appeared.
Yeah, so we had to find the dry line, but on the wet it was like really greasy, so you had no grip. So Jude and Jake managed to find some grip, but I just couldn't find it on the greasy areas, so I just started falling behind.
It's that sort of start of the race though. You go round the first corner and it's bone dry, and then you arrive at Cafe Corner and it's soaking wet. It must be a bit of a change for you.
Yeah, it's quite a struggle because you go from flying around first corner, going into Cafe, and you're like, oh, got to stop that before you turn in.
Karting wise though, this will be your penultimate weekend in karting. Next year, we're going a bit different.
Yeah, we're moving to cars next year.
What in?
Mini Challenge Club Sport with DTR.
Oh, lovely. Done any testing?
We did one test in the Ford Fiesta ST at Blyton Park.
Good. Blyton's good for testing. I know a lot of people go there. You get a decent amount of track time there in them, so it'd be good. Looking forward to it?
Of course.
Stuff. Obviously, you're not telling me that next week's the last time you're ever going to sit in a kart.
Of course not.
No, you'll be back for something, won't you?
Yeah. So we're hoping to do our MCIT next year in a senior, and then hopefully drop into a few rounds as well.
That's the thing. As much as like everybody goes cars, you can't go car racing every weekend. You get bored if you have to stay at home, don't you?
Yeah. You just can't skip the social feeling of karting, so I have no idea what it's going to be like in cars, but I just don't want to miss this.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck in cars. I'll be keeping an eye out on your results, mainly your qualifying results, because we know we've had some laughs about them at times. But finally, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I'd like to say thank you to all my sponsors, Merchandise, Coffee Corner and Grand Prix Racer, and then I'd also like to say thank you to my parents.
Good stuff. Zach, congratulations on that trophy. And you happy? See if we can get another one tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll give it a try.
Good stuff. Zach, congratulations on your trophy, and look forward to seeing you in cars next season.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Shenington for heat number 2 and the finals from the final round of the 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Helpers making their way out onto circuit for heat number 2 in Might E. Same grid as the first race of the day, and then the results from the 2 heats will set our final positions for the final of the season. Eli Parkhouse and Aidan Castleman on the front row, with Luca Pede and Max Tetlow behind them, EJ Deere and Oliver Reynolds on row number 3. Row 4 will be Teddy Veselovsky and Harry Foley, with Joshua Chung and Cruz Rogers in front of Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Xavier Meek on row number 6. Astro Matthews will start P13, Arten Odula, Jack Voss and Fraser Payne, your 16 runners. Looks a bit more overcast than what it actually is. That picture not really doing the... it's not that dark actually. Clouds still remaining high in the sky. We are expecting maybe a little bit of rain later on. It is looking a little bit darker to the right hand side of the circuit, but the wind coming from the back part, so in the direction of Cafe Corner from the back part of that corner, and it's still fairly clear over there. We'll keep an eye out and out the window, but looks quite clouds are still quite high. We'll see. Sun is out, but I've been wrong many times before, so we'll see. And nonetheless, drivers in Mighty Cadet are on all-weather groove tyres anyway, so it won't make any difference if it starts to rain. It's not like they'll be plodding around there on slick tyres, so using the same LeConte all-weather wet that our Coma C50s use, and then we move to slicks and wets as a separate tyre when we go up to our iArmy M1s. Field making their way around then, the buzz of the Mighty powertrain making its way round. Pull up some form of weather radar. Suggesting rain in maybe 20 minutes or so. Hopefully it'll skim past us, because I have put in Shenington Village, which is about a mile or so away from here, behind the bank on the far side of the circuit that runs parallel with the runway and the hangar straight. There's still a gliding club on the other side of that, and a lovely bar in the evening that many people make their way over to at the Shenington Kart Club meetings. So grid being cleared of helpers, the exception of one who, there we go, he's just got the message late on. Board is up and the afternoon's racing here from Shenington will be underway shortly. It's a slow start by Castleman off the front row this time, and he was lightning quick in the first race. It's going to drop him down behind EJ Deere into 6th place for Aidan Castleman, but it will be Eli Parkhouse that will lead us through then from Luca Pede and Max Tetlow. A good start by Oliver Reynolds gains him a place, 3 wide in the mid-pack as they run up towards the right-hand hairpin at Stratford. The field already in a bit of a split. Back to Arten Odula in the number 21. Top 3, a little bit of a gap to the rest of the field, but that is likely to close up. We'll move down the inside there on the 44 of Cruz Rogers by 37 of Xavier Meek, who went so well yesterday in the wet weather conditions. No, it wasn't Xavier Meek. He's dropping all the way down the order to P13. It was Joshua Chung, I think, going down the inside of Cruz Rogers. Nonetheless, Eli Parkhouse leads from EJ Deere and Max Tetlow. under half a second back to Oliver Reynolds, who doesn't quite have anybody with him to push at the moment, but EJ Deera takes a tighter line around the Stratford hairpin and will draw alongside Eli Parkhouse, but Parkhouse taking the wider line has more drive to holds on to his lead. Max Tetlow will run side by side, and he may well have enough track position down the inside here, and it being a just banked corner into that right-hander, and Luca Pease comes straight back at him down the inside. The only person this will benefit is Eli Parkhouse, who will see his gap of 1/4 of a second extend to the best part of half a one. And that has allowed those behind. Aidan Castleman is back up into 4th place now. Oliver Reynolds is in P5. He's managed to get past EJ Deera. They were side by side over the start line. Pede defensive line on Max Tetlow. Look over the shoulder for Eli Parkhouse. All closing back up once again here in Mighty. Harry Foley in that number 22. Looking at him, looks like he's struggling to stay over the steering wheel, but he's certainly not struggling to keep pace with the drivers that have been the perennial front runners. This top 6 throughout the season have been your 6 at the front in Mighty, be it in any order really. And there is Harry Foley going down the inside of EJ Deera. It's dropped them off that top 5, but Foley's up into P6 now. Pede with the tight line once again, being followed by Max Tetlow. Aidan Castleman will look for a little bit of a switch back here on Tetlow. And I didn't think many of them were being particularly fast round there, but they've closed up on Eli Parkhouse. At the very least, Luca Pede has done. So they will tow down the back straight. Tetlow's on the inside of Castleman. They were in that position anyway. Castleman's going to try stick it out round the outside. Reynolds could do well there to stick the nose down the inside of a gap that had been created with Castleman being alongside Max Tetlow. But again now Luca Pede, I think, is his aim now is to try and push Eli Parkhouse away from that battle behind, which now sees Aidan Castleman diving down the inside of Max Tetlow. And if he can push him away, they can then just decide whether who's going to be first and who's going to be second, not go for first, come out in 5th. Wise beyond his years, Luca Pede. Eli Parkhouse doing well to work with him at the front. He's just got to keep his head down and know really when to start defending from Luca Pede. So Astro Matthews and Jack Voss battle it out over P14. They are split now, and behind still EJ Deera and Harry Foley having a good battle over P6. There's Max Tetlow and Aidan Castleman for 3rd place again. Gap forward to Luca Pede on the previous lap was around about 0.4 of a second. It says it's half a second now, but it looks considerably more than that, and be inclined to suggest that the timing system is lying to us again. For the time being. Nonetheless, the order in which they were there was correct. It's just I just don't think the gap is consistent. It said that it was half a second between Luca Pede and Max Tetlow, and that is more than half a second, particularly at the speeds that we are going in our Mighty Bambino class. Still Tetlow 3rd, then Castleman and Reynolds. Gap back to EJ Deera and Harry Foley. Veselovsky, Chung, Odula, Rogers, Meek, Whitfield. Matthews getting past Jack Voss there on the previous lap. Moves himself up to P14 in front of Jack Voss and Fraser Payne. Leaders will cross the timing line now with a very similar amount of time to what they're doing per lap as per heat number 1. So the field will come through as a contact warning for Harry Foley. And there's a gap now between Harry Foley and EJ Deera that is considerable. Deere still in front of Foley. So contact warning for Foley. Hasn't really gained an advantage by losing 3 or 4 seconds or so off the back of EJ Deere. Down the back straight we go for what could be the final time before we see the last lap board, but at the same time may not be. The time was so close when they crossed over last time that it may well be too close for us to give them the last lap board. We are on to the final lap though. It was a little bit slower that time round. About half a second slower than what the best time was, and that because there would have been a little bit of defending from Eli Parkhouse. Lap traffic in front as they come up onto the back of the 83 of Fraser Payne. And they're going to have to contend with. And they're going to do a little switch back down the inside. Good awareness by the leaders to take a slightly wider line on entry, and it did remove an overtaking opportunity for Luca Pede, unfortunately for him. So Eli Parkhouse now will thought he would have moved to the inside to prevent that run into that right-hander, and I think he will be very tight into the hander. They're going right-hander at Wilkins. The train behind struggling to get through, and Pede is through on Eli Parkhouse into the final corner. Luca Pede's going to take the spoils in heat number 2 from Parkhouse. That's Castleman, Tetlow, Reynolds behind EJ Deere. They race to the line. It's going to be tight, but I think it's going to be Foley from Chung, Veselovsky, Odula and Rogers in P11. And that's Xavier Meek and Dalton Dyke Whitfield going to 12 and 13. There is Jack Voss crossing the line in P14 in front of Astro Matthews, with Fraser Payne already seeing the checkered flag as he was classified just behind the race leaders. So Luca Pede and Eli Parkhouse from Aidan Castleman and Max Tetlow, Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deere in front of Harry Foley and Joshua Chung. Teddy Veselovsky, Arton Odula and Cruz Rogers, with Xavier Meek, Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Jack Voss, Astro Matthews and Fraser Payne, your runners in our Might Ease. So one of our younger classes out of the way for the second heat. The next one, another standing start, this time IARMI M1 Heat 2. Jules Nash will start on pole position once again, with Stanley Thurston, who's just taken receipt of his trophy as yesterday's driver of the day during our lunchtime presentation. Presley Knight, who is our champion, will start in P3. Oakley Rudman alongside him, Shay Downey and Briella Stevens on row 3. Jack Rossiminot starts P7, Henry Exton and George Miller, with Frank Tingle and Nicholas Answer in front of Timothy Robinson. James Talbot will start in P13. He'll have Shana Gomi alongside him, Rex Everard and Gabriel Chu. Complete your 16 runners in IARMI M1. Supporting the last race coming in for Max Tetlow from Charlotte and Asher at 657 Media. Some advanced support from Lindsay Goff, Fort River, DiGiorgio Miller, who will be joining us in 2 races time for Coma C50. 5-second board being held to the left by John Hoyle, and we are away and racing. It's a very equal start between Nash and Thurston, but Nash should have the shorter run to the first corner. Stanley Thurston's going to stick it out round the outside though. He's going to lead, although it could be brief because he's gone slightly wide, and Jules Nash will then have track position if he can stay round the outside of Stanley Thurston in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin as the field streamed through up towards Stratford, and Nash has fallen down into second place. Thurston leads then as they go down the back straight in front of Oakley Rudman and Presley Knight, although Knight's going to get hung out on the outside by what looks to be a very fast starting from 7th place, Jack Rossi-Minot, who hasn't quite been with us, I think it's fair to say, pace-wise this weekend, but that is all changed now for the O-Plate as he takes 2 drivers in Jules Nash and Oakley Rudman, who were very preoccupied with each other, into the hairpin down there at Wilkins. And that allows Jack Rossi-Minot to move through from 4th into 2nd place. Mrs. Bedlam in the live chat saying that she read Shenington as Shenanigan for a second there. For any of you that are a fan of an awesome film, underrated film called Super Troopers, it's all about the shenanigans. Stanley Thurston continuing to lead then from Jack Rossi-Minot. Minot's going to lose a place here though, I think, to Jules Nash. In fact, he's going to lose 2 as Shea Downey goes down the inside of him into the right-hander, but Minot's going to come straight back at Shea Downey. Retakes at least 1 place, tried to go down the inside of Jules Nash on the exit of the Wilkins hairpin as well. Slots into 3rd place. Thurston, Nash, Minot, Downey, Rudman, Knight, Exton, Miller, Briella Stevens, 1.9 seconds. Splits every driver there in that camera shot down to the purple helmeted Stevens in 9th place. Nash gets a really good run out of Bruno, and the whole train is going to be there. Thurston's not going to be able to get in. He's going to drop down to P4. Minot's going down the inside of Nash as well. He's so confident on the brakes now. Down at Wilkins. I don't know if he's had a little track walk at lunchtime for Jack Rossi-Minot. It's like a different driver to what we saw this morning. And to a large extent, what we saw yesterday in the wet weather conditions, they weren't really to his liking for Jack Rossi-Minot, but whatever he's had at lunch, he's going to lose a few here, but that's just the nature of the beast for our drivers as they use the slipstream to find the way through for the on-the O-Plate winner back at Rowrah at the start of the season, week before the regular season started. We were back-to-back weekends at Rowrah for the SuperOne O-Plate. If he hadn't have won the O-Plate at Rowrah, would have ran the 46, which goes with his middle name of Rossi, Valentino. Currently settling into 3rd place though, in front of Presley Knight, who sets the fastest lap on the previous lap by 3/10 faster than pretty much anybody else. And here he's going to come down the inside of Jack Rossi-Minot as Presley Knight, and Stanley Thurston's going to help himself through into the same gap as well. Jules Nash and Shea Downey, with Knight going slightly wide. It sends the other 2 behind him on a little bit of a different course. Nash clearly feeling that Downey isn't likely to pop a move down the inside until there's a gaping hole on the inside of the right-hander down there at Wilkins. Field starting to spread a little bit beyond the 2 leaders who are still nose to tail. Oakley Rudman with Henry Exton being pursued by George Miller and Briella Stevens still. Leaders still nose to tail and not looking like that's going to change for the next minute or so. Each driver will have a rough idea in their mind on what the time on the overhead gantry says as to whether they go all out or whether they decide to take a slightly more defensive line. And you can see it change pretty much every lap as they go over the start line as to whether that decision is going to be this lap or next lap. Minute and 30 on the clock. We'll see us have 3 laps remaining, maybe a little bit too early, but There's Henry Exton going down the inside of Oakley Rudman for 6th place. Exton's a driver that's really started to gain a little bit of confidence for the driver in the 32. Knight still leading from Stanley Thurston for 3rd place. Jack Rossi-Minot dropped down to P5, but keeping pace with the champion in the 16 and a driver who in the 28, Stanley Thurston, is putting himself in the picture as one of the favourites for this championship if he sticks around in this class next year. He's right on cue for that marker. He's going to go down the inside of the lad that's just won the title. Have a change at the front of this race as well, potentially there. It looked like Shea Downey had done enough to draw alongside Jules Nash, but Nash with the door closed. Although having said that, looked like Downey had backed out of the move early on. The 2 RCE livery duo carts make it down the back straight. Nash still not really defending. I think there's going to be got to be a change in tactic into this hairpin. Still takes a very wide line on what will be the penultimate lap. Last lap board on the overhead gantry now as they come through. And Nash there with a much tighter line now all of a sudden on Shea Downey. Behind them, Presley Knight, Stanley Thurston are in a different order from what we last saw them, with Knight now in front of Thurston. Nash with a defensive line on Downey, but Downey not close enough. Anyway, so they'll run back down runway towards the Bruno chicane. Downey's got a good run there out of Bruno. They'll be side by side. I don't think there's going to be a lot Nash can do here other than to try and switch back to the inside here and get the dive down the inside, but I think it's going to be a race for Shea Downey here. Has led about 100 metres of it, but it's the most important 100. Shea Downey wins Heat 2 from Jules Nash, Stanley Thurston and Presley Knight, with Jack Rossi-Minot. Henry Exton is disappointed on the final lap as he comes home in P7 behind George Miller. Briella Stevens behind them, Oakley Rudman and Nicholas Answer on the final lap. Frank Tingle, Gabriel Chu, and then we await the arrival of Shiana Gomi. They're in the 44. Timothy Robinson will be some 7 seconds further back, but then we've still got a battle going on between Robinson, Talbot and Everard. Still in that order, but a lot closer than what they were on the previous lap, although Talbot and Everard were fairly close on the previous one. Bedlam in the live chat just saying again, Wiki pass at the end, good battle, absolutely. Now we've only got the rest of the second heats and the finals for you to get your shout outs in the live chat. So do get in touch. If it's the first time that you've got in touch with in the live chat, let us know. Let us know which drivers you're supporting or which classes that, if you're not supporting that class but you've watched another one that you're particularly impressed with, please do let us know in the live chat here on the live stream. We move on then to Micromax and iArmy Water Swift Restricted Heat 2. Field making its way out then. We'll run you through the grid for what is a split class. We've got 4 iArmy Water Swift Restricted runners that have their own little race. Felix Tandy and Jensen Drummond in front of Zane Sofawoglu and Buster Scott. Charlie Cale and Ellis Holt on row 3. Row 4 is Ralph Ewer and Hugh Riley with Logan Edwards and Oakley Howlett in front of Jensen O'Connor and Jackson Foots. P13, Hayden Bailey, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Leo Hunt with Alfie Ward and Tommy Delaney, who came together in heat number 1 starting 16th and 17th. Sam Hope and Cooper Galloway in front of William Ewer, James Hudson, Max Stone, Daniel DeBrio and Rowan Reed. And it's going to be Arlo Jackson with George Bridger, Ralph Dempsey, Alexander Rajakovic, with Santo Amico and Archie Johnson, your Army Water Swift runners. And we'll have Harley Bebb and a few others in there as well. The green flies and we are away and racing as we head up towards the first corner at Cafe, as Felix Tandy will lead us through from Zane Sofawoglu and Jensen Drummond. Good start from Hugh Riley. So he moves himself, Buster Scott, who moves himself up into fourth place, but he's going to lose that to Charlie Cale and potentially Ellis Holt as well into the right-hander down at the Stratford hairpin. There are our Army Water Swift restricted runners making their way through, with Archie Johnson, Harley Bebb, Santo Amico and Archie Ashworth in that Army race. Oh, the two leaders are going to go side by side. It's going to slow down Felix Tandy, who then felt the need to take his hands off the steering wheel. But it's going to be Zane Sofawoglu at the end of lap number 1 who will lead us through from Jensen Drummond and Charlie Cale, Tandy, Scott, Holt, Riley, O'Connor, Howlett and Leo Hunt in the number 66 machine, in front of Hayden Bailey and Logan Edwards, Ralph Ewer, Tommy Delaney, Ezra Robinson, Matthews, Jackson Fuchs, Cooper Galloway and Alfie Ward, Sam Hope and James Hudson complete your top 20. Sofawoglu then will lead, and race day that comes with no pressure now, having wrapped up that championship yesterday, and then with photographs at lunchtime commemorating his victory with the whole team that's made their way over from his homeland in Turkey. Incredibly popular driver in the live chat, has got a huge following as well, and has got all the credentials and backing as well to make a career out of this. Jensen Drummond goes down the inside. That may well allow Charlie Cale to get the run as well, but Cale staying on the outside will now switch to the inside and try and stick his car in. Again, Sofawoglu's able to stick it out all the way around the outside in that 54, but then the switchback's inevitably going to come, and it's going to force him to be on the outside. Again, he's going to struggle to get back in, as do a lot of them. He may well lose 3 or 4, shoehorns the car into position as Tandy goes down the inside of Charlie Cale. That now may well mean that Tandy's on the outside here as they run up towards Park Bend. Drummond leads from Cale. Tandy's going to try and keep it down the inside of Zane Sofawoglu. Sofawoglu holding on to third place, with Felix Tandy now down into P4. Buster Scott and Ellis Holt with Hugh Riley, and then a gap back to Owler, Edwards and Hunt in 8th and down to 10th respectively. Down the back straight we go, with the top 7 still pretty much nose to tail and split by 7/10 of a second. Pick the rest of the field up shortly. We're too wide on the exit as Drummond still leads, but Sofawoglu and Cale go side by side, and that may well allow Tandy to stick it down the inside, and then behind them Buster Scott's going to try and get a run as well on Tandy. Tandy will take the tighter line up towards the right-hander as Ellis Holt tries to retake Hugh Riley, and we've got a spin in the pack just behind, which is Jensen O'Connor in the number 9. It was the Howlett O'Connor Ewer battle, with Leo Hunt having dropped a place and Logan Edwards as well on the previous lap. O'Connor had made up 2, but doesn't bear fruit, and that car is rolling to a halt down the runway straight. We now have 5 at the front. Looks like Holt and Riley have gone missing as well, because that's Oakley Howlett up into P6. Still falling down the order are Holt and Riley. Holt stops the ascension at P17, Riley at P20, so they're gone and out of the mix. Drummond, Sofawoglu, Cale, Tandy. Warning for Hugh Riley. I think that explains where those drivers have gone, as Drummond has the lead wrestled away from him by Zane Sofawoglu. hard into the right-hander at Wilkins. Close quarter racing here between the Micro Max class with drivers up towards the... You can run in 12 in Micro, but to be fair, that's based only on weight. Most drivers have moved up to Inter by then. So we've gone slow boards, have we? Yes, we have. We've gone slow boards. So Battenberg, because we've got a driver in the wall on the far side at the Bruno chicane with 1:39 on the clock. It's one of the RCE carts. Could well be Hugh Riley potentially, although it's not his helmet. I'm trying to pick it out. We've got reports of slight drizzle, and you can see it there on the cameras. The drivers continue to warm up their tyres. We've got it's the 33 of Tommy Delaney, whose cart is just being pushed to safety. Driver's okay. He's up and out of the cart, but the barrier was needed repairing. There was a cart underneath it as well. 52 seconds on the clock. They are trying to slow it down. There is Tommy Delaney up and out the cart. Gives a thumbs up, which is good to see. Field coming down the back straight. Dane Sofawoglu has slowed this pace right down, which is the perfect thing to do, just to allow the marshals to work safely. But what it's also doing is he's running that clock down that he's only going to have to defend for one lap, because we're effectively going to have a green and what we like to call in NASCAR a green and white, which is basically a final lap. We're going to go green, and the final lap board will be shown at the same time. So Sofawoglu will bring us round at a walking pace. Well, he can pick it up now because the time's down to 0. So single file, which is the prescribed restart. Battenberg flags out, but we will go green at the end of this lap. Delaney safely in the marshal's post on the inside of Bruno, just with our on-track Clark. So fully expect the drivers to get the green flag. When will Sofawoglu go will be the question. For me, it would be, I'd go now, I'd tap the brake here, slow the whole pack down, and then I would put the power down. About now would be my tactic, but Sofawoglu's going to lead them slowly to the line. And wait for the green up on the top end of on the board, and there we are going to go now, and Jensen Drummond has swarmed all over the back of Zane Sofawoglu. The pack behind, we've got a few changes further down. That's Hayden Bailey, I think, going all the way around the outside of a few, trying to hold on to his position. But Sofawoglu, Drummond and Cale will lead us up. Felix Tandy in 4th place, Logan Edwards in P5. But it looks like, I think, Hayden Bailey has moved his way through up into that 5th place, down the runway straight for what will be the final time. Green board showing around the circuit. Zane Sofawoglu hard on the brakes into the Bruno chicane. Can Jensen Drummond get the run on Zane Sofawoglu, who has already started to move over towards the right-hand side and will inevitably park that car onto the apex on the inside. He's managed to get it stopped as well. Can Drummond get the run to the inside? I think Zane Sofawoglu is going to have done enough. And heat number 2 goes the way of the newly crowned champion. Sofawoglu from Drummond, Cale, Tandy, Bailey, Edwards and Ewer, with Buster Scott, Leo Hunt and Oakley Howlett, your top 10. Ellis Holt, Cooper Galloway and Jackson Fuchs in front of Alfie Ward, Hugh Riley and Sam Hope, with Ezra Robinson Matthews, James Hudson and Harley Bebb in P19. Your winner in IARMI Water Swift Restricted. Huge shout out for Harley. That'll be his first heat win in IARMI Water Swift Restricted here in Super 1. He finishes in front of Archie Johnson and Santo Amico in that class, and he Archie Ashworth in the 144 as well. So big shout out to Harley Bebb on that victory, finishing P19 overall. So field still coming through. I don't know whether they had an extra. I don't think they all went round for an extra lap at the end, but it was definitely finished already. Now, what will have happened there actually is that because they showed the green board on the overhead gantry, they wouldn't have actually been able to tell them it was the last lap, and therefore they just went round and then would have assumed the next time round would have either been the last lap. They've probably all seen the checker, but the timing shows a checker, and it shows Zane Sofawoglu as your race winner from Jensen Drummond. So we'll have to bring Delaney's car, although to be fair, it is already in the pit lane in front of me. Delaney will be already in the paddock as well, so hopefully he's okay. He did get a big thumbs up, so he'll be out for the final. Next up, it's time for Coma C50. Thank you to everyone in the live chat who is going Zane crazy for Sofawoglu. We'll see him back for the final in around about an hour and 20 minutes time. Coma C50's helpers heading across the track. Their drivers will head out to join them in a few moments time. Matthew Pearson will start on pole position once again. Jacob Hayward-White with Noah Gallagher and Regan Abercrombie in front of Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Sebastian O'Connell on row 3. Jace Hannon and Logan Grassi riveted Giorgio Miller in P9, and then Tristan Begley with Reggie Rhodes and Aidan Hughes on row 6. They finish in front of Robert Hanley and Henry Isles. They're your 14 runners in Coma C50 as they head out onto the circuit and up through the camera at the Stratford hairpin. There's one or two spots on rain earlier on, but during that Battenberg flag, but it didn't really come to fruition. The sun's now out and working hard. And we'd be grateful if it can continue doing that, though we are potentially expecting a little bit around 5, half 5. Hopefully we're wrapped up just before that. Still 3 championships to wrap up today. And they'll go down to the finals in both junior and senior Rotax and in Honda Cadet as well, although Honda Cadet is largely a formality based on Henry Colborne just finishing the races. Board up on the left-hand side, driver's right, and we are away in racing with 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Good start by Pearson. Front of Jacob Hayward-White. They run up towards the right-hander of Cafe Corner. The S-plate of Regan Abercrombie is levered slightly wide and will lose a couple of places from his P4 starting berth. He could well be down to around about P8 for Regan Abercrombie. Tough start for the Scottish champion in the S-plate. This is your battle for second with the 44 of Jacob Hayward-White in front of Noah Gallagher, Jace Hannon. Again, a driver who's ran at the front for most of the season, currently second in points and will likely finish there, but has had a tough weekend here at Shenington. But he's going to try and dive down the inside of Noah Gallagher. That's going to allow Dalton Dyke Whitfield as well there in the all green to potentially get a run into Park Bend on Gallagher, but I think Gallagher may well have track position into the right-hander of Cafe Corner. They're still side by side. Oh, still side by side as they take to the grass on the inside. Back in the order they were with Noah Gallagher to the inside Gallagher's going to get a run here as well, I think, on Chase Hannon. No, Hannon's through. It's Jacob Haywood-White. So Hannon up into second. Gallagher, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Jacob Haywood-White. That's Sebastian O'Connell just behind in the red and white car. Logan Grassi has dropped down into 7th place in front of River Di Giorgio Miller. And then the 66 of Aidan Hughes in 9th place. Just behind them, gap back then to Regan Abercrombie, who takes a very tight line over the start-finish line with Tristan Begley, Reggie Rhodes and Henry Isles in 12th and 13th place. We've got some spinners, and one of them is Logan Grassi. Robert Hanley being shown as a lap down on timing. We have got 14 out there, definitely seen the T-plate, but I'm not sure he is a lap down. I think it's more of a case that the transponder hasn't worked, so we've just added him on the bottom and we'll score him manually as he comes up and over the timing line. Pearson again with a gap. It was nearly 5 seconds in heat number 1. And even with those behind him working together to a large extent, Pearson is absolutely flying at the front of this. He goes down under the 101s for the first time in this race with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute .983. Minutes on the clock as Jace Hannon being pushed along by Noah Gallagher. Behind them, Dalton Dyke Whitfield as Jacob Haywood-White looks to pull out of the slipstream on the right hand side to duck through, but can't do it. Grassi and Hughes were the two drivers that were spun on the previous lap. We knew about Grassi, but Hughes is down places as well to P11 in the number 66 machine. Hannon now with the fastest lap. He's 3.5 tenths faster than Pearson on the previous lap, but he's going to need half a second a lap to reel that in, and he's going to need some assistance as well from Noah Gallagher as Dalton Dyke Whitfield tries and successfully holds off Jacob Haywood-White. This is that battle for second, although it hasn't really been a battle for the last 5 minutes or so. They're trying to work together to try and reel in Matthew Pearson at the front in the 95. Gap's 2.3 seconds, but it's going to be a big ask to reel that in, although another fastest lap by Jace Hannon, but Matthew Pearson, they took a second out of him there nearly on that previous lap. So a really good effort by Hannon and Gallagher. They need to continue working together at the very least for the next lap or so, and then decide whether they can close that gap even further. So Dyke Whitfield and again Jacob Haywood-White still pretty much nose to tail, but Haywood-White can't do a lot about Noah Gallagher at the moment. Behind them there's the gap back to Sebastian O'Connell and River Di Giorgio Miller that was created earlier on with the Logan Grassi, Aidan Hughes spins at Cafe Corner that dropped them down to 11th and 12th respectively. Going to have 2 laps at the end of this one. They may well catch up to Matthew Pearson here. 1.3 seconds the gap. They've really got to be down to under 8 tenths of a second, I think, to give themselves an opportunity. It's around about that. Once again, catching is one thing in Comas, finding a way through, it's a very, very different matter. So you're not on the brakes that much. You can't really dive down the inside and get it stopped on the brakes in these comas. It's all about maintaining momentum. But now they're in the slipstream of Matthew Pearson. They're catching him even faster. Pearson with a look over the shoulder. It was 2.3 seconds. Now it's 2 kart lengths. As Jace Hannon and Noah Gallagher take chunks out of Matthew Pearson at the front of this Coma C50 race. Time in the top left-hand corner elapses down to 0. One more run round the Wilkins hairpin, and Hannon's going to go down the inside, helped in part by Noah Gallagher. Change for the lead as Jace Hannon and Noah Gallagher's down the inside as well. They've taken 2.3 seconds out of Matthew Pearson. Gallagher up onto the curb on the inside. He's got to settle back into 3rd place. Jace Hannon, who started this race in 7th place, will now spend the next minute or so white lining that number 75 machine. Pearson's going to try him round the outside. He's going to try for a little up and under, but the door was open for Noah Gallagher to dive down the inside, and that'll give Jace Hannon the respite he needs for a corner at least. Gallagher's going to try round the outside of Pearson. Door closed by Pearson, but he was far enough in front. Hannon naturally migrating back to the inside as they go down the back straight. Pearson once again is going to try and switch back to the inside. He's going to try and a wider line round Wilkins to try and get the momentum to the line. He might have to go the wide way round the outside, although Hannon's left the door open. Side by side to the line. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? It says it's Gallagher, but the timing's gone to pot. But I'm fairly sure that it was Jace Hannon from Matthew Pearson at the line. Not quite sure what's gone on there. It's currently showing Noah Gallagher as the winner, but he was behind both of them. Hopefully we'll get another chance to look at that in a few moments' time as they come to the line. So here's the run out of the final corner. Hannon left the door open as they come to the timing line. We're going to slow it down and cut to the front camera as they cross the line now. Fairly sure that's a Jace Hannon victory, but from that camera angle, it's straight on. Not entirely sure. I think it's Hannon from Pearson. Hannon thinks it's Hannon. And Pearson didn't celebrate, so I think that's Hannon, Pearson, Gallagher in that order. But we shall see what the results produce further down the line. Next up then, if it's anything like last time, it'll be a classic Honda Cadet 200 and Mighty Cadet in a split grid for heat number 2. Well, it might have had a sprinkling of rain 5 minutes ago, but we're not taking the sunglasses off just yet. Joining me in the commentary greenhouse, is Andy Jennings.
Back again. I do love a bit of Honda though.
I love Honda. It's a hugely underrated class. This one's been a bit up and down all season. We've gone anywhere between about 6 and 16 entries. It's been.
You look across the grids. You know, people do say it's been a decline in Honda. I don't think there has. I think it's just getting to that part of the year. You know, people change ages, they move up classes, and you see that grid increase, you know, beginning of next season. You know, but Honda is such a great little class. It's where they learn their racecraft. It's where those kids learn the karting life, I suppose. The engine doesn't. It's a pull and go. The engine. That's something. But as well, it doesn't bail you out if you make a mistake. You've got to have those revs up. It's a Honda engine. You've got to have those revs up. So if you muck a corner up, you're going to bog down.
It's a centrifugal clutch. That is a lovely.
What is he wearing?
If I didn't know that he was already in Australia, I'd think that's got Josh East written all over it.
Yeah. Although he hasn't got the pink hat on.
No, he hasn't got the pink hat on. So yeah.
But that's a cracking shirt. It's a shame they're not listening live, but they're going to watch back on this.
At some point this morning, he's looked at all his T-shirts available and gone,
I'm wearing that one.
That one.
Yeah. Did you ever look in the mirror, though?
That's a harsh statement, Andy.
I think he'd be blinded with the colours. Well, anyway, we digress. Here we go. Back on the track. So they're going out. So it's split grid, this one. I find it's really difficult to keep up. Oh, what's popped up someone's cart there?
Someone's lost something. They've lost 2 bits, in
Could
fact.
be...
it's quality left peg there by the marshal.
Yeah, that was good. Just hope that's not a GoPro or something that's now going to be bouncing across.
Alfano cover, maybe? I don't know.
No. That's good left hook though, no? Right, so we're out. So yeah, this is mixed grid. I get really confused with mixed grid, so I'm going to rely on the Sullivan here to keep me going. But there we go. So starting the grid, we've got row 1, Daniel Stangerson, Junior Wright, Jack Wong, Frank Pearson, Jacob Amos and Harry Waters on row 3. Row 4, Freddie Howell, Amelia Christie, Samuel Kenny, next to Galusa Hudson. And then we go on to the next class, row 6, Reggie Duffy, who's the other one, Phoebe Shelton, Henry Colborne, Alfie Bai and Nico Walensky.
Ben Bowers going off the Ben Bowers level on the... with Reggie Duffy on the front row.
That's right, they're starting to set themselves up. So we've got the little electrics going out first.
My T's will lead us through then. 7 minutes on the clock. They'll be the ones that dictate the time of this race. Trying to slow the pace down, but Stangarian will lead us to the line.
See, they've got instant off, haven't they, these electrics?
And we're away. Jax Wong is not particularly impressed with what is a very fast starting Freddie Howell.
But we're racing. We've gone green. And then we've got the Hondas coming up behind as well now. So they're going to be starting very, very soon.
Yeah, there's Honda's picture in the bottom right-hand corner as Reggie Duffy leads us to the line in that class. And they'll head up towards Cafe Corner. Oh,
too wide.
Yeah, big punt from Teddy Veselovsky, or Nico Veselovsky, sorry, into the back of Henry Colborne, but they all managed to survive in Honda around the first corner in the order that they qualified.
They got it through, and to be fair to them, by that second corner, they was all in their single file, and that's where they need to be after that second file. They don't want to be 2 or 3 wide in Hondas. You know, this is all about keeping your pace. You know, it's points. You know, race easy for the first 2 laps. Just get yourself where you need to be with your speed. And as you were saying, David, with Hondas, you know, if you lose a corner, if you lose that momentum, you lose it all. But
takes a while to get it back with that centrifugal clutch that engages at about 2,000 RPM. Colborne down the inside of Ben Bowers for second place. And that could allow Veselovsky to get past Shelton as well. Daniel Stangarian with a defensive line. Junior Wright's going to get a little switch back here. They'll run side by side down the back straight towards Bruno.
Yeah, he's tucked in behind. He knows he couldn't keep going there. He was lose speed.
Duffy leads in Honda from Colborne. It's Bowers and Phoebe Shelton. Here goes Colborne down the inside. He is your champion-elect. He's just got to finish the race day. But he wants to win this in style.
I tell you what, it's good to see the Mighties coming up. You know, seeing more of them on grid now. It is the future of karting. We know it's going to be going that way.
Duffy's going to try and get a run back on Colborne and will retake the lead, and it closes it right back up. They were 10 kart lengths clear.
I was just about to say, we've literally just got a 5-kart train here.
And they come back, and big shout out to Alfie B as well in 6th place there. He was a little bit further away throughout the season, and is now really starting to close up onto the pack, is Alfie in the number 91 machine. Stangarian still leads then from Junior Wright. We'll try and run you through a full order when they come past the commentary box. In about 20 seconds time.
The commentary box comes on. It's not so bad in this one. It seems to cool
it's
down
cooled down a tad, hasn't it? It's the second warmest com box in the country behind Ella Park. They actually have a conservatory on top of the building.
Not done Ella Park. Here we go.
Daniel
Stangarian
then will lead us through in front of the 12 of Junior Wright. Then it's Jax Wong. 75 is Frank Pearson, Jacob Amos, and the 77 of Howell in front of the O-plate of Jack Voss. Samuel Kenny going well in P8 in front of Gianluca Hudson in the 17 and the 23 of Emily Christie.
It does amaze me, David, how you know all the race numbers.
I mean, I've got my notes to the right-hand side, but I've not picked that up.
No,
I've not watched them at all, have I?
I'm watching you. You're literally just reading off these names. That is that's top commentator, that is. That's where I struggle. Names.
Shelton in second place. Oh, Bowers wide. There was no contact there. He just saw the carts coming down the inside, and he'll drop down to P6. You can see
the frustration
with himself rather than pointing at anybody else. But it's Duffy leading then from Colborne, who almost like a sidecar, like leans himself over the wheel to try and free the weight off that inside.
He's getting that jack. You know, these drivers are light. You know, yes, you've got the weight of the engines. We've got some the driver there pointing down. He's pointing down at something. Who that was? I just saw it out of the commentary box.
We've lost one. It's out one. Oh, Alfie B's still there. Duffus still going well in P. Well, still leading. Sorry, it was Veselovsky.
Oh, there's a wide one there.
That's Alfie B.
Yeah, he done well to hold that. I thought he was going to go grass cutting there. So we've got these two front there. These two front runners. Where are we?
Yeah, that's Daniel Stangerian Jr. right in
made a nice little gap there.
As we're saying, for those of you that are watching karting that might not have owned one or just enjoy it, or you might be a grandparent or a friend watching, it is a solid rear axle, so it's not like a slip differential. The inside, left wheel and the right wheel, they spin exactly the same amount of rotations. Hence why, when we're talking about Jack here, down the inside goes Colborne. If you can get the weight off the inside rear, lift it up in the air, the kart unicycles round the corner, and therefore you're not effectively, the inside wheel is not, has to go half the distance really that the outside wheel does, and therefore the inside wheel tries to push you on as the outside wheel tries to take you around the corner.
And this is why you see them leaning. At this age, this weight, they struggle to jack because they haven't got that top weight. So the lighter the driver is, the harder it is to jack.
Exactly. Even your junior class where you've got, let's say, a small driver like a Pudderfoot against a taller driver, the taller driver can get that weight and throw their own body weight, and it's the difference between the static weight that Jude will have on the back of the seat and the dynamic weight that becomes the driver getting heavier and bigger.
And then also you've got to remember, these drivers are an inch off the ground. They are literally, when you see this, this footage here, the drivers moving around, and when you're in that car, that's close. Look, you're literally 2 inches there, wheel to wheel,
right down the inside.
Right down the inside there.
Stangerian tries to squeeze him, but Junior Wright's got the job done with 1:30 on the clock.
So the reflexes of these young drivers are just phenomenal. I couldn't do it. To be fair, every time I do try, I keep breaking ribs.
It's Scooters that you break ribs on. Shelton down the inside of Duffusy, and that's going to allow Veselovsky to get a run on his Ambition duo teammate. Oh, it's going to be Frosty in the awning.
Oh, we've got contact, but there's, the three of them done well to keep that on. But
Colborne's he was miles back at the start of this lap, and he's coming right back into it. Shelton down into third place. Duffusy down the inside. Veselovsky going through as well. Colborne closing right back up again. At the start of this lap, Henry Colborne was 0.8 of a second off the kart in front, not the leader. And that's going to be Veselovsky down the inside of Duffusy.
We're 43 seconds, one lap away. These drivers are doing this now. They've got to get their points up. They're all fighting for that first, second, third, and fourth place.
I am a huge fan of Veselovsky. He's so young. He is in his first year in Honda, and he is going toe-to-toe with some very experienced drivers. He is one to watch in the future.
Natural talent.
I've nailed it on before. If he goes and competes at the highest level in this country, in a few years we could be looking at a national champion there in Veselovsky. He's still got a little bit of time. He's still got down the inside, like I say, he's still got to
straight through there on 75.
I was about to say he's still got to figure out when to make the right moves, but that'll come with experience.
And Colborne just used that to his advantage. He saw it coming and went straight around the outside.
This will be Colborne's pretty much his last weekend in Honda now. He's going to move into Inter. He's been doing this a long time, and you see that's where the experience of knowing that kart's done that, the karts are going to end up there, so I'm going to put my kart down the inside comes from.
But it's a big jump though from Honda to Inter. That you go into that Rotax engine, it's all very different driving styles. Yes, the chassis is the same size, but it's all about that engine and the different way it works and the torque behind the Rotax. We got contact wall here for Harry Was. Didn't see where that was.
Didn't final lap then, as the Might E's are the ones that dictate where that time comes. They'll have their own finals later for both of these classes, but Daniel Stangerian showing as the fastest lap, so finally the transponder picking up for the 22.
And he's in P1, he's got no real toe. In fact, the person behind him should have the fastest lap because he's got the toe there. So it's, they're pair of them just in there, slipstream pushing there. So we're coming over to the final lap now.
Final lap for Honda as that is Duffusy from Colborne, Shelton and Veselovsky. We'll keep an eye out on our Might E front runners. They'll come into shot now onto the back straight. Will they? No, that's further down the order. That's Jax Wong and Jacob Amos. Amos is going to go down the inside for third place. Is he going to carry too much speed? It'll be Junior Wright from Daniel Stangerian. That's your top two. And then it's going to be a race to the line. I think it's going to be Jacob Amos, but
that's close.
I wouldn't be sure on that one. It's going to be him and Harry Voss.
Yeah, they're just coming now into the pits.
Honda's still going at it as Colborne's going to try down the inside of Duffusy.
Yeah, it's a risky move. That's Zach's favourite move, to be fair there, but it's risky.
Shoehorned it through. Shelton was going to get a run there, I think, as well on Dufficy, but it's going to be Colborne, Dufficy, Shelton and Veselovsky, with Bowers and B crossing the line with a 10th between them. Look tighter than that, but this straight on camera doesn't give you that.
No, you can't see the
give
angle,
you that view. I think the best view for that is the combox from PF, because you are literally straight over the tunnel. It's one of them. It's not the best overall track visual, because the way that effectively the window is angled slightly forwards, it gives you a great shot forwards, but when you look at an angled window to the side, it distorts it a little bit, and then you can't really see anything. No, to be fair, you can't really see anything over the whole track at PF, and you've got to go stand at post 4 on the as they come off the bridge to
all tracks are different about what you can see. You know, like Shenny here.
Yeah.
You know, depending on where you see, you can see probably 80% of the track.
I mean, Three Sisters is great for visual. It's just you've got to walk 7 miles to get there.
You've got to go right up on the top hill.
Yeah, and if you're a mechanic and you've left your driver and then you've got to try and run all the way around to watch, race is over a bit time you've got there and you're out of breath.
That's Laurie McVeigh's mum and Kaz Grounds sitting there.
Let's see whether Laurie McVeigh can put in a performance, although he did end up with a penalty.
We said he took risks.
Yeah, in the previous race for gaining an unfair advantage, as did Warwick Milam as well. It's handed the real emphasis to Jake Cosley. Let's have a look at a grid then in a few moments' time for Junior Max Heat 2.
Let's go.
You keep pressing the button for me. So it's going to be Jude Puddifoot on the front row. It's going to be Cossey alongside him, Milan, Jennings, Taylor and Hundle in front of McCullough and Hartley, with Anders, McVeigh, Beasley and Dolby on row number 6. Grounds, Banks, Peacock, Dufficy, Stockton and Rond in front of Richardson, Shahini, White, Allen, Halewood and Benjamin Jones, with Alexander Adams, Lydia McLaughlin, Harry Ward and Tyler Orridge at 28.
Okay, looks like we've got a full start.
Well, no, if they have a false start, if they false start after I've rattled through that grid really quickly, I'll be fuming with every single one of them.
I think we're going to go green. There we go.
Lights are already out and we are away and racing.
We've got the movement, and then we're green.
Puddifoot's already got the emphasis as Warwick Milam goes round the outside. We've got issue for the 37 of Travis Dolby on the inside. He'll rejoin, but he'll be at the tail end of the field. Looks like the cart is okay though, as they run up, as Milam defending from Cossey. Jennings down the inside, but looked like he'd got tapped into the rear, but he's rode it out. He survives into P4, being pursued by what appears to be the 65 of Cian Hundle.
Yep, so, you know, as expected, we've got those fast drives at the front. I think on this one we are going to see those top 3 pull away. Your fights are going to be from P4 down to about P9. You can see the movements there.
Good move by Peacock.
Side by side there, trying to go through Wiltshire. Back over the start-finish line. They see I rolled up, so we've got Puddifoot, Milam, Cossey, Jennings, Hundle, Taylor, McVeigh, McCullough, Anders and Beasley. That's your top 10 currently. Let's see if that holds.
I think it will be a massive ask for it to be in the same order at the end of the race. Down the inside goes Laurie McVeigh on Nelson Taylor to relieve Taylor of P number 6. McCullough just behind, Jake Anders as well.
Yeah, so this is where McVeigh's really got to make up those spaces, because as I say, he had that penalty in that previous race. You know, that's dropped him down that list of points. You know, but McVeigh is taking risks now. He knows he's got to do it. If he's got those points, he's got to go off. But it's going to be at the top. There's going to be Milam and Cossey. You know, Cossey's going to drive safely. Milam's just pulled the fastest lap. So, you know, Milam, Cossey, they're in the contender for this championship. Puddifoot and Jennings aren't. So, you know, Puddifoot and Jennings, they don't need to take risks. They're just going to drive. But Milam and Cossey have got to decide. Are they going to push hard, or are they going to stick in this, just get their points and go to the final?
Still plenty to play for, particularly given... Oh, that's Peacock wide and was pretty much out onto the bank, but ends up facing in the right direction. I don't think she lost a place in the O-Plate. We trophy down to 10th at the end of the season awards, which will be on the 14th of November at Kartmania.
Yeah, Kartmania, we're going to be there. You know, if you're thinking about getting into karting, Kartmania is where you want to come. All the teams are there, all the championships are there. You know, that's where you go and talk to people and learn all about karting. If you're coming from rentals and you want to go to own, or you're just going to stick in rentals corporate, Kartmania is where you want to be. Let's have a look, see where we're going. There's been no movement at the front there. I think the top 4, maybe 5 is going to start pulling away.
had a really good interview with yourself at Kartmania last year that you've promised to publish on YouTube, but I haven't managed to find yet, Andy.
Yeah, I know. I need to put my finger out. But it's been struggling with editing one-handed, and I have to put out all the races that we're recording now because everyone messaged me going, "Where's part 2 and part 3 coming out?"
Yeah, if you haven't published it before November, there's no point doing it.
I've got to publish it before Kartmania. It's on Instagram. I'll saw you.
It is there. Down the inside goes Milam for the lead on Jude Pudderfoot, who hasn't managed to gap the field in quite the same way. He's going to come straight back at Milam. Milam's going to squeeze him in the run up to Park Bend. They'll remain side by side. Pudderfoot's back through, and it's back them into Cozzy, who goes down the inside of Warwick Milam.
Cozzy going to hold that.
Which side's Jennings going to pick? He's going to end up on the outside. He's got to pick. Effectively, if they go side by side, he's got to pick a friend.
Jennings is moving around there. He's going to try and get on the inside line.
Don't think Milam was fast enough round that corner to allow Jennings to get that switch back. He wanted Milam to be a little bit quicker and a little bit wider, but then Milam couldn't go any faster than what Cozzy was going in front of him.
And this has allowed 5, 6, 7 and 8 to catch up. So again, like the previous Heat 1, we have now got them all bunched up together.
Down to Taylor in P7. There goes McVeigh down the inside at the same time that Zach Jennings puts a carbon copy move on Warwick Milam, who is now frustrated because he can see Jake Cozzy gapping off in front of them, and he's back down the inside of Zach Jennings. Jennings, though, immediately switching back on Warwick Milam to retake third place. They'll run up towards Zach Jennings. Is going to open the door. That's going to allow, and I think that could allow McVeigh down the inside as well. They'll run side by side, a little bit of side pod to side pod. Kian Hundle trying to find his way through as well down the inside of Nelson Taylor. Taylor holds on for P6.
You see, those drivers had a choice there. They either held their position and one of them was going to come off, but they said, no, best back off here. There's no point coming out here. We're in the top 5 with good points.
McVeigh, Jennings. McVeigh. Jennings is up on Warwick Milam, and I can't help but feel that all was caused by Laurie McVeigh going for a gap that was never going to be there when he arrived.
And he's just, that's no doubt it's going to be a penalty. That's going to affect his championship, and he's just taken, two drivers
they've taken
out.
The other one out, the other driver that could have done something about it as well, in Warwick Milam as well. It was a gap that was there when he started the move, but was never going to be there upon his arrival. And that looks like that is that Milam completely out of the race. I know there's a few Sodi Vitesse karts.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that's still Nathan Rons going around in the 67.
I don't know if Jennings got back on the track or not. I think we're dropping down here.
Classified P25 at the moment. There is the kart of Warwick Milam. He walks away despondent. His championship hopes in tatters.
And to be fair, if McVeigh gets a penalty on that, I think he's championship.
I think it is as well.
I think he just gave that to Cozzy on that move.
Cozzy's off into the distance, and now here, Cozzy
doesn't need to do anything.
Doesn't need to do anything.
These two just need to drive. They need to pour a cup of tea.
Look, Cozzy just telling Pudderfoot, go forward. Don't defend. I'm not going to dive bomb you.
No, it's just us now.
I don't care if I'm going home at the end of the day with a drink in one hand and a sandwich in the other rather than a trophy, because on the 14th of November, I will be taking the 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship
I think
trophy
it's in the bag now.
home.
Unless something happens massive in the final, I think this is in the bag. And that's what happens when drivers take risks. We've seen it before.
We spoke about it throughout the day that there was some drivers that needed to take risks, but they needed to be winning races and have Cozzy a little bit further down the order. At the start of the day, it would have needed McVeigh and Milam to have near perfect days. Cozzy would have needed to have been outside the top 5 in the heats and the final. Now it's going to be in a position where he's probably just got to finish the final. Yep. P28 will do.
Yep, that'll do. So we've got 37 seconds, 1 lap. It's clear here. I don't think Cozzy's going to make a move and put a foot. I think he's going to come over that line and say thank you very much. Welcome to my top stand on the podium.
Well, it's all they need to do, isn't it, now?
Yeah, but look, if young Hartley's done well into P7 there. Nelson Taylor P5, BZ P4. I say McVeigh, I don't think he's going to hold P3. I've got no doubt a penalty to be awarded towards McVeigh there, so he will lose 5 place penalty. So he will drop him down the order. Nathan Rond, Kian Hundle, Anders in 11th. Those drivers we know are quick are all up there.
I think Beasley's had a good weekend. Say that he's not done a Super 1 before. Was good in the wet yesterday. It was very interesting to see how we go today in the dry.
There we go. Cozzy's just saying, go on, just go. Just keep driving. I'm not interested in overtaking. Unless you make a big mistake, I'm going to stick here.
Be even more interesting. Cozzy now just needs to I'd drop half a second off the back of Pudderfoot.
He might as well just have a cup of tea.
Just have a tootle round.
Yeah.
And then if this was the final, I'd drop 2 seconds off so that I can get a good photograph.
Oh yeah, just yeah. both arms out. So as we're on this final lap then, I've got no doubt nothing's going to change in the front there unless Pudderfoot makes a big mistake. So looking at those gaps, I think this is how we're going to finish. We've got Pudderfoot P1, Cosy P2, McVeigh P3. That's going to change, I'm sure. Beasley P4, Taylor P5, that's going to be your top 5. Unless something really drastic happens. But looking out that window, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, someone in the live chat seems to think drivers crashing is funny, which is, unless you're like 12 years old, that is a very immature way of going about life, and I think you just really need to readdress your standards. Jude Pudderfoot will win heat number 2 from Jake Cosy. It's going to be Laurie McVeigh from Jack Beasley and Nelson Taylor, Tyler Banks, Elijah Hartley, Alex McCullough and Nathan Rond, with Jake Anders completing your top 10.
All those top 10 drivers deserve to be up there.
It's been really competitive.
Just looking out the window now, we're looking at drops. See if anyone's got any noses. McVeigh's got a nose.
So if he gets a nose and even potentially
that could be a 10-place penalty.
It could well be, couldn't it?
Yeah, you can see he's in his face there. Everyone else seems to be coming across. Well, there we go.
Jack Beasley's going to gain a place.
He is
and move himself up into the top 3.
I've got no doubt our nose is probably annihilated. Right, well, there we go. There's our results. Pudderfoot, Cosy, McVeigh, Beasley, Taylor, Banks, Harley, McCullough, Rond and Anders makes up your top 10. Well, that was an interesting race. It was all to play for, but I think he's just been handing the plate to Jake Cosy. So the final's going to be interesting now.
Well, now, because everyone's just going to go all out for the win, aren't they? Because everything else is pretty much dealt with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done. And that's where you see those driving standards drop a little bit, but hopefully everyone just comes off safe. Well, that was a nice one. What you got next?
Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet as a merged grid. Then we're going to have Senior Max, and then we start our finals. So we get an extra couple of races for that as well, because we split
them off.
We split our merged grids.
They are. So yeah, this is this next group is again youngsters coming up, going into it. These kids are young. This is where they start. It's all about learning and moving forward. Well, thank you very much for having your sauna again. It's not too bad now. I almost bought you an ice cream actually.
Which would have melted all over my laptop.
Yeah, I know. Almost bought you an ice cream. Right, well, I will see you in the final.
Pleasure, Andy. Thank you very much for joining us once again. We'll see you in around about an hour and a half's time for the Junior Max finals. I'm sure you'll be in slightly early as well.
Yeah, I want to see
I think Honda are just in front, so we'll get them out as well. Even though there's only 6 of them, they do put on quite the show.
They do put on quite a show. Well, I'll see you in the next one.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much. Next up then, Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet, heat number 2. So there's Warwick Milam's kart. So you're feeling about as sorry as the driver may well feel that his championship is over in terms of his opportunity of winning it. It was a long stretch anyway for Warwick Milam, but a driver that has improved so much in the last sort of 18 months, both on and off track. I had a good chat with him at Clay Pigeon about, I think, how much he's matured as a driver in the last sort of 18 months to 2 years. Real shame to see the kart looking like that, but driver that can certainly go back at this season and look at it back very fondly as an overall picture. So that kart will be returned back into the paddock. Next up then, we've got the grid for Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet heat number 2. We'll get you a grid for that class in a few moments' time. So thank you for those that are still getting in touch in the live chat. It is greatly appreciated, of course. Feel free to press the thumbs up button as well on the stream if you are liking what you're seeing. And similarly, because we're an equal opportunities provider, free to press the thumbs down one if you're not enjoying it. I mean, you know, knock yourself out. It's a free world. TJ McLeish will start on pole position with Charlie Gregg alongside him, Oscar Tarzi and Leyland Bradnam on row number 2 in front of Ronnie Griffin and Charlie Ford on row 3. Evan Dearden will start in P7. Finley Fawkes alongside him with Joshua Sharples and Amelia Hay, Xavier Davidson and Arlo Atwood on row 6. Row 7 we'll see Charlie Dickinson and Eli Romalo with Jan Hamira and Nixie Hay completing your inters into our mighty Super Cadets. Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson Murray failing to finish heat number 1 with a problem. Will Beattie and Logan Jackson will go off the second row with Jacob Hutchinson and Casey Baker with Jaden Bond and Oscar Dudley in front of Harry Watkinson, Brandon Hartley and Zachary Parr. That's Stanley Thurston there, the smaller of the 2 drivers in the RCE suits. So get ready to watch this second heat in Inters. Whilst we are taking a little bit of time before Inters as we get the carts back in, I just want to reiterate something I mentioned just before the lunch break. Feel free to have a quick look in the description of the stream just below where it says SuperOne Championship Round 12 live from Shenington. There's a link in there to a Just Giving page for Evolve Motorsports, Chris Lemaire, the whole karting community sort of coming together in the last month or so for Chris, who's having a tough time of things at the moment, having been diagnosed with cancer. So a lot of people raising a lot of money at the moment for Chris Lemaire of Evolve Motorsport. So please feel free to click that link and see if we can raise a little bit more on that GoFundMe. It would be greatly appreciated. Many people aware of Chris Lemaire and Evolve Motorsport in the karting community. So please do click the link. I know a lot of people will have already, but if there's anything spare in the bank account before getting paid on the last day of the month or whatever, feel free to throw it in that GoFundMe. It would be greatly appreciated. On screen, Tom Day of Tom Day Racing as he nervously waits for the end of the day. He said, overheard a conversation in the cafe earlier on where he said, I'm walking around the awning telling everybody that everything's fine and that I'm very relaxed. He said, but I'm incredibly nervous as he's got both Jake Cozzi and Jarek Metters in that TDR awning that can wrap up both junior and senior Rotax SuperOne Championships today. So he says, I've got to play the game where I've got to tell everybody it's fine and that I'm not nervous at all. Lying to make friends, clearly, Tom Day, but doing what's necessary in the hope that TDR can secure the crown in both junior and senior Rotax in around about an hour and a half's time for those 2 classes as we head to the finals for the final time. This is the penultimate heat of the season. As the field make their way into position. Again, a double grid for us. Nice and slow. TJ McLeish and Charlie Gregg on the front row. McLeish dictating the pace, as is his prerogative as the pole sitter. And we are away and racing. McLeish will lead us through then from Charlie Gregg. It's been a good start by Oscar Tarzi, who fell down the order on the final lap of the first heat. He maintains 3rd place as we try to keep a tab on our mighty Super Cadets in the bottom right-hand corner. We might catch their start as the field is through and round the Stratford hairpin, and We are away and racing with Ansel Murray leading Harry Stinson round the first corner. Will Beatty Logan Jackson, W plate of Jacob Hutchinson in P5. Inter's already starting to fragment a little bit. Change for 5th place though, and that could well have been. We'll see them clocking through in a moment. And Arlo Atwood with a contact warning. Timing has only allowed the first 4. After that, we're not quite sure on who else has come through at the moment. But it's still McLeish down to Tarzi, the top 3. Bradnam in P4. Mighty Supers coming over now with Ansel Murray leading from Harry Stinson. So as you were in the top 5, behind that's the 148 of Jaden Bond in front of Casey Baker. Still no change. So TJ McLeish tries to retake the lead here from Charlie Gregg. And they'll run side by side. Gregg's going to try and keep the nose down the inside and holds on. That may well allow Oscar Tarzi to get a really good run at them both as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin. He thinks about diving down the inside in the red and gold liveries. LRG stickered number 70. Behind them, Leyland Bradnam, Griffin, Sharples, Dearden, Ford, Fawkes, Atwood, Davidson, Romalo, Amelia Hay, Charlie Dickinson, Nixie Hay and Jan Hamira, your Inter runners. The E-plate of Oscar Dudley just falls down to the tail end of the field in the Mighty Super Cadet class. Here goes Oscar Tarzi trying a move on TJ McLeish. Not quite close enough to make that work. We'll try and get a full run through of your Mighty Super Cadet runners. So there's a warning for contact for TJ McLeish, currently in 2nd place. Mighty Super Cadets will come up and over the timing line now. It's still Ansel Murray from Harry Stinson, Will Beatty and Logan Jackson. They've got a good gap though, but there's been a change for 5th place now. It is the 148 of Jaden Bond in front of the 139 of Casey Baker, the W plate of Jacob Hutchinson. Pick the rest of the field up when they come through next time round as they flash past the window a little bit too quickly. Still the top 3 in into nose to tail, Laidland Bradnam, but there's a this battle then for 5th place with Sharples, Griffin, Dearden, Ford, Fawkes, Atwood, Davidson in there as well, and Amelia Hay in the number 21. So try and stay with this one and try and pick out the order further down. We've got we've got the 130 and then the 184 in front of Oscar Dudley. So Harry Watkinson and Brandon Hartley in front of Oscar Dudley. So that's your order at the tail end of the Mighty Super Cadet class. Support coming in for Charlie Ford in the live chat. He's in this battle that's just about to come into shot now. And there he is in with the white nose. He is in 17. Starting to split into some trains. Leading trio pretty much as you were. They head up and round. Mighty Super Cadets had to change for the lead. Harry Stinson leading now from Ansel Murray, although he has got a contact warning. It's still Sharples from Griffin, Dearden, Ford, Atwood, Fawkes and Davidson down the inside for 2nd place. Oh, up onto the back of Oscar Tarzi goes TJ McLeish. McLeish not particularly happy with Tarzi, but McLeish was up on the back of Tarzi. Tarzi was down the inside. Don't necessarily agree with McLeish on that one, but obviously drivers are very partisan towards themselves. Very rarely do they ever go, yeah, that was my fault. It's always the other driver. It's the racing driver mentality. Murray back into the front in front of Stinson. Not sure whether Stinson's redressed that contact warning earlier or whether Murray has found a way through nicely on Harry Stinson. See whether he can make a move, although Murray going very defensive into the right-hander of Wilkins. And he's appearing to park that cart now, with Harry Stinson still trying to find a way through. Behind them, Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. And the three-cart train currently being led by Casey Baker just behind. Can Stinson get the switch back? Although Ansel Murray seems to have got the switchback scouted by just having a little lift mid-corner and just lets the cart roll rather than trying to put the throttle on and leaving that cart going too wide. You can see noticeably he's not on the power straight away on the run round the right-hander for the Stratford hairpin. Some really good tactic being employed by Ansel Murray. Dearden trying a little move down the inside there on Ronnie Griffin, not quite close enough. And then the 17 of Charlie Ford closes up onto the back once again. Train behind them is so the E-plate goes down the inside. Train behind them, Atwood, Davidson, Fawkes and Hay still going at it, but we've had a change once again at the front for our mighty Super Cadets as down the inside goes the O-plate of Ansel Murray on Harry Stinson. This is that battle back down to Charlie Ford in the Carlos Sainz 55 stickered number 17 in 8th place. Stinson's dropped down into P3. It could even be P4 here as Logan Jackson tries to squeeze through. Will Beattie's already through and he takes no prisoners, that's for sure. In 2nd place, we saw that in heat number 1 when he introduced Ansel Murray to the grass on the left-hand side. Looks like we've lost Eli Romalo, and I think he's in the marshal's post in the run-up towards the Hanger corner. We're on to the final lap for our Inters. They're the ones that start this race. So they will be already out of the final corner, I think, and heading towards the checker, with Charlie Gregg taking the victory from Oscar Tarzi and TJ McLeish. Leyland Bradnam and Joshua Sharples. Down the inside at the far end goes Harry Stinson on Will Beattie. Will Beattie straight back down the inside of him. Logan Jackson tucking in as well. Oh! As that looks like we've got the driver from that second battle going off to the right-hand side. It could well have been the 148 of Jaden Bond. Here comes Stinson down the inside of Will Beattie into the right-hander down the far end of the circuit. He's going to take 2nd place behind Ansel Murray. Murray takes the victory from Stinson. And then it's going to be Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. 139 finishes P5. Casey Baker, the W plate of Jacob Hutchinson. Then it's going to be the 144 of Zachary Part. And Jaden Bond coming in, punching the steering wheel for the 148. So we've got a cart there on the left-hand side for Eli Romalo just to be collected. So while that is, before we head to the final heat of round number 12, we're just going to take a few moments. So the final heat of the 2026 HW BIM Services SuperOne Championship is almost with us. Senior Rotax ready to go out just as we clear the circuit of a few carts that have had some problems. Big shout out as well to HWE for their support throughout the 2026 season. For those of you that are wondering what BIM is, it's building information modelling. And I haven't googled that. I work in construction on the normal job. The turn up and shout at moving carts bit is just the side gig at weekends. Until somebody comes along and pays me £1 million a year to do it. So yeah, F1 and all that, give us a shout out. It will never happen. George Cole will start on pole position. Jarek Metters alongside him, Isaac Parkinson and Rory Hinckley in front of Tom Nottingham and Billy Edgecombe on row number 3. Ronnie Smith starts in P7, Lewis Holt alongside him, Kieran Denyer and Caden Welch in front of Max Lorna-Bennett and Ollie Rowley on row 6. Row 7 sees Kai Pepperell and Kian Eastick in front of Robin Brain and Jacob Baran, Lucas Steele and Harry Gill, and with Dylan Tracy and Albert Wilton in P20. 21st, Riley Mason-Lewis in front of Ralph Oliano, Emma Stoner and Luigi Pellini, with Tom Williams and Gabriel Towers completing the 26 senior Rotax runners. 7 minutes and the lights go out. We are away and racing as we run up towards the first pinch point of Cafe Corner. Looks like everybody's through nicely so far. Indeed they are. As we head up then towards the first heavy braking zone of Stratford. George Cole has managed to get a lead at the front as down the inside goes Isaac Parkinson for second place on Jarek Metters. We've got a few carts going very, very wide. They're 3 wide in the run up to the Bruno chicane. They're going to need to figure that out, and that's Tom Nottingham getting squeezed to the outside in the number 15 machine. Finally managed to figure themselves out into some sort of single file order, but it will only last a few corners, I can assure you of that. George Cole with a gap of 0.8 of a second is clear at the front from Isaac Parkinson and Jarek Metters, with Billy Edgecombe clear of Rory Hinckley as well. Metters just pushing along here with Isaac Parkinson. That's all he really needs to do. He's going to dive down the inside of his Tom Day Racing teammate. Unnecessary in terms of the championship position. He just needs to stay on track without too many issues here for Jarek Metters. But clearly feels that he's got a little bit more pace than Isaac Parkinson, as Parkinson then will defend for Billy Edgecombe, although Edgecombe's seen it coming and doesn't even need to run side by side as they go down the back straight towards the right of Bruno. Rory Hinckley trying to go down the inside of Isaac Parkinson. Parkinson rides that one out as Ollie Rowley moves himself up into 6th place. He's getting some support in the live chat as well from Robert Vaughan. Went to school with a lad called Robert Vaughan. Probably not the same one. We've got a cart off at Bruno, although the driver is out of it and moving away. It's Tom Nottingham in the number 15, who had a troublesome opening lap. But whilst we're talking about Tom Nottingham, big shout out to his mum Karina, who has provided me with brownies and Rocky Road at most rounds, and then surprised me at fullback by rocking up the plate of sausage rolls, which was greatly appreciated. I tucked in, even shared a few because I'm kind like that. But thank you very much for the support throughout the season. Greatly appreciated, and hopefully Tom has a more fruitful final than what he's had second heat. There he is. Cart's been moved away. He's just waiting on the behind the marshal's post on the run into Bruno. So So Metters and Edgecombe over second place at the moment. Cole looks comfortable with that gap of 1.6 seconds at the front. Caden Welch now with the fastest lap on the previous, moving himself up into 6th place. Ronnie Smith retaking 7th. There's Isaac Parkinson. Oh, Billy Edgecombe and Isaac Parkinson come together in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. And that's allowed Hinckley and Welch and Smith. Rowley will be through as well there as well, with Lewis Holt, Kieran Denyer. Down the inside goes Caden Welch on Rory Hinckley. An opportunity, I think, to see that incident up at Stratford again. So Isaac Parkinson went down the inside of Billy Edgecombe. Edgecombe looked, tried to defend it. There was a bit of contact there. Parkinson was already committed to go down the inside. Both of them do still end up facing in the right direction, but they've lost some places as there is Parkinson out of the race. There was something came off a car that was blue. It looked like it could well have been off Parkinson's car, and whatever it is catastrophic. His car is parked up alongside Tom Nottingham's. They are about 100 metres apart, so they can't even have a conversation. Walked away as Isaac Parkinson. He had a strong day in terms of his positions until now. Fortunately, he's out of this one. But, Cole and Metters clear then in 1st and 2nd respectively. This is battle for 3rd place with Caden Welch and Rory Hinckley in front of Smith, Holt, Rowley. Edgecombe recovers and holds on to P8. Kai Pepperell and Kieran Denyer in 9th and 10th respectively. Caden Welch in the 95 kart, and quite apt given the number. Or Lightning McQueen sticker kit. Hinckley just behind for Joe Weaver racing in the number 12. Minute or so on the clock. Leaders will easily get round before the time elapses. It might be tight for the 42 seconds. Not sure George Cole can do the back straight and Wilkins in 10. So it may well be 2 seconds. As Emma Stoner, I think, in the 33, trying to make a move down the inside in the Project One racing car. Started karting fairly late, did Emma, bearing in mind we're in seniors and it's the 2nd full season of racing. Just looking to gain some experience racing across the country at national level. Proves that you don't have to be like 6 years old. You know, all the conversations that this driver started when he was 3 and this driver got his first set of race boots when he was 2, and you know, my driver got their first helmet when they were, you know, seconds out of the womb and all that jazz. And you can start karting whenever you like. There's lots of tracks, particularly now with indoor tracks, you know, pretty much in every major city. Onto the final lap, you can go racing. You can find, particularly, I mean, here at Shenington, they do Formula Libra, which is a very cost-effective way of going racing on a 2-stroke chassis. Someone's in the pit lane with a, it's the 20 of Lewis Holt is in. The exhaust has detached itself from the engine. George Cole, Jarek Metters, Caden Welch in this battle for 3rd place, but it's going to be George Cole taking the victory in heat number 2. Behind him, Jarek Metters. That 2nd place will mean that all he's really got to do now is finish the final to be your 2026 champion. Caden Welch and Rory Hinckley in front of Billy Edgecombe. Ollie Rowley with his best heat finish of the season in P6. Kieran Denyer, Kai Pepperell, Ronnie Smith and Jacob Barron in front of Max Lorna-Bennick and Kian Eastick. So Cole, Metters, Welch, Hinckley, Edgecombe, Rowley, Denyer, Pepperell, Smith, Barron, Lorna Bennick and Eastick, with Tracy and Steele in P14. Gill, Brain, Wilton, Pellini, Mason Lewis and Emma Stoner in front of Tom Williams and Raul Foliano in P22. Gabriel Towers, and then your drivers that didn't get to see the checkered flag, unfortunately. Lewis Holt with a mechanical issue brought him in with 2 laps to go. Isaac Parkinson, who was involved in that incident with Billy Edgecombe, and Tom Nottingham, who was out of the race earlier on as well, down in P16. He was out 3 laps before Isaac Parkinson. So those 2 carts just being pushed in on the trolley. Drivers walking in as well. Both still helmets on, and as anybody from a karting paddock will tell you, if a driver leaves his helmet on after they're told to take it off, it's because they're upset. A quick look in the live chat. Once again, thank you very much everyone that's getting in touch. Nathan Hotrod saying, come on Shay Downey, another win, you deserve it so much. They took the final yesterday. Kurt Kaplan rooting for Jake Cozzy to win the championship in junior. Well, you're going to have to wait about an hour, but he hasn't got a lot of work to do in that one, actually, for Jake Cozzy. He's done the hard yards already. A couple of the Mighty Bambino parents are having their own personal race across the circuits. It's good to see that they've still got some pace. I think we need to do more of this, but we need to put like a tyre wall every 20 metres, like the Grand National, getting potentially bigger, and maybe like a trough on the other side. So, and here at Shenington, there's loads of tyre walls, so we could potentially do that. Right, Mighty are heading now onto the track, so it'll only be fair that we give them a sting and look for a grid. So the 2 heats have set the finals for the grid then in our Mighty class, and it's going to be Eli Parkhouse on the pole position berth. He's had a heat win, as had Luca Peed, but Parkhouse, who was on pole at the start of the day, is the deciding factor. He starts in pole position. Luca Peed alongside Aidan Castleman and Oliver Reynolds, with Max Tetlow and EJ Deera on row 3. Harry Foley and Teddy Veselovsky, with Joshua Chung and Arton Odula, Cruz Rogers and Dalton Dyke Whitfield in front of Xavier Meek, Jack Voss, Astro Matthews and Fraser Payne. Final few runners rolling into position. 9 minutes now on the clock plus 1 lap. That's the first final of the final round here. Is about to get underway. Good start by Luca Peed off the outside. He crosses the line side by side with Eli Parkhouse. Parkhouse though has a shorter run to the left-hander, just because they are side by side on the grid, but he has got a short run because the first corner is a left. So round he goes as Oliver Reynolds is going to try and take the outside line. That might leave him exposed, and he's going to lose a place, I think, to Max Tetlow. Rest of the field coming through nicely. The 83 of Fraser Payne. So Parkhouse, Peed, Castleman in 3rd place. It looks like it's Tetlow P4. It is, with Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deera. Then we've got a gap back to the rest of the field. So the top 6 that have been the top 6 largely throughout the year are there. We had a Harry Foley going with them in the previous race, but I think he's down in 8th place. He is behind Teddy Veselovsky and Arton Odula, Joshua Chung, Xavier Meek, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Cruz Rogers, Astro Matthews, Jack Voss and Fraser Payne. Castleman, they're all thinking about it, aren't they? Just ducking out, dropping back in, ducking out again, considering a move down the inside. Again, Luca Pede's just going to get his head down here, and I get the feeling he's just going to push Eli Parkhouse and try and break away from the rest of the field. You've just got to try and stay with them for a lap or two and try and split that duo at the front, because Parkhouse and Pede very compliant with each other, and it's for their mutual benefit, of course. If they can work together and pull away, it's just a case then of doing what they did in the final few laps of both Heat 1 and 2, and that's argue it out over P1 and P2, and it's a safe option for our drivers at the front. Down the runway straight up towards Bruno once again. Parkhouse, Pede, Castleman going well. Yesterday's final winner, Max Tetlow, in the 57, just is in danger of being cut adrift here. Needs to come out of this corner within a few kart lengths to try and maintain a little bit of slipstream, because he's not got Oliver Reynolds or EJ Deera, because they've swapped round on the previous lap to help push him onto the back of Castleman, and Castleman's losing a little bit as well there. He's with the duo in front now. Tetlow has caught back up to Aidan Castleman, and hopefully those two can work together to try and get onto the back fully of the two in front, which would be good for the neutral. Pede there with a little bit of oversteer on the exit. Saria tried to come round on him. They are going to come out of the Bruno chicane nose to tail the top four. Starting to drop Reynolds and Deera though. We could do with seeing these lot have a little bit of a battle earlier on, as Pede goes wide and Castleman's going to draw alongside. It's going to be a long run all the way around the outside for Castleman, unless he can keep his foot in all the way up and stay round the outside at Park Bend. He's going to give it a go, and he likes the look of it, and down the inside it goes. Oh, we've got a driver up on the top of him. Max Tetlow will drop down into P6. Largely no harm done other than track position, but for a moment there it looked like it was going to be a tough one. Hasselman then up into second with Pede. They're going to need to again make this decision now as to whether they're going to work together or push and push, because there goes Reynolds down the inside, and the UK plate of EJ Deera is going through as well. They're going to need something, because Eli Parkhouse is going to have a gap that's probably nearer to a second than half a second when they come up and over the timing line this time round, because of the tribulations of the previous lap. 9/10 of a second is the gap. As they shot through the camera of the left-hander past the grandstand and up towards the right-hand hairpin of Stratford. Trying to push along down the back straight, and I do think that they are fractionally, by staying in a straight line, finding a way to be a little bit closer to Eli Parkhouse. They're going to try and go three wide down the back straight, as EJ Deera may well succumb here to Luca Pede, but look how much it's split the pack. Pede's going to be down in fourth place, and again he's one by one and occasionally a two, where we're losing drivers that are falling adrift of the leaders. Down to Tetlow now is 2.6 seconds, and they were nose to tail 3 laps ago before they all decided to have some squabbles. The only two that are still nose to tail are your leading duo of Aidan Castleman and Eli Parkhouse, and here goes Castleman. For the first time in this final, Eli Parkhouse does not lead 2.5 minutes to try and get back onto level terms with Aidan Castleman. Reynolds just behind in the 77, waiting to pick up the pieces. But at the same time, probably closing in. There's nothing to stop everything here. Concertina in back together. Get the feeling if Aidan Castleman can defend how he defended Max Tetlow for the win yesterday. Lap traffic in front. But Aidan Castleman yesterday, his defence of the lead when Max Tetlow caught him at a rate of 3 to 4 tenths a lap in the final. As soon as he realised Tetlow was on the back of him, he just flipped the switch and went into a very defensive mode. But he did exactly what he needed to do on this occasion. Car in front. Are they going to try and go round the outside? Yes, they are. It's always a little bit risky doing that the driver on the inside will then go wide and not manage to notice you're there. But again, it is the faster driver's job to find a way through. This isn't like car racing where the blue flag does the job. And there's Luca Pede going for an uncomfortable ride over the curbs, trying to find his way round the lap traffic as Parkhouse goes back down the inside of Aidan Castleman for the lead. Drivers lapping in the 59-second mark. They'll cross the timing line now at 58 seconds. We may just have 2 laps here, unless they can find half a second or so. But I think next time round they're going to see the last lap board. Once again, the drivers at the younger end of the scale, 5 to 8 years old, putting on a show for the viewers of Super One. Parkhouse, Castleman, Reynolds. Pede showing us in 4th place, but now he's down in P6 behind both Tetlow and EJ Deere. Arton Odula up into 7th place from P10. Ten seconds on the clock now for our drivers. Is there any way that they can still showing us 2 laps to go, so they have got round in just enough time. The time normally on the screen is around about a second off where it actually is as Aidan Castleman goes down the inside of Eli Parkhouse. It's not game over yet for Oliver Reynolds. He's a second off, but Castleman is going to defend now and guarantee that Oliver Reynolds will be on the back of this duo before the end of this lap. They'll run side by side down into the Bruno chicane. Parkhouse is back through on Aidan Castleman. And then immediately goes defensive, and Castleman could, well, it could be too defensive. Castleman could drive all the way around the outside here of Eli Parkhouse, and they are very occupied with each other. And there is Oliver Reynolds, who is equidistant off the back as they go round the corner. The 2 leaders get on the power a little bit earlier. Last lap board this time round as they come through. Parkhouse from Castleman and Oliver Reynolds, 1 of 3 for the final victory in round number 12 of the HWE BIM Services Super One Championship. The final time to get on the top step here in this championship this season. They'll run 3 wide up towards the right-hander of the Stratford hairpin. Oliver Reynolds is going to try and get a switch back, and if Aidan Castleman's on the inside, he could well try and push him through. It's still Parkhouse, Castleman and Reynolds through Bruno, but Parkhouse has gone very deep in that corner, and it's not going to be a fast exit for him. Oliver Reynolds is a little bit too far back on the outside to try and take full advantage as they come up and into the right-hander. Parkhouse could well have done enough, but he's gone a little bit deep in there. Castleman trying to get back to the inside. The day, though, will belong to Eli Parkhouse. He takes the victory from Castleman, Reynolds, Tetlow, Pede and Deere as they go side by side at line. We're going to be 4 for 7th place. Xavier Meek from Teddy Veselovsky, Harry Foley and Arton Odula in P10. Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Cruz Rogers and Joshua Chung in front of Astro Matthews and Jack Voss. Although they're still battling up towards the line, it will be Jack Voss as Astro Matthews slows at the line and might not even make it back into the pit lane. That cart just rolling now under its natural speed. I don't think the engine's on, or I say engine, the power unit. No, it is. He's just rolling in for Astro Matthews. And with no carts to collect, we've already got helpers for Iami M1 making their way out. Parkhouse then takes the victory from Castleman, Reynolds, Tetlow, Peed, Deere, Meek, Veselovsky, Foley, Odula, Dyke, Whitfield, Rogers, Chung, Voss, Matthews and Fraser Payne. So we move on to our next final. It's time for Iami M1. So grid for Iami M1 then. Be with us very, very shortly. Jules Nash then leads us out of the gate with Stanley Thurston alongside him, Shay Downey and Presley Knight, with Briella Stevens and Henry Exton on row number 3. George Miller starts P7, Jack Rossi Minot, Oakley Rudman and Frank Tingle, Nicholas Anser and Gabriel Chu in P number 12. 13th will be Timothy Robinson, Shiana Gomi, James Talbot and Rex Everard in P16. Standing start, so not have to worry about them getting into a formation. So field all into position. Clear the grid board being shown. So Jules Nash, who took his first heat win earlier on, and Stanley Thurston, who took his first heat win yesterday, will share the front row as they head off in front of yesterday's final winner Shay Downey and the newly crowned champion for this season in Presley Knight in 4th place. Henry Exton with a good start moves up into P5 in front of Briella Stevens, who drops down into 6th place. In the purple helmet, rest of the field coming through. That's Jack Rossi Minot in the O plate, diving down the inside into the right-hander of the Stratford hairpin. Top 3 already on a little bit of a breakaway here with Nash, Thurston and Downey, and Thurston's going down the inside. There is no teamwork. It looks like we may well have lost the camera down at the final corner, and I can't really see it out the common box window because somebody has parked a glamorous massive motorhome in the way, and it is also about 200 metres away, and I've not been eating me carrots. Thurston though will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1 from Jules Nash and Shay Downey, Presley Knight and Jack Rossi Minot, Briella Stevens, Henry Exton, George Miller, Oakley Rudman, Frank Tingle, Shiana Gomi and Gabriel Chu, with Nicholas Anser, Timothy Robinson, James Talbot and Rex Everard. So late dive down the inside from probably a little bit too far back there for the 51 of Shay Downey. Needs to be careful because behind them coming along is Presley Knight, who's had a season to remember. Downey's going to try and move down the inside on Jules Nash, and from distance it looks like he's got that move done. Thurston though continues to lead. Downey up into 2nd place with Nash and Presley Knight right up onto the back of Jules Nash now. Gap back then to the O plate of Jack Rossi Minot. Henry Exton's fallen down the order having ran well in P5, he's down into 11th place. Looks like he's had a little bit of a spin on the lap prior to that one. He's down 4 places to P11. Again, now Downey just trying to push away. Presley Knight doing the same with Jules Nash. And Nash opens the door, carries the speed though. Mentioned earlier on that wide line and hooking in, if you don't lose a place, is the faster line by a good margin, but just leaves you vulnerable to carts sticking a nose down the inside. And, do need the drivers to be very compliant. Stanley Thurston, who was awarded the driver of the day for yesterday, he had a very unfortunate final, but he did enough in the 2 heats to show his credentials yesterday and how good he was, and he's backing that up right now by leading this final from Shea Downey. At the moment, Jules Nash and Presley Knight, but it could be any one of 4. Knight now, we're taking that wider line to try and get the exit. Look at the slingshot he got out of that corner. Just didn't have enough to dive down the inside. In fact, probably had too much that he was right behind Jules Nash and then couldn't just have the cart hooked through onto the left-hand side. Just having a look out the window. It's sunny over the track, but it does look cloudy in the background. But again, the picture making it look a little bit darker than what it actually is behind the commentary building here at Shenington, which doubles as well, it's a scrutineering building, doubles as a commentary box and all that, but it's all about commentary, isn't it? Thurston, Downey, Jules Nash and Presley Knight. Still the top 4. There's Briella Stevens down the inside of Jack Rossi-Minot and holding firm for 5th place. Miller, Rudman, Shanagomi going well as Jack Rossi-Minot back down the inside of Briella Stevens. Four minutes on the clock, which will feel like a lifetime for Thurston at the front. But will also give Downey, Nash and Knight plenty of time to think about who's going to try and make the first move. And it's got to be a good one, particularly if you look at somebody like Knight, who needs to get down the inside of Jules Nash cleanly. And by that, I don't mean in terms of contact, I mean in terms of not losing a lot of time. When you're going to do it, you've got to, there's no point splitting the pack, getting 3rd place and then being a second or so off the 2 in front. Needs to find a way through, but he's got to find it somewhere where it's not going to lose him a huge amount of time. 0.3 of a second, split 4 of the best IAMI M1 drivers in the country. Nash thinks about the move down the inside of Shea Downey, and that's where, not lost any time. Gained a place, but not lost any time to Stanley Thurston. Really good driving from both of those drivers in A, gaining a place, but also B, not losing time whilst being overtaken. I say this a lot, and you look at certain corners where you can lose loads of time, and there we go, Nash and Downey down the inside of Stanley Thurston, is that you've got drivers in the big classes, 30 deep maybe at times in juniors, and there's not a lot between them until it comes to losing time on overtakes, and they defend too much and they end up a second a lap off where they think they could be, and they'll have that conversation on the way home where they'll go, I was a 10th off the front runners in qualifying and in practice, and in the race I'm 15 seconds down. And it's all about not losing the time when being overtaken. Slotting back through there, and we've had 3 changes of position, including a change for the lead in the last lap and a half, and these drivers that are at most 8 years old, and in the case of like Stanley Thurston is still only 6. They are driving well beyond their years. Jules Nash and Stanley Thurston with heat wins to their name. Thurston took his first one yesterday. Nash took his first one this morning. They're going to run side by side in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, are they? No, slotting back in goes Stanley Thurston. Presley Knight is now up into P3 with yesterday's final winner Shay Downey just behind him in 4th place, but he will come back into it because at some point somebody's going to have to move into a defensive mode, and whether that's Nash defending the lead or Thurston trying to hold on to 2nd place. Thurston's out the slipstream, down the inside into Hanger, and he's back into the lead, but we know Nash can dive back down the inside into the right-hander at Wilkins. 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and it's anybody's game between Nash, Thurston, Knight, Downey as they cross the line. Less than a second between the top 4. Big look over the shoulder from Stanley Thurston. They won't have gone anywhere. And here goes Nash down the inside. Thurston needed to defend with 2 to go. He's got to get the switch back. And Presley Knight now has got to get to the inside and push Stanley Thurston through and take full advantage of the gap potentially being created. Can't take advantage of the gap. And Thurston now has got to go defensive and park that 28 with every corner. Can Nash get the switch back, or is Knight going to go down the inside? Now Knight's up into 2nd place, and that's not who Stanley Thurston wants right behind him. The reigning champion as they head on to the final lap. Knight has won so many of these finals this season. Stanley Thurston is, for me, a champion in waiting in this class next year and or the year after. I don't want to put too much pressure on the young shoulders, but this lad can mop up in iArmy M1 if he stays in this class, and he's going to run up towards the Stratford hairpin unopposed as Jules Nash goes back down the inside of Presley Knight, and Shay Downey's back in the mix as well. They'll run side by side, and Downey could well push through and take full advantage as Jules Nash goes back down the inside of Presley Knight. Downey's on the outside. Thurston's home and dry because they're battling out behind them. He dropped down the order early on. He's fought his way back to the front. They'll head up to Wilkins for the final time. Knight down the inside of Nash. They'll run to the line. But for the first time, he took a heat win yesterday for the first time. And it's finals time for Stanley Thurston. He takes the victory from Nash, Downey and Knight. That's your top 4. Stanley Thurston, Jules Nash, Shay Downey and Presley Knight. They've changed a bit further down with Rudman, Miller, Minot and Briella Stevens in front of Frank Tingle. They'll come to the line now. They're still squabbling. But it's Gabriel Chew, Henry Exton, Nicholas Answer and Shernagomi, Frank Tingle. Robinson and Talbot will still be battling to the line, and indeed they are. I think that's Robinson just in front of Talbot, and it will be Rex Everard to complete your runners. So Stanley Thurston takes his first final victory in SuperOne. And as he came into the pit lane, there was a huge cheer from the grandstand on the outside of Cafe Corner for Stanley Thurston. He takes the victory then from Nash, Downey, Knight, Rudman, Miller, Minot, Briella Stevens and Gabriel Chew, Henry Exton, Nicholas Answer and Cheyenne Agomi in front of Frank Tingle, Timothy Robinson, James Talbot and Rex Everard completing your 16 runners. So next up then for their final here today in this season, it'll be our only amalgamated final. It will be Micromax and iArmy Water Swift Restricted. So Micromax, probably the most popular class in terms of what our viewers have come to see. And that's because they want to come and see the pole man. They want to see Zayn Sofawoglu. He's going to have the best opportunity of winning this final from the pole position berth. He'll have Felix Tandy in the K-plate alongside him. So we'll run you through a full grid in a few moments' time. They head out onto track. Zayn Sofawoglu and Felix Tandy being spanned this weekend by his dad and Le Mans driver Nick Tandy. Jensen Drummond and Charlie Cale on row number 2, Ralph Ewart and Logan Edwards on row number 3. Oakley Howlett starts P7. He's got Hayden Bailey for company, Leo Hunt and Hugh Riley complete the top 10 in front of Ellis Holt and Jackson Fuchs. P13, Cooper Galloway and Jensen O'Connor, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Sam Hope with Buster Scott and James Hudson in P18. Max Stone, Daniel DeBrio and Alfie Ward with Arlo Jackson and Rowan Reed in front of George Bridger in 24th. Then it's going to be William Ewer, Ralph Dempsey, Alexander Rajakovic with Tommy Delaney, and then your IARMY Water Swift Restricted runners of Santo Amico, who's already been crowned your IARMY Water Swift Restricted champion here in the HWE SuperOne Championship, and Archie Johnson in the 111, Archie Ashworth and the W plate of Harley Beth. Field making their way through. The Army Water Swift Restricted runners are a little bit closer than what they normally would be, which means they'll have to go in and false start. Just waiting for them lights to go out, and it's the false start, which wasn't the tidiest, so we're going to have another go at it. Field will slow slightly. They're currently picking, still going at a decent pace, but they'll see the green flags with the yellow chevron showing it's been a false start, and we're going to have another go at it. Thank you for everyone again that's getting in touch in the live chat. If Sofawoglu races this championship again in the future, I am going to have to probably learn Turkish, because we have got a lot of comments in the live chat coming in that I unfortunately can't read out because I am not fluent. But plenty of support coming in, of course, for Zayn Sofawoglu, who has been the one to beat in this championship throughout the year. Here we go then as they head into the tram lines for what will be the final time for Micromax this season. As Tandy tries to stick it out round the outside, and he's going to be down the inside, I think, but Sofawoglu has left him enough speed. We've got 2 or 3 drivers getting involved. One of them, I think, was Jensen O'Connor, and we've got 3 drivers perched together at corner 2, and we may well end up Battenberged here just because we've got a very frustrated 41, the 61 and the 28 as well in there as well. Alexander Rajakovic is one of them, Arlo Jackson, and the 28 of Ralph Dempsey, but I think he's out of this race potentially. He's perched up on the curb. We've got drivers off as we've gone to a Battenberg flag, and they've not noticed. We've got Ellis Holtz off on the left-hand side. That's Charlie Cale. Don't quite know who the driver is on the right-hand side in the black and orange, but that was messy as we went to a Battenberg flag down that back straight. That is Ralph Ewer, is the other driver in the 53. It is. They're going to surely have to join the back of the pack. No, they're going to... Are they driving back to retake their position? I'm not sure. It's a risky move. being told to pick the pace up and go racing. They have retaken their positions, which is strange. You know, the Battenberg flag is still a race. The race is still going on, therefore it doesn't nullify anything that's happened. But, I mean, look, we can't tell them what to do mid-race. The driver puts the helmet on, the driver makes the decisions. It's anything that happens after the race off track is what happens after. I mean, like I said, there's nothing to stop the driver at the back of the pack when the Battenberg comes out, just whipping past everybody to be P1. I mean, they'll get penalised for it, but that's something. Oh, we've got a little bit of contact there. It's starting to get a little bit messy in Micromax, which has been a very tidy class throughout the season. But it's all starting to sort of come together a little bit too frequently in this final. Jensen Drummond and Zane Sofawoglu. It's the order when they went over on the previous lap, but now Sofawoglu leads from Drummond, Cale, Ewer, Tandy, Edwards, Buster Scott, Leo Hunt, Oakley Howlett and Hayden Bailey. That's your top 10. Ezra Robinson, Matthews and Alfie Ward, James Hudson and Tommy Delaney, Max Stone, Rowan Reed, with Daniel DeBrio and William Ewer in front of Ellis Holt and Jackson Foots. Completes your 20. Miami Water Swift Restricted has Santo Amico making his way through the Micromax runners. So still 5 minutes on the clock. So plenty of time here as Jensen Drummond just digs in behind Zane Sofawoglu. Cale, Ewer, Tandy. Logan Edwards going well in P6. He's in the next train behind, and he's got a big train of carts behind him holding on to 6th place at the moment as Logan Edwards. Tandy in front of Ewer in that K plate. That rear bumper's up on one side, down on the other. It's not dragging on the floor, it's just it's been just perched in the brackets. It won't be helping the handling of the cart at all, really. I think that's had quite the bash into the rear end of that and will stop the cart rotating quite the way in which you'd have hoped. So Sofawoglu goes wide. Drummond tried to think about going back down the inside, but slots back into that 2nd place behind Sofawoglu. Got one cart coming in potentially with a mechanical issue. Just sounded a little bit throaty on the way through, which is normally the exhaust has popped off. Ralph Dempsey already out of this race at the start, and one of 4 drivers is caught up in that opening lap incident at Cafe Corner, which we haven't really seen many of them throughout the race day. Weekend as well, as down the inside goes Logan Edwards in the 21. He's battling it out with Buster Scott over P6. Scott back through to retake 6th place. Just behind them, Oakley Howlett, Leo Hunt, Hayden Bailey as well. Scott up into 6th place. Edwards in the orange helmet, just in front of 32. So it's 37 actually of Oakley Howlett. Although to be fair, it looks like we may well have. I think we've got an extra driver in there, and I do think it is the 32 of Cooper Galloway. It is Cooper Galloway. He's just not showing on timing between Logan Edwards and Oakley Howlett. He's showing, not even showing at all on timing. Galloway. The colours for Jack's Motorsport. 2 drivers in this race for Jacks. Max Stone in the 11 as well, joining him. Alfie in the live chat saying, where is 32? Well, he's currently sat in 8th place. It's just not showing on timing, which means his transponder isn't picking up. That's a little box that goes on the back of each of our drivers' seats. And when they go over the timing line, it shows you their lap times and their positions as it picks up the order. Sofawoglu defensive now from Jensen Drummond, particularly into the Bruno chicane. Semi-defensive down the back straight towards the hanger corner, and we're going to have 5 for the lead in a moment's time because they're going to back themselves up. There we go with Drummond, but Sofawoglu will hold on, will he? No, round the outside at the final part of Cafe Corner goes Jensen Drummond. Lawrence Underhill asking whether Jake Cozzy's in his final 4 o'clock. Yep, he'll be out in Junior Max later on. Sofawoglu back through on Jensen Drummond, 55 on the clock as they run down the back straight again. We'll see whether Drummond showed his hand too early with that move into the first corner as changes further down the order. Sam Hope in there in the number 22. Drummond not quite close enough, but Tandy up into 2nd place as he goes past Charlie Cale for P3. Cale and Ralph Ewer. Ewer with the fastest lap, but that was earlier on lap 8. We start lap number 10, which will be the penultimate lap. Sofawoglu out onto the curb. That won't be particularly fast, and that may well allow Drummond through, but Sofawoglu is not shy of sticking it out round the outside at Bruno. Just drives without any fear, does Zane Sofawoglu. Tandy trying to go down the inside. There wasn't a gap there. It's a spotter as well, making sure everybody does what they're supposed to do. 1 lap to go. Sofawoglu, Drummond, Tandy, Cale, half a second between the top 5. Any one of them could stand on the top step, and it'd be a brave person to nail a name to the wall. Tandy's going to be down the inside of Drummond. Drummond's going to be on the outside here. Tandy could well be down the inside. They'll run 3 wide in the middle part of the corner. Charlie Cale's going to try and get a run on Felix Tandy, but it's Jensen Drummond who's come out of it in 2nd place. Sofawoglu is tight. He's carrying a little bit too much speed. The switchback could be on. He moves to the inside, blocks off Jensen Drummond, and that could be Drummond's opportunity gone as Tandy will try and come down the inside of Jensen Drummond. Tandy's into them both. Tandy's into them both. You are from P5. Ewer from P5 will come through to win from Charlie Cale as Felix Tandy went in a little bit too hot into the final corner. From Jensen Drummond, Logan Edwards, Tandy in P6 at the end, Buster Scott, Hayden Bailey, Oakley Howler and Ellis Holt. Let's have a look at what will all be at the final corner. Tandy down the inside there, got a little tap, was on the inside of Drummond but just couldn't get it stopped. Up and onto the curb he goes, and the 2 on the outside were passengers really there. And then Ralph Ewer had more time to react than anybody else from P5. He takes the victory from Charlie Cale. Zane Sofawoglu ends the day in P3, but nonetheless ends the day as your 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne champion, having got that wrapped up yesterday. Congratulations to Zane Sofawoglu, your 2026 champion. So, next up then, we move on to race 20. It's Coma C50. So then let's have a quick look at where we're going to be for Coma C50s. Matthew Pearson will start on pole position by virtue of the fact that he has won all of the races so far today. Noah Gallagher, Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Jace Hannon, with River Di Giorgio Miller and Jacob Haywood White in P number 6. Regan Abercrombie, Sebastian O'Connell and Logan Grassi in front of Aidan Hughes and Tristan Begley, with Robert Hanley in P6 on row 6. Henry Isles and Reggie Rhodes complete your 14 runners. So we only had one cart to collect, that's already in, so we are just waiting for the start marshal to get them going. Just having a conversation with the driver, and we'll head back out onto circuit. Will the on-track clerk in a few moments' time, once we get the green to send our Comas round. Although to be fair, helpers are still in the pit lane at the moment, so they haven't gone round just yet anyway. Just give us a little bit of time to tell you about next season. Registrations for the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship will open on the 1st of November, so make sure you're up bright and early on the 1st to get your registrations in for the 2027 SuperOne season. And if you are in the top 10 in the championships, please do join us at Kartmania on the 14th of November for the annual awards, which will take place up on the mezzanine level at Kartmania, held in the wing above the start-finish line and above the pit garages at Silverstone. Having a quick look out the commentary box window down into pit lane. Sam Hope just having a little chat with his dad, I think, and a little fist pump between the two of them. So with the helpers still in the pit lane, and I'm not entirely sure why, I'm going to take a couple of minutes to once again thank our sponsors of this championship for 2026 HWE BIM Services. So, still not got the go-ahead. I mean, I know many people probably don't want the season to finish, but this is taking biscuit, this. I'm only joking. There will be a genuine reason for it, whether that's just people still going through the scrutineering bay, or whether we're just sorting out grid issues, waiting for potentially somebody to be ready. But the helpers still being in the dummy grid at the moment. I mean, the longer we go, the more risky it is of rain. To be fair, it is fairly clear behind the building. The clouds are still quite high, and the wind is coming through nicely, though. It is very, very windy. Cross track as well, rather than sort of down or up one of the two start-finish straights, or the back straight that go in the opposite direction. So the shape of the circuit here at Shenington is effectively, if you ever go and look at it on Google Maps, you can, before you even get in close, you can realise that it was an airfield at some point, the home of the former RAF Edge Hill. And, still got the runway on the other side of the bank, on the far side of the circuit, where we've got gliders regularly going off, and a very helpful windsock on the far end of that to help with if we didn't have any of the flags available to us. Must be a bit of a nervous wait now for our Comas. They're sat there. Again, it's back to the younger age of drivers, sort of 5 to 8 years old, most of which would have started the season at 7. Is the younger age class, along with Mighty. They normally spend a year or two and then potentially step up into Army M1, so we are just waiting. I'm not sure whether it could well be a timing issue as well. Sometimes if we had the issue earlier on mid-race for our seniors earlier on, so we may well just be having a bit of a reset on the timing potential, but I am largely surmising, and by that I mean I haven't got a clue. So feel free to entertain me in the live chat. Again, lots of support coming in for Zane Sofawoglu. Someone just saying ridiculous move at the final corner. It may well have been, however, look, you've got to remember these drivers are young, and they are going to make, the odd mistake. When you see an F1 driver stick it in the wall, and they've had years of experience and millions of quid thrown at them, the drivers here are young. They are going to be inexperienced. It's an inevitable part of racing. As blunt as this may well be, and I'm going to monologue a little bit until the Comas go out, but as a parent, you can never put your driver in a cart and expect that the cart's going to come back pristine, that there's not going to be a wheel mark on it, that at some point they're not going to be they're not going to get taken out through no fault of their own, but at some point they'll end up taking out another driver through no fault of that other driver's. It's very quickly you sort of see parents, that they come into this sport, and the first time it happens, they're apoplectic. They're not a fan that their driver's been taken out. But it happens. It's inevitable. It's part of learning. This sport teaches drivers so much about resilience, so much life skills that they don't even know are being imparted upon them until 3 or 4 years down the line, when something happens and they're not fazed by it because they've been through the difficulties and the hard days. I mean, look, you've got a grid of 30 karts in the previous race. 1 goes home happy, 29 go home disappointed because they've not won. That's the reality of motorsport. There's only ever one winner in every single race, and you have to get used to that. That's life. It happens. Life's tough. Life's not fair. Motorsport teaches drivers that at a very, very young age. They'll go out. They'll have an incident in one race, chain might come off, you know, might run out of fuel, anything like that. It is what it is. You know, Vulcan in a live chat saying, like, you know, sport shouldn't teach drivers to race unfairly. Like, I don't think for 1 minute that was a deliberate move. He's gone for a move down the inside there into a gap that was going to close, you know. But at the same time, life is about opinions. We all have them, and if we don't agree, if people don't agree, then that's not a problem, you know. You know, I think life's about opinions. You don't have to agree, but it's how you react when you don't agree. You can have differences of opinions, and as long as you accept somebody else's opinion and realise that it might not be the same as yours, but you know, that's more of a life thing than it is a motorsport thing. We move on because now we have karts on track, which means the excitement goes back onto the four-wheeled machines. Matthew Pearson and Noah Gallagher in front of Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Jace Hannon, with River Di Giorgio Miller and Jacob Haywood White on row number 3. Regan Abercrombie and Sebastian O'Connell in front of Logan Grassi and Aidan Hughes, with Tristan Begley and Robert Hanley on row number 6. Row 7, Henry Isles, and in P14, the E-plate of Reggie Rhodes. Shout out to Regan's nan and grandad, watching from Bannockburn in Scotland, as they watch the S-plate of the Scottish champion make his way round. There he is on the left-hand side with the white and sky blue helmet, 4th in line on the left side for P7 for Regan. And we are away and racing. Matthew Pearson starts and immediately helmet taps, but it's going to be Jace Hannon who goes round the outside from the second row to slot into second place in front of Dalton Dyke Whitfield. Noah Gallagher down into P4. Looks like it's River Di Giorgio Miller in P5, which is a hold of the start line berth. So Pearson then from Hannon, with Dalton Dyke Whitfield in front of Noah Gallagher. Sebastian O'Connell has found a way past River Di Giorgio Miller for 5th place. Miller down into 6th. Logan Grassi, that's Aidan Hughes. Looks like it's been a good start though by Reggie Rhodes from P14. I've got him down as in having gained a few places at the very least there for Reggie Rhodes. In fact, he's up to P8 in front of Aidan Hughes, Jacob Haywood Wright, Regan Abercrombie, Tristan Begley and Henry Isles. Seem to be potentially missing one driver. I think that might be a timing issue though with the transponder, because I've just counted 14. Riley Prout in the chat asking who's going to win the junior championship. Well, Jake Cossey's got to go a good way not to win it. And I don't want it to be too much of a spoiler. Feel free to stick around to see if he can complete the job, but he is pretty much home and dry. Pearson, Hannon and Dalton Dyke Whitfield, still 7 minutes on the clock here then before we head towards our Mighty Cadet final, which will then proceed Honda and then Junior Max, Intermax, which will be come after Mighty Super Cadet, and then Senior Max to complete the day. So still about an hour's worth of running here today. Pearson then from Hannon. Still, and Pearson not breaking away in the same way that he did in the previous races. That could largely be the fact that Hannon is up into second place early. He's had to fight his way through the order for most of the weekend as Jace Hannon to put himself into that sort of second place, where he has largely been battling with Matthew Pearson throughout the season. It has been for the most part, those two battling it out at the front. Pearson, gap was 0.8 of a second. I think it could be fairly similar this time as they go over the timing line. Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Noah Gallagher, Sebastian O'Connell. They're being put under pressure by Logan Grassi. A little bit of a gap back to Reggie Rhodes, who sits in 8th place but is clear of Regan Abercrombie, who's moved up, I think, in front of Jacob Haywood White, Tristan Begley, Henry Isles. Another bit of a helmet tap there by Jace Hannon. Dalton Dyke Whitfield not able to make a move. This is your battle just behind, with Gallagher in front of River Di Giorgio Miller. Sebastian O'Connell now looks like he's just behind Logan Grassi. Yes, he is. Grassi's going to try and move down the inside of River Di Giorgio Miller into the right-hander. Wilkins, and gets that job done nicely. Grassi looking fast at this stage of the race for the potential to gain some places. Looks like we're not getting the order update in timing, but the actual times are coming through, and now we're actually getting a few manual updates being applied by the look of things. So we'll keep timing there for the time being, just so we've got the list of drivers, and it will update as we go. Grassi past Gallagher, going very well is Logan Grassi in this final. There's Pearson Hannon. Dalton Dyke Whitfield's fallen away, and Logan Grassi's not a million miles back here, with Noah Gallagher seeming quite happy to push along with Logan Grassi. Our trophy presentations are commencing. Here comes Logan Grassi being pushed along by Noah Gallagher, but the pace of the two of them is good. Still 3 minutes on the clock. What are they doing compared to those? They're doing pretty much 1 minute dead. They're 0.3 faster than the leaders. If they can get through, they've only got about a second to close in. There's opportunities here. As Pearson looks over the shoulder, he's got a bit of a gap. That's the gap that needs to be closed in. How much time did they lose getting past Dalton Dyke Whitfield there for Logan Grassi and Noah Gallagher? About half a second was the answer. Although lap times, they were fairly simple. They'd lost, it shows half a second because Grassi is where Grassi was off Hannon on the previous lap. And Hannon now closing in on Pearson. So 2 trains of 2. And then, to be fair, another 2 just behind, with Dalton Dyke Whitfield and River Di Giorgio Miller 5th and 6th respectively. Now let's see what we're going to get this lap, because now Matthew Pearson has got Jace Hannon in a position where he can get pushed along. See whether these two can hold back or whether they're going to start battling. I think that answers that question, as Jace Hannon tries to go round the outside of Matthew Pearson. They did a 1.2, a 1 minute 0.2. 0.3 faster was Grassi and Gallagher, but the time continuing to elapse. I think they're going to run out of laps, unfortunately. Would be nice if we could have a grandstand finish of everybody closing up on each other. So Pearson and Hannon still battling it out, but Hannon hasn't really got enough at the moment for Pearson, although Pearson will now, I think, start to defend. Taps his helmet as Jace Hannon tries to drive round the outside of him at Wilkins. 2 laps to go, and here goes Hannon trying to draw alongside Matthew Pearson. Pearson looks to the left and almost in his head says, why are you going past me? But through goes Jace Hannon, changed for the lead. Hannon in front of Pearson. Still Logan Grassi, who again was 3/10 faster, along with Noah Gallagher on the back of Pearson and Hannon. Hannon going in tight. Pearson's going to try and get a switch back. They'll be side by side and they can squeeze each other in the middle part of the straight, but I think Pearson could well be back through here on Jace Hannon. The reason that lad's just won the championship is because he can drive. But again, look at that. Look at the gap that's being reeled in here by Logan Grassi and Noah Gallagher, who have made a pact to work together to try and close in this duo in front. And as we head on to the final lap, they're not going to be too far back here because Hannon's going to go back down the inside of Pearson. They're side by side, 16 thousandths of a second between the two of them as they cross the timing line. Hannon though leads from Pearson, and I get the feeling he's going to have to defend up into Stratford, but then that could give Pearson the opportunity to do the switch back once again. Hannon's got to go into the corner and almost coast round it to stop the switchback from Pearson, and Pearson's got it done again. Through goes Pearson to retake the lead. Here comes Grassi. Here comes Gallagher as well. And Grassi's up into second. Round the outside, Gallagher as well. Pearson's been shuffled back into 4th place. Logan Grassi's going to have one opportunity to go down the inside of Jace Hannon. Gallagher's going to try and go wide round the outside. He's opened the door for Pearson. Switch back. They'll run side by side. Will Hannon have the door closed? Yes, he will. Jace Hannon wins the final instalment of Coma C50 this season here at Super One from a charging Logan Grassi, who goes 9th to 2nd in front of Matthew Pearson and Noah Gallagher. River DiGiorgio Miller and Dalton Dyke Whitfield are your trophy takers at the end of the day. Sebastian O'Connell, Aidan Hughes, Regan Abercrombie and Tristan Begley. There is Henry Isles coming through for P11. It's going to be Jacob Hayward-White and Reggie Rhodes in front of Robert Hanley. Hanley retiring with 4 laps to go. So we are back, ready for our next final here at Super One. It's time for race 21, Mighty Cadet.
I just joined Sullivan in early here, so let's get the starting grid going. So we've been chatting away. So it's a Mighty Cadet final. So row 1, we've got Junior Wright right next to Jack Swan. Row 2, Jacob Amos, Daniel Stangerham. Row 3, Harry Was, Freddie Howell. Moving to row 4, Frank Pearson in P7. P8 is Ganlusha Hudson. Row 5, Amelia Christie. And P10, Samuel Kenny.
So they'll roll round, rolling starts. They've split away from the Hondas, so they get their own race this time. Honda will be up next.
So you're lucky I was here there, because we were chatting away, you missed the grid come up.
I know. And you were straight on it.
Yeah, well, getting used to you now. Right, so this is the Mighty. So love this little class. We're about to go across the line. Are we going to go green? Let's have a look. And we've gone green and we've gone racing. We're going too wide into Gap corner.
It's been a good start by Jacob Amos in set to move
pulled
up second place.
Yeah, straight up.
So good start by Amos. Junior right, Daniel Stangery, and the pole sitter down into 4th place, although he's going to come through on Jack's one.
There. That's a very popular overtake area. You see, I love this Mindset E class, but what I don't use to is the silence of it.
I've said that the driver should be made to make the car noise.
Well, like the kids do around the paddock when they put little cards, little plastic on their back of their tyres, their wheels, their bikes to make them sound like a motorbike.
That's Samuel Kenny.
Is he going to spin it back round again, though?
Oh,
I thought he was going to do
he's done well, though, actually. Get it up the bank and roll it back down.
It was a bit of a mini J-turn
momentum. Jax Wong trying to go down the inside, so it's going to be Junior right at the front from Daniel Stangery, and it's Jax Wong in 3rd place. He goes side by side with Jacob Amos as they go past the grandstand, and it looks like Wong has managed to hold on in that run up to the far end in that.
Well, not that, Wong has managed to get a gap already of just over a second.
So, timing, I would not pay a lot of attention to that. No, I mean, it's unlikely. It's surprised it's gone up, but obviously it gives us the timing. There we go. It doesn't necessarily work. They've tried.
It does look like a second.
It does work. It does at the front, but that's Junior right at the front from Daniel Stangery, and that's Jax Wong in the blue. The car transponder works.
Yeah,
but it's a different. But it needs the timing system to be able to accommodate.
Well, this is where tracks are catching up.
transponder.
Electric karting is coming forward, but obviously, the signals they give off, they do cause issues with the live timing. So, if they use a car timer on it, very similar timing system, just got to upgrade the tracks.
Well, if certain things overpower other things, it's part of life. Like, you put your hotel key card in your pocket with your phone, and it decides then it doesn't want to work completely. It's the same thing. So whatever's more powerful takes all the.
Well, I saw a dad walking down. I don't know which driver's dad it was, or it was a mechanic, carrying one of those batteries. Oh my God, they look heavy.
Did he look strong though?
Yes. As I walked past, I went, "Is that heavier than a road taxi?" And he was like, "Unfortunately, yes."
Yeah, well, they're full of lithium, aren't they? Or I'm sure it's a lithium battery
it's going to be lithium in there. But they've got one either side. I can't remember.
No, just the one on the left. The one left. Yeah. Give it a couple of years when they're running on hydrogen.
And then we'll see some changes. So we haven't got much changes here on this grid. There's the top. That's a nice little move there.
So Voss in the O plate in front of Pearson and Howell.
He knows he's got 2 behind him there. You can see the squeak of those tyres going through. You can really appreciate how much grip these cars really got.
And I think you get that same tyre squeal in Honda, you get the same tyre squeal in Rotax, you just don't hear it. I think the first time I ever saw an electric car it was a Mighty, it was one of the Bambinos. I was stood on the outside of the first corner at Wilton before they built that big building. Not Wilton, sorry, at Warden.
Warden, yeah.
And
they want overhangs.
I had to say to someone, I was like, what's the noise that I can hear when it's got no sort of, and he went, it's the rattle of the side pod. There's a side pod rattling.
Yeah, they are loose, aren't they?
They run them loose because, and people might say, well, why do you run the side pod loose? Well, if you run it nipped up tight and somebody crashes into the side of you, you'll just bounce. Whereas if you run it a little bit loose, it's like having a little bit of a cushion. It's like having an insole in your shoe.
Not only that, it also lets the car flex. Because you've got to have flex on these carts, as you were talking earlier about Jack, etc. Getting these carts around corners, those rear wheels all spin at the same time. They've got no differential on. By having things that are loose, that can be loose, it gives a little bit more flex in that chassis. It
does. And obviously, when you start getting to your junior chassis, it's round the outside. That looked like it was a 75 of Pearson trying to go round the outside of Harry Voss. Unfortunately, couldn't get it done, but they'll run side by side now up towards Stratford as Voss comes back across the timing line. A few spots on the camera there.
Yeah, as I was walking up here.
Psychological rain at the moment. You get a few spots on the visor. It's who can plough through.
Yeah, as I was walking up here, I was looking up and I was thinking, ooh, it's going to rain. I think it could well be raining for our junior final. I think it's not going to be raining heavy. I think it's going to be a bit.
As a neutral, I would like it to start raining just as they leave the dummy grid, all on slicks.
Nasty.
I'm not, but I've I've come through Pro Kart where we're not allowed wets.
That's true. Yeah, it's like Club 100 drive, isn't it? Club 100 drivers in the wet just drive off. That's probably why
Why Pudderfoot's decent.
so good.
Yeah. Good afternoon to Alex Owen in the live chat once again. Thank you very much for joining us. Voss with a look over the shoulder. Pearson's not gone anywhere.
It's a nice, clean race, though. This.
Pearson's throwing me because yesterday he had his rain suit on. It was bright yellow. And
got an overtake on the outside.
Is he coming down the inside, Pearson? Oh, door closed on him by Harry Voss.
Just lost his line there, lost a bit of time there, but he'll catch up.
Just seen some disgraceful behaviour out of the commentary box.
Someone eating an ice cream?
No, somebody eating a 4-finger Kit Kat but not breaking the fingers off. He's literally just eating it as like all 4 fingers still there. It's disgraceful behaviour. If that was a driver, I'd have him punished with 5-place penalty, but it wasn't.
A 5-place penalty.
Jax Wong has lost a side pod, I believe, on the outside. Yeah, so
that's going to be a mechanical.
Coming out of Bruno.
So yeah, when you leave a side pod like that, that's obviously it's dangerous. So a mechanical will be
keep
given.
an eye out here on the left side there.
Yeah,
we've got a pod missing on that second car.
That message will come up soon, I'm sure.
So I think we are likely to see the third cart there for Jack there, and you can see the side pod missing. It's like going back to karting in the 60s before they gave them side pods. They never had issues with drop downs back then, did they?
No.
If you hit a driver too hard in front, you broke your legs.
You knew. But I'm surprised there's no mechanical given on that so far.
Yeah, not just yet, but there he is. Battery side as well. He's just looked down to the left-hand side.
Here we go, mechanical flag given.
Yeah, the right call as well.
Yeah, and it's sparking as he goes past. It's where he's hitting on the floor. So yeah, this is it the metal touching or is it the battery?
I'm not. I don't know whether there's some sort of earth. Something that basically helps that just runs on the floor to sort of. To earth it, but I don't know whether there's a plate on it, but nonetheless...
well, if there's a plate on the battery, then obviously it's going to be leading through and it's going to be scraping.
And in comes Jax Wong. His
he's
season, he's been very impressive for probably what is the youngest driver on this Mighty Cadet grid for Jax Wong. So,
this is what... karting does these young kids. It teaches them how to win, how to lose, how to deal with something like that.
I'm pleased you've said that because I know you wouldn't have been listening to something I'd said about 25 to 30 minutes ago because you'd have been off in the paddock with your driver. But I'd echoed, it was after the Micromax incident where I said that motorsport, for every driver that gets taken out and it's not their fault, good move down the inside by Pearson, is that a round later on, they'll take somebody else and it won't be the other driver's fault. And that's life. And, look, nobody likes it. Nobody turns up to watch racing, to watch drivers hit each other and drive into each other.
One, you've got to remember, these kids are going fast, they've got no protection.
And if it wasn't... no
seatbelt.
Exactly. And if it wasn't for, it being the summer holidays, every one of these drivers would have had school tomorrow, or they'd had college, or they've got to go to work tomorrow. So nobody wants to see incidents. That's what we're trying to say.
Things. Karting is not cheap on spares.
Well,
a small crash can, I think Wilton Mill, we had £1,000 worth of damage at Wilton Mill.
Well, so let's look at things for the people that might just be watching at home. And let's be honest, right? Not everybody that goes karting is minted.
No,
some people are.
Yeah,
and don't get me wrong, I begrudge nobody because if I won the Euro Millions, my lad would have the best race career that he could ever hope for.
Oh, I'd be buying an F1 seat.
Exactly. But let's even have a look at it. Like the basics. Let's say you damage a stub axle in Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax stub is, I think, off the top of my head, 60, 70 quid.
Rear axle, they get bent regularly because they're made of cheese.
Anywhere between 120, 150.
And you can't just have one because you've got to have...
You've got to have a wet axle.
You've got to have a wet axle. You've got to have a soft axle. This one, you've got
cut down axle.
Different lengths. Different lengths of axle for different conditions. So you're rocking up with some spares. Seats are a couple of hundred.
Yeah, seats a couple of £100, even down to a sprocket.
We're on to the final. It's showing final lap, and that was a celebration by Junior Wright. He's come into the pits. Daniel Stangarian's come into the pits. Jacob Amos has carried on. Oh, now it's showing that we're finished. It was the. It wasn't. That was definitely showing as last lap. It changed. 2 came in, 1 carried on.
Well, that's interesting.
That's one. I was going to go with confusing. And I say that because normally we'd have picked it up because we'd have stopped talking about
price of kind.
Yeah.
But we've still got carts going around. Are they going to celebrate? They come over? I'm not too sure.
Well, now it's showing us finished. There was definitely one parent there trying to tell his kid to keep going round, thinking that. And Jacob Amos is still going. He came through. There he is.
Yeah, there celebration.
He thinks he's won it, and he might have a point.
I don't really know what's
he
going on.
Might have a point.
Yeah, he's celebrating as he's coming to the pits.
Exactly.
Is he going left or right?
He's trying to tell the guy I'm going in there because I think I've won it.
And he's gone in there. He's going to scrutineering.
Oh yeah, I have no idea.
No,
I get paid to shout at things that move.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a replay.
Well, we're going to have a look here. There's Junior Wright coming through.
Is it going to show the finish?
It says last lap, final lap on the overhead gantry.
Yeah, there's no checkered.
No, but it was more. We didn't see what was on the previous lap.
No.
It definitely didn't update on timing, but then again, we have had 1 or 2 glitches throughout the day with timing. We'll see how that one pans out.
Yeah, let's wait until
much further down the line. But
the SuperOne do their thing because they do manually score. So
yeah,
if timing goes down,
it's
they
one of
manually
them.
do it.
If we knew it was going to be the final lap, we wouldn't have been talking about the cost of broken components.
No.
Honda are already on their way out, so we'll head towards our sting. It's time for race 22, Honda Cadet.
Love it, Honda Cadet. Well, here we are. The Hondas are out. This is what I came into Commentator with. So as you say, I know I love it of Honda. And let's go for that starting grid. Row 1, Reggie Diffusy. Next to Phoebe Shelton, Nico Wolaski, Henry Colborne, Ben Bowers, Alfie B.
There's your 6, but don't be put off by the number. They have been incredibly tight. I think we had 4 different race leaders in the second heat. It'd be good to see how they go when it's just them. Although to be fair, they weren't catching. They didn't get up to the back of the mighty runners previously.
This is the final now. It's all to take. Who's going to take P1, P2?
Yeah. So Duffy leads us through. Shelton sharing the front row. Colborne, the champion-elect, the first champion that we could crown today in the 75.
Looks like a good start. And we're green and racing. Into the first corner, Cafe Corner.
Veselovsky off the second row is up into second place, having taken the inside line. And
straight away they're into single file. This is what happened on Heat 2.
Yeah, Shelton couldn't get in, drops down into third place. They'll go wide though as Duffy's going to defend. And that's going to allow Ben Bowers down the inside of Henry Colborne.
That was an early move there to come off that racing line to go and try and get that inside line. But, it doesn't always work round there.
It's a very, very difficult track to defend at Shenington.
Because you can white line in Shenny, but you've got...
I think you've got to be smart. We saw it so many times in Cobras, them being younger drivers. They were going up, they were doing the defensive line, good move by Ben Bowers down the inside of Phoebe Shelton, but then they were carrying all the speed, going wide and allowing the cutback. You've got to go in on the white line and then just coast round the corner.
You have. Well, you've got Stratford Corner. It's obviously always a popular overtake. Bruno chicane if you're brave. If you muck up and overtaking Bruno, you are going off. And you're taking carts with you. Very similar to Stratford Corner. If you come out that corner onto runway, you've got a big dip to your left. The amount of carts I've seen go up that bank and almost go and join the airfield.
Yeah, well, we've seen a few already, and I think Amy Peacock tried it earlier and just managed to use the bank to actually re-rotate the cart back down the hill. So we've got...
So she didn't join the planes in the airfield.
She did not join the planes. We've got 2 Ambition carts at the front with Reggie Duffy and Nico Veselovsky ahead of the 2 Team 17 carts of Ben Bowers and Phoebe Shelton, who are getting some love in the live chat from Helen Godby. Alex Owen saying as well they carted on a very tight budget, slept in an old van, but had the time of their lives when they were doing it.
Yeah, well, I've just had a message pop up from Claire, the Motorsport Mentor, saying great comms, been through a pair of us. So thank you, Claire.
Thank you. See Claire a week on Monday.
Yes, we will. But, Where are they?
At the X-Kart Scholarship.
Oh, of course, it's the X-Kart Scholarship. And all the people going to stage 2 have been announced. They've all had their emails.
Yes, I believe they have. I've seen a few people on Instagram sharing them on their stories, so we look forward to seeing them next weekend at Wilton.
Is it next weekend or the weekend after?
Our weekend after. It better not be next weekend. I'm in Belgium.
No, that's no good. Better not be that. Yeah,
no, I can't.
Doing the media interviews.
Not commentating that from Belgium.
We're digressing from great racing here.
We are. Let's go back to it. Colborne's gone missing, but doesn't need to be in that mix. He's P5 and just needs to tootle around and stay in P5.
We've got 6 minutes 23 in one lap. These front four are going to fight.
No, I think he's holding back because he wants that photo. He wants that clear photo over the line.
Yeah. I think these front four, they're sensible young drivers. We watched them all season. Bet they are so close. They are nose to tail. I think they're going to hold this. They're looking behind. They know everyone's in the group. We've got a little bit of a bumper tap in there as they're just a bit of early braking. But I think we might well see some changes here. Do they start fighting now, or do they leave it to the last 2 or 3 laps? What do you think?
Well, the two Team 17 karts have done well to close back up on Duffusy and Veselovsky. I don't think Ben Bowers is going to stick around too much. He was vice champion here at the Shenington Karts Club in 2025.
But he is in the tow, though.
He is a very, very accomplished driver, as Ben Bowers. Phoebe Shelton has proved that on her day she can match it with the best of them, and will end the season, I think, as vice champion in this Honda Cadet class behind Henry Colborne, who at the moment is just going round and doing what he needs to do and staying out of trouble in P5.
And you can see Bowers, he's clearly looking, he's clearly looking ahead. He's looking for a mistake. I think if Duffusy or Lasky make a mistake, I think Bowers is going to go straight through. Contact wall in there? I didn't see that one.
No, I'm not. I think that's just for bump drafting, really, if I'm honest. Although, to be fair, that rear bumper of Reggie Duffusy looks a little bit skew whiff. It's certainly not hanging off. They're fixed in different ways to what the road tax ones are. They pop out every now and again, the road tax ones.
Road tax just fall off.
Yeah, that's why they've all got them additional couplings around to try and hold them back in.
Something from flying into someone's helmet. But yeah, you can see that these four have got a fantastic tow, but you can really see, and to be fair, Shelton as well, you can see Phoebe's looking around, looking ahead, looking at, are they going to make a mistake? Are the front two going to fight? Am I going to sail straight through and take this P1? I think it's all open, these four. I can't call it.
No, it's not quite like how the heats were, is it? The heats were very much a case of, well, we're at another corner, so therefore I must overtake somebody. Whereas on this occasion, it's been a much more serene drive, but I think we're just building up to what will be the inevitable crescendo at the end of this race.
I think when we get to about 2 minutes, I think things are going to change. I think people are going to start going, these front four are going to start going, you know what, I want P1.
That driver mentality, though, going from a 7-minute heat, which feels like a scramble, to a 9-minute final, which isn't that much longer in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
maybe an extra 3 or 4 laps.
Lines, 9 minutes is a lifetime.
Oh yeah, it's like 19 minutes, isn't it? But
it's just,
it looks like as though the driver mentality has sort of changed a little bit.
It does, because you got to remember, these are young kids. We say it so many times, but in their heads they are concentrating. They are switched on. They're dialed into their kart. They know how that kart feels. They know how it drives. But they're also looking ahead. They're planning their next move. You can see they're a bit of head down. Get a little bit more speed there, catch them up. But we have got Duffusy slowly moving away. Here we've got some moves there. Here we go.
Bowers down the inside.
That was nicely done. But doing that has let Duffusy move away a little bit. But they've got 3 in a tow. They will catch him within the next lap, I think.
So Ben Bowers down the inside, then lost a little bit of time to Duffusy, but they'll catch that back up on the slipstream.
They're up already.
Duffusy pushes the hole.
And don't forget Colborne and Alfie B are behind. They're not that far. We're only 2.8 seconds behind. These four, if they fight, 5 and 6 could catch up and come through.
Yeah, Colborne P5 at the moment, but that'll be enough to crown him the champion. He'll come through the camera shot now.
Do you think he's literally going to just drive sensibly?
I think he's just driving. I can just see by his driving style he's not even trying, really. I think he's just staying out of trouble and doing what he needs to do.
My favourite thing is he's having a couple.
There goes Benjamin Bowers. I don't think Duffusy expected that move. He didn't take an overly defensive line, but at the same time,
Shelton's moving around. Look, they're all moving around. They've just literally come past the commentary box. We've got a great view leading down to Stratford Corner and
as
the runway.
soon as that timer starts changing to a 2, as Duffy goes back down the inside of Ben Bowers, it just changes, doesn't it, for the driver?
And they're all moving, but this is anyone's race.
Veselovsky in 3rd place, Shelton in P4. Ben Bowers still in that 2nd place, having led for around about half a lap, 0.3 of a second, split this 4 as they cross the timing line at the commencement of lap 9.
And I see Bowers, got fast attack there. I'm not surprised. You've got a 4-car tow here. They're all experienced drivers. These Hondas, they're going to be foot down, flat out, getting that revs up, pushing that Honda engine to its limit. You can hear it as it comes through. I love the sound of a Honda engine. Through
we go. Alex Owen just saying, what's the most memorable move of the year at SuperOne, most memorable race? I'll run through that at the end, because the inside goes Ben Bowers on Reggie Duffy. Veselovsky's going to try and push through, but my race of the season so far came today in the opening heats of the days as Duffy and Bowers still go side by side. Veselovsky.
That's going to be, if they push down that corner, that could be nasty.
Veselovsky's in a 2 minds there. He's got a teammate on one side, but he knows if he pushes his teammate, he's going to lose places. So he has to push the Team 17 car. So
you got to say there'll be changes.
We go Bowers, Veselovsky, Shelton now up into 3rd place. Reggie Duffy, there goes Veselovsky down the inside.
And held it as well. Well, we said the last 2 minutes will be with excitement. Well, here's your excitement. Alpha Live doing an amazing job on the camera work here. We've got more movements. That's like 2 wide. We've got 2 cars, 2 wide. Duffy literally just pulled in. Oh, we've got...
that's Veselovsky and Duffy going side by side in the run up towards him. You said earlier on, if you try and stick it out round the outside there, you could come off worse. And indeed we did. But Bowers from Shelton, from Veselovsky.
Got 2 teammates at the front.
Shelton took the victory at round 10 at Wilton Mill.
And is Bowers going to take the victory today? We have 1 lap left, but we're moving around. We're starting to defend.
Bowers tight to the inside. Phoebe Shelton trying to get a run. Veselovsky trying to pick up the pieces. Veselovsky, who's ran towards the front but hasn't got a heat win to his name, but may well pick up a final win here.
I think
if Bowers and Shelton,
it's going to be interesting.
They've all got to go defensive, though. That's the thing. There's a switchback coming here. Veselovsky trying to get to the inside. It's Duffy trying to get alongside Phoebe Shelton as they run up towards Bruno for the final time.
Yeah, I think all we've got now is Wilkins. Anything can happen there. We saw that on the juniors, but they're going for it.
Duffy's down the inside of Shelton. And, he's going to shoehorn his way through on Phoebe Shelton, and that may well allow Veselovsky through as well. They're side by side. Benjamin Bowers is going to take the victory here, though, at round number 12. Bowers with the victory from Duffy, Shelton and Veselovsky. As Henry Colborne crosses the line, he closed up on the final lap. P5 for Colborne is enough to crown him the 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne champion in Honda Cadet. He did enough on the day, just drove round for P5, which was more than enough.
Good celebration.
Through the hard yards throughout the season from Henry Colborne.
Celebration, though. What a race.
Bowers, Duffy, Shelton, Veselovsky, your 2026 champion Henry Colborne, and Alfie B, your 6 Hondas split by 1.6 seconds at the drop of the checker.
Well, that's what I'm here for now. It is coming. It is the junior final. This is going to be an interesting one. We've had so much moving, so much change in that top 2. Has Jake Cozzi already banked this championship? Or is he going to be challenged? But who can he be challenged by?
I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. He's just got to get to the checkered flag as Jake Cozzi. We'll find out whether, though, he can do that in a few moments' time for Junior Rotax. Before we bring you a grid, I'm just going to answer that question. What's my most memorable race?
Go on, what is it?
Earlier on, we had Honda Cadet and the Mighty race that you came in, and
yes.
I couldn't even, I didn't even have enough time to chuck a headset on you because it was just like overtake, change the class, back to a different overtake. And it was, that for me was the best race of the season. And it's one of them. I'm always quite objective. It's probably my best performance of the season as a commentator. I was just like, shout about this, call this, do that, look at this, and that's where it was.
So, row 1, we've got Jude Putterfoot right next to Jake Cozzy, P3, Jake Beasley, Tyler Banks, Nelson Taylor, Kian Hundle, Alex McCullough, Elijah Hartley, Amy Peacock, Jake Wilkes, Zach Jennings, Jake Anders, Sam Stockton, Simi Sheeny, Laurie McVeigh, Charlie Howard, Nathan Ron, Warwick Marnham, Fletcher Grounds, Travis Dolby, Neve Allen, Jeremy Duffy, Benjamin Jones, Harry Ward, Tyler Orridge, Lyndon McLaughlin, Jake Richardson and Alexander Adams.
Strong pace, Andy, strong pace.
Oh, that was quick. Right, here we go. So, Putterfoot's going to control that pace. Because you can see they simply don't want any jump starts here. Let's see if we go green. Let's see if we get past that first corner. And we are racing. Here we go. We're going 2 to 3 wides. We come round the corners.
Oh, we've got drivers off, and on the inside of the curb, they're going to have to slow down, and they do rejoin down the order.
And we're going 3 or 4 wide into
we've got drivers off. Jake Anders hard into the wall.
Barrier.
I think that will go Battenberg. Almost certainly will go Battenberg. The cart's still under the wall, and we're going to require that fixing. So we're going to slow this, I'm sure. It's covered at the moment under a local yellow, but I think we need to get a Battenberg out down the back straight at Marshall Post 9, and indeed we have. Good reactions by the team here at Super One.
Yeah, we can see that coming. There were 2 wide going. There was like 4 or 5 wide as they into that corner. That's a nasty corner. So yeah, just seeing Anders is up on his feet. I can see his dad there as well. So it all looks good, but I've got no doubt. You know, we've got great medicals here. The marshals know what they're doing.
A bit sheepish, a bit winded, but then again,
I'm not surprised. Just went through a barrier.
I would be if someone had just lobbed me at a wall at 60 mile an hour.
And that's what he was doing when he hit that. But he's up and standing.
He's frustrated.
He's frustrated. That's good. That's good. So Jake, well done for getting up. You race again. So we've got full Battenbergs. So if everyone doesn't know what this means, the drivers have to go to half speed, single file. This is what this does. It brings the pack closer together. And then there are. Oh, we've got red, have we? No, we've got red.
We have gone
full
red.
So you can see the marshals out on there, stopping them. There's Anders, probably a bit winded.
Medically well. Medics.
They're coming out. Yeah, medicals are out, and it's so the medicals coming out to just check out, check Anders. But most of these, barrier repairs, they need to be fixed because you need to put them back in place.
Ambulance is coming. See whether he stops at Jake Anders. He does.
Bring him an ice cream.
Yeah, he could be.
It's warm out there.
It fixes many problems.
It does. So we're full red. So we've got a bit of delay here. And while we're full red, I know my mum and dad are listening. I spoke to him earlier. My mum didn't realise I was a commentary. So I said to him, Mum, Dad, I will say hello to you. Which is Zach's grandma and granddad.
No, that's cool. I've noticed that. I saw your phone earlier. You sort of pressed the thing and it's got like Zach's on there. It's got his new helmet and I'm the same with mine.
Yeah. I think every karting parent has got millions of photos of their kids on their thing. Far too many. It takes up all my storage. Every year I upgrade my phone. I have to get a bigger one to take up the karting photographs. Right, so let's have a look at what we got. So where we go for a full restart here, because that was a red on the opening lap. SuperOne might make that decision. If not, then we will go to Battenberg conditions, full yellow.
Yeah.
Where we go ahead, and as soon as they cross that line on the green, we race again from single file.
Yeah, hadn't completed 2 laps. I think it might be a full restart.
Yeah, it might be a restart.
I wouldn't be surprised if Anders' dad has had that ambulance sent round to collect the cart rather than the driver.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if Phil done that.
Just open the back door.
He doesn't want to do the walk of shame.
No, sorry, Jake's waiting for the stretcher, and they put the cart in the back instead of the driver.
Yeah, that's Anders and lad. But I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, we're looking at there.
I can see his dad walking back round now.
What, with the car, or was he putting it
No, he's walking back round with with his bucket hat on.
Got to love the Anders family. So here we go. So do we get a full restart? Have we got any drop noses? If we've got drop noses, then SuperOne can give the thing. So yeah, by looks of it, we are going to go for a full restart.
Timing's just updated to go back to 9 minutes and
reset.
1.
So any drop noses, the drivers can get out now. They can reset their noses, and then they'll go through, basically get themselves back into their grid positions. They will go again. Obviously, Anders will drop out, but that space needs to remain clear. So people just don't move around so much. They just leave that clear. But yeah, it's going to. I'll tell you, this will be interesting.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a little bit of time now. Jake Cozzy had got himself to the front in front of Jude Pudderfoot on that opening lap.
We got into 7th.
So where did you start?
We started in P11. So the last round there was some penalties issued to drivers, moved the field around. That put us into starting in P11. But we say it all the time. Yes, there's some novices here. There's some good drivers, experienced drivers. But you look at qualifying, P1 to P10, P14. I think it's 2-3 tenths per second.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it?
You can't even blink that. These drivers have come on phenomenally through this championship. Look at Cozzy. He's got this in the bag. This is his first national championship. Unless he does something really silly, he's got it. We said before, Fletcher Grounds. His first national championship come from club rounds. So most Fletcher's done is Bayford, done a bit of testing at PFI. He's not been there, and Fletcher's not the only one. There's drivers out there who have stepped up into a national championship, which takes not just skill, but determination, not just from the drivers, but from the family, everyone who supports them. National driving is not cheap. It comes with a price, but not just financially, but also the effect on your lives, because it takes over. You permanently. Our calendar is fixed around Zach's karting. Everything everyone does around our friends, family.
How many sort of like, particularly for younger drivers, but how many birthdays get missed because you can't go to that, unfortunately. You're at Kimbolton.
But we and Emma have spent the last 2 anniversaries at a track. Emma's birthdays and my birthdays at track. And it's the karting life, and everyone puts on a party. You have an anniversary party while smelling 2 and 4 stroke.
So it's good, like let's say for the drivers as well. You can't go out with or my mates are going out somewhere this weekend. Well, yeah, but we're up at Wilton or somewhere like that. They miss out on one hand, but then put it this way. I'll always say to my lad, I went, how many of your mates would love to do what you do? And he went, well, probably all of them. I went, well,
exactly.
Good life,
and this is all these kids. The word privilege is wrong. I think it's the effort that goes in from everyone behind them, supporters, the sponsors out there that got on board. A lot of these kids don't have sponsors.
Yeah.
But when they do come on, it helps. But they're just, everything you do for karting. And as we was talking about earlier about the price of things, it ain't cheap. And I can't remember the last time I had a holiday. Must be like 3-4 years ago.
That's people.
Holiday to me is on track.
People work Monday to Friday to give their kids an opportunity to go racing Saturday and Sunday. Not everybody can go and spend without worry.
No.
There's some people that are lucky enough that their track. There's enough people. There's some people that are lucky enough that their bank account has got many zeros and they don't have to.
I've got many zeros.
They don't have to worry.
In front of them.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Some people go to work and they get they make that decision that right. Well, the engine needs a rebuild, or we have a weekend away. Well, the engine's getting rebuilt.
You can see John here on the camera there. This is his last day of this championship, and he's probably sitting there going, "I don't really want to do this in my last race of the day.
I don't need to be readjusting these karts.
Yeah, the rain might be coming. I don't need to be sitting adjusting these karts." Right, here we go. Let's hope we get no plugs that have oiled up, because they've been sitting there, but it looks like everyone's gone and started to move. So yeah, we have reset the timer. So we've got 9 minutes and 1 lap.
See, the problem is when you run off the track here after they relayed it, there's
a big old.
There's like 2 or 3 inches down onto what is the old runway.
So we go again. So they're going to get themselves into their positions. Where we're going to do a whole lap here, or we're starting in our position straight away. By the looks of it, we're getting our position straight away. Yes, we are. So they're going to start forming up. Let's hope we don't get a rinse and repeat of that, and we have a nice, safe rolling start, and we make it through the first corners.
So Pudderfoot will back them up again as they get down into the Wilkins hairpin.
Yep, and nice and slow. Everyone's in positions. And so Pudderfoot's controlling that speed. You can see Cozzy looking over. Are we going to go green? We're into those tram lines. And we are racing. There we go, into Cafe Corner. We are 2-3 wide. Are we going to come out in one piece? We're going 2 or 3 wide coming into the pits bend.
It's a tidier start this time than what it was on the
runway's going to be interesting.
Previous effort, but we've still got drivers freight training it down the inside, and everybody's through nicely. Normally, that red flag normally breeds that little bit of apprehension. The drivers get a little bit tetchy and want to get involved a little bit too early. There's Amy Peacock in the O plate getting past Elijah Hartley in the run out of Bruno, but at the moment it's put a foot from Cozzy. Beasley in third place. Who's that going wide? I believe that's Tyler Banks in the 39.
I think Cozzy's going to drive very sensibly. You know, put a foot's just going to, you know, these two are going to drive away. They just need to have a clean race. All the excitement's going to be from around about P6 backwards, I think.
Yeah, the Hundle, McCullough, Peacock, Hartley, Jennings, McVeigh, White's battle, which is pretty much there. From Nelson Taylor backwards in about fourth place at the moment.
Yeah, so we have got some close racing here. You know, they're all looking for those mistakes, looking for those drivers ahead of them. You know, you've got two X-Karts there. You've got Hartley and Jennings. Then you've got McVeigh behind Jennings. Hopefully we won't get a repeat of what happened in the early one.
Yeah, down the inside there. Nice move this time by Laurie McVeigh. Given the space, moves through nicely. There's Amy Peacock on Alex McCullough.
Yeah, Amy does some fantastic overtakes. She's been strong for us at championship. I think she should be higher. But, you know, it's the luck of the draw.
She'll move into senior after this race weekend.
A lot of these drivers are going to senior.
Will Amy Peacock in both senior Rotax and senior X30, depending on they've got both power units and they're going to go and do different events in senior. She's already tested the senior X30 and liked the almost immediate power output. Down the inside goes Alex McCullough. Through goes Amy Peacock in the gap that was created.
Went through there. I think Jennings might have followed through.
And there goes Peacock again on Alex McCullough. Again, they're overtaking each other corner by corner, and look how much of a gap it's opening up to Tyler Banks in P5.
Yeah, our front two racing around now. You know, this amount of fighting on the.
There goes McVeigh down the inside of one car, and then almost carried too much speed, and that's Alex McCullough going wide onto the rumble strip on the outside. So Jennings taking advantage there, gets back past Hartley. Contact warning for Laurie McVeigh for the efforts on the overtake up at Stratford.
Yeah, well, we said earlier that McVeigh took some risks. He's lost his championship, I think, at the moment. Is he going to take risks and have a repeat of what happened in the last heat? We don't know. But he's a quick driver.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, and I've stepped out of line before in life, but he's a bit of a rough diamond. He's got so much pace, but doesn't always make the right decisions at the right time. Does Laurie McVeigh.
But then that's how you learn.
But exactly, we're going to go 3 and 4 wide up towards Bruno. In the background here, there's Jack Wykes, I think, in the 50, just coming through in P11. So, Pudderfoot, Cozzy, Beasley, Taylor, Banks, Peacock, McVeigh, Jennings, McCullough and Hartley are your top 10.
Yeah, so, we've still got that close racing. So, we've got Pudderfoot and Cozzy and Beasley, clearly ahead there. But we've got this close racing. Who's going to be the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Who's going to be this top 10? I think this is all going to change. Looking at the timings, Pudderfoot and Cozzy so close together. Beasley's a second just ahead. Nelson Taylor's 1.5 seconds. Down Tyler Banks 2.5 seconds. Amy Peacock, so they're pretty close still. Anything could change. McVeigh's up to 7. Jennings is up to 8.
Jennings was in front of McVeigh there until McVeigh went back down the inside of Jennings. Jennings going slightly wide in the mid part of the corner, nearly allowed Alex McCullough to get back through down the inside. Jennings with a tap into the rear quarter there of Laurie McVeigh.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do hard to defend that one, Andy.
To be fair,
tap and take, innit?
Yeah, tip for tap. Well, I'll take a 5 place for that one.
It's always good having the. To be fair, you're pretty much down the line. And I've seen it on your videos before. Like you're honest with the assessment of the racing as McCullough goes down the inside of Zach Jennings. Into the right-hander, you tell us about your good days, you tell us about your bad days, and that's all about.
Yeah, mind you, Zach didn't get a contact with me, so it might not be.
No, Amy Peacock gets one as that's Warwick Milam coming through down the inside. He's going to have track position on at least one car. They can concertina together, and inevitably we're going to end up with drivers high and wide on the outside and getting bounced through. That's Jack White's not getting the rub of the green, really.
You see, this is what happens on the, the final race in junior. Those ones who've got the championship, they're there, but everyone else now, they're just going to drive. Do you see driving standards drop? Possibly, because that red mist will come down.
I think standards so far in junior this year have been very high compared to last year, where I watched last year and it was a little bit.
Marlon's just got a contact warning there. Didn't see that out the commentary box, but no, I think the driving stands have been good. There's been some questionable moves, but you got to remember these are children. As McVeigh going down the inside again, his favourite place.
Cozzy's taken the lead, right as I've just read a comment in the live chat saying Cozzy's not bothered about the win here. He's just going for the championship.
He's gone for the lead now.
Through goes Jake Cozzy. He wants that nice, clean picture as he crosses the line.
It says we've got 2 minutes 47 seconds and 1 lap for him to do so, and I think if he goes that line on P1, we're going to see a massive celebration. And if Dew comes in, I think Dew's got enough contact warning there for Lauren McVeigh. I think Dew's got ability to come in that top 3 or 4 in the championship.
Yeah, I think he came into this P4 at the start of the day, but has been picking up strong points throughout, where obviously McVeigh had big penalties in the second heat. Milam didn't even finish the second heat because he was involved in that incident with McVeigh and Jennings down at Wilkins.
Yeah, so there's more movements here. So look at the thing. Cozzy is having that little fight with Pullerfoot, but they've got to be careful, the pair of them, because he can't afford to make a mistake. He needs to come across that line.
Jennings through and up in front of Alex McCullough to run P6. Then it's is that Kian Hundle just behind? I think it is. He's managed to find his way just behind.
Zach gave a work for me there, and it didn't work.
No, and he's going to end up getting. There's a few going wide
lost
there.
2 spaces there, saying, "Work with me, let's go."
Is that Milam? I think Milam's made up some. It's Nathan Rond in the Sodi Vitesse colours, running in P9. Elijah Hartley. Grounds Hundle Halewood Wikes.
That's the fear of doing the work with me. Doing that work with me sign takes your your mind off the pace and say, don't overtake me. I'm not going to defend. And that's what happens if they say, no, I'm going to overtake you.
Nathan Ron down the inside of Laurie McVeigh. Elijah Hartley trying to take advantage as well. There's a few others behind. I'm just going to check out the window in a minute. I think we may well have lost Warwick Milam. Okay. I haven't seen him come through. He's showing down at the bottom of the timing stacker, but I'm not sure. Are we backing the leaders? Have backed themselves into Taylor and Beasley here. And Taylor's took 6/10 out of them.
They are taking chunks.
Yeah, not quite what Cozzy needed this, but in the end he's just got to finish. So
yeah, if I was Cozzy, I'd get behind those 4, not those 3,
and hang well back.
Yeah, held well back. Yeah,
because look, he's going to win it anyway. But there's a contact warning there for Warwick Milam, so maybe he is still circulating. It's a transponder issue for Milam.
Yeah, if I was Cozzy there, I'll just he's driving safely. He's like, you know what, you go on your 3. Make a mistake, I'll come through.
Leave him to it now. 2 laps to go as Jude Putterfoot, Nelson Taylor and Jack Beasley. As down the inside goes Cozzy once again on Jack Beasley for 3rd place.
Yeah, we've got some moving that top 10. Hartley just pulled the fastest lap. Young Elijah's driven really hard this weekend. He deserves to be in that top 10. All these drivers, Pullerfoot, Taylor, Beasley, Cozzy, Banks, McVeigh, McCullough, Jennings, Hartley, Grounds, Alan Peacock, Hayward, Stockton, Alan Shahini, Marlon. You've got really fast drivers there. I think, all these drivers in that top 10 deserve to be there.
Taylor's a driver that's grown throughout the season.
He has massively.
And to now we're running in 2nd place as we head up and over the timing line for what will be the final time in Junior Max before we see the checkered flag. Jude Putterfoot and Nelson Taylor as Cozzy and Beasley go very, very wide. And Beasley's through for 3rd place. Cozzy down to P4. They just shot across the camera. Wasn't what I was expecting to see.
Yeah, no. So I think this is, as long as they behave themselves to that front there, I think Taylor might be taking that P2. Just don't do anything stupid on
Cozzy, stop being silly, mate. Stop being silly.
Just stay where you are.
Don't be getting involved when you're half a lap away from being the SuperOne champion. Oh, 20. Oh, look, it's been silly. It's been silly. He's just going to rejoin. Get going again. Pudderfoot's going to win it. Pudderfoot from Taylor.
He's on.
Cosy Beasley's going to have to sit tight. Tyler Banks in P3.
Oh, my God.
McVeigh, Jennings, Hartley, McCullough, Ground.
We want to see a replay on that.
Cossy's got to finish this race. He's going to cross the line now in P15, but he's not going to get the finish that he really wanted. No. P15's enough for Jake Cosy to be the champion. But right at the end, he didn't get the glory of crossing the line. He just crossed the line in a pack of carts there, did Jake Cosy.
I think that was oversight. Let's go for replay. Let's, you can see it coming. You can see the driving. It's there. He's going for it. The door's being closed. There it is. To be fair, because done well to hold that, but he's also lucky to get back on track.
Just on any other race on the last lap, that's a racing incident of just going for a gap and them coming there. But
there was nothing intentional there.
Not when there's a championship.
No. And everyone's coming in to see if they've got any drops.
Yeah, not when there's a championship to be had.
No, that was interesting. Well, there you go. That is your Junior Max final result. Jules Pudderfoot P1, Nelson Taylor P2, Tyler Banks P3, Lauren McVeigh P4, my Zach Jennings P5, P6 Elijah Hartley, P7 Alex McCullough, 8 Fletcher Grounds, 9 Nathan Rond, 10 Harry Ward. That is your top 10. That is the end of the SuperOne Junior Max Championship. I'm sure Cosy's got in the bag. We will find out. Congratulations to all those drivers.
I mean, based on what happened in Heat 2, Jake Cosy just needed to finish that race to be champion. So Jake Cosy is your 2026 HW BIM Services SuperOne champion. 2 or 3 more races, in fact, because we split our Inters and our Might E Super Cadets. So next up, it is time for your final in Might E Super Cadet.
All right, well, I'm going to disappear out this commentary box. It's been fantastic spending time with you, Mr. Sullivan.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for having us. The insight that we've had and the conversations we've had about sort of like the day-to-day parts of karting.
Alpha Life might email me. We come and work together again.
That people don't get to see. Well, I'm still waiting for my email from SuperOne for next year, so we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
But then again, I was speaking to somebody else earlier on today, and it turns out I'm in.
Jake Anders walking these walk of shame.
Yeah, I was speaking to someone else earlier today, and it turns out I'm in more demand than I expected.
Well, there you go.
So.
Well, it's been absolute
only
pleasure.
Drives the price up, Andy.
Yeah, that's true. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for having me. For those people out listening and sending me messages and stuff, thank you very much. We will see you at Kartmania. Come and speak to myself as Zenico Racing and Karting Armchair experts for advice of where to go, and we will see you on the grid.
Andy, pleasure. Thank you very much for joining me. We move on then to Might E Super Cadet with Harry Stinson and Will Beattie on pole position front row, with Logan Jackson and Jacob Hutchinson, with Casey Baker and Ansel Murray in P number 6 after his retirement in Heat 1. Zach Parr, Jaden Bond, Oscar Dudley, Harry Watkinson and Brandon Hartley, your runners in Might E Super Cadet. So, field making its way round. Stinson will lead us through. He is the champion already, having got that one wrapped up yesterday. Still one more to crown as Jarek Metters tries to cement the Senior Rotax Championship, which will be in around about 25 minutes time. Into Max after this one, already wrapped up by Charlie Gregg. Still places all the way down, trophies to 10th at the 14th of November at Kartmania. Just need to tighten this one up a little bit if we can get going at the first time of asking, and we indeed do, as Harry Stinson brings us up into the tram lines and the lights extinguish in the top left-hand corner, and Stinson will lead us through, being pursued by Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. It's been a good start by the W plate of Jacob Hutchinson, who's going to try and hold on to 4th place, but he's got Casey Baker down the inside. Keep an eye out for the inevitable presence of the O-plate of Ansel Murray. He's going to try and go down the inside as well, but then Jacob Hutchinson tries to squeeze through as they all sort of concertina together, but it is Ansel Murray up into 4th place, which still gives him a chance of fighting at the front where we usually find him, and he's going to try and move on Logan Jackson early to try and close up on the Will Beattie Harry Stinson duo at the front of this race. Stinson, though, will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1. From Will Beattie, and then Ansel Murray, who is through on Logan Jackson. Jackson, who will likely finish this championship in 4th place, as he came into this race day battling with Will Beattie, but needed Beattie to, as I said earlier on, have a day like Jackson had yesterday. Jackson was off at the Bruno chicane with some contact in race number 2, and then was under the tyres on the exit of the Stratford hairpin after he had to take evasive action from a kart spinning in front of him in that race. Beattie's gone. Ansel Murray into the back of Will Beattie. Can't help feel that was coming from the second heat of the day, the opening heat of the day, where Beattie treated Murray to a trip onto the grass on the exit of Cafe Corner. And Will Beattie will drive round. Whether that's a game over for Will Beattie. Kart looks, I think the driver looks as despondent as anything, but the kart's going to bring himself round. I think Beattie, looking over his shoulder, is slowing down. Will he peel off into the pit lane? No, he won't. Beattie still going round at half pace. So Stinson still then leading. Beattie going very, very slowly at the moment down the back straight. I'm not sure whether he's got a problem. As they run up towards, he goes to Bruno. The leader's going round the Stratford hairpin. Stinson then leading from Logan Jackson as Ansel Murray and Casey Baker in the 139 go side by side over 4th place. Beattie still going slowly. I don't know whether he's got an issue down the far end after the previous lap. He's on the outside as Casey Baker goes through for 3rd place. Who's going to come out in P4? It is Ansel Murray, and Will Beattie is miraculously back up to pace now. His rear bumper, and if you have a look at the rear bumper on that car, it is absolutely stoved in. It's not flat, it's a V, is that shape on that rear bumper for Will Beattie. And it has taken a massive impact, has that rear bumper. Leading duo, though, Stinson and Logan Jackson, with Ansel Murray up into 3rd place. Casey Baker, the driver just behind them, is a lap down in Will Beattie after the incident down at hairpin, the hairpin on lap number 2. Jackson just tucking in behind Stinson here. Seems happy to go with the champion. See if he can get himself a win to end the season. Logan Jackson doesn't quite have the pace exiting the Bruno chicane. And goes in deep and gets on the power early. Going with Harry Stinson here. Ansel Murray trying to close in as well on those in front. And seems to probably be the fastest driver on track at the moment. He is closing in on Stinson and Jackson, and will want to just try and stay within half a second to a second for when Stinson starts to defend from Logan Jackson on the final lap. they're pretty much equidistant. He is closing in. They're moving away from Casey Baker in 4th place. Driver showing P5 on track in terms of track positions. Will Beattie, but he's 1 lap down. So we'll try and pick out who's in P5 when they come through in a moment. So W plate of Jacob Hutchinson, being pursued, I think, by the 144 of Zachary Parr. Just breaking stuff in the commentary box. Apologies for that. Just dropped pretty much everything I was holding. 3 minutes on the clock, and the leading trio are nose to tail now. With the Stinson in front of Logan Jackson and Ansel Murray look over the shoulder. The gap back now to 4th place, which is the 139 of Casey Baker. Hutchinson and Bond go side by side in front of Oscar Dudley and Brandon Hartley. Ansel Murray up into 2nd place, although Logan Jackson doesn't seem particularly thrilled by the matter up at the Stratford hairpin, which we may well get another opportunity to see in a moment's time. But Stinson from Ansel Murray, with Logan Jackson still shaking his head as they we'll see what Jackson is shaking his head about. And no, I don't know. He's just gone wide there by himself, really. Just carried too much speed and then drove across to get in behind. But he's not happy. But I didn't see a lot there from Logan Jackson. Here goes Ansel Murray. Stinson, yeah, there may well have been a bit in the rear, but nonetheless, Stinson's still leading with 1 minute and 7 on the clock. They'll get round for three more laps. So Will Beattie, track position wise, is in front of Casey Baker now, but is a lap down, as we mentioned earlier on. Zachary Parr's fallen to the tail end of the field in the 2nd train, and then we've got the 130 of Harry Watkinson and Brandon Hartley's 184 machine currently being classified in P11. There's a contact warning for Ansel Murray. Harry Stinson's just going to park that 178 machine the best he can. With 2 laps to go, he's certainly not going to, despite the fact that the championship's wrapped up now, he's racing without any sort of pressure at all, and will just be able to do what he wants in this race, really. He's going to take the defensive line to the inside. Murray's going to try and sweep round the outside and potentially get a switch back, but can't. So Harry Stinson through the Bruno chicane and will try and get across, I think, to the inside to stop Ansel Murray getting the run as they go up towards the Wilkins hairpin. Murray's going to try and go round the outside. Jackson tries to draw alongside, but it's as you were as they go over the timing line to commence the final lap. Stinson, Murray and Logan Jackson. Up towards Stratford, and it will be exactly the same as the previous lap. Hold the white line. Jackson's going to try the run round the outside, and he's going to try and get a switch back to be on the inside, but they're too slow round the corner to allow that to happen. You need them to be fast and go really, really wide on the exit so that you can take an advantage, and Stinson just eases off so that he can get on the power and will defend up towards the far end of the circuit as Ansel Murray tries to go down the inside, levers his way through. Murray's going to win it on the track from Logan Jackson. From Stinson, and then Will Beattie. So, on track, it's Ansel Murray. This is the move that got him the victory into the hairpin down at Wilkins. There's a spotter down there, so we'll see whether that comes of anything. If it does, it'll be a win for Logan Jackson for the first time in Super 1. But as it was on track, Ansel Murray, Logan Jackson, Harry Stinson and Will Beattie. Although Will Beattie was a lap down, so it won't be him in 4th place. Although that kart did have a miraculous recovery when he got back in the pack. Let's move on to Intermax. Two more races of the 2026 HWE BIM Services Super 1 Championship for us. Then it's Intermax, and they're already heading out onto track. Charlie Gregg and TJ McLeish will share the front row. Leyland Bradnam and Oscar Tarzi with Charlie Ford and Joshua Sharples on row number 3. Row 4, Evan Dearden and Ronnie Griffin, Arlo Atwood and Amelia Hay with Xavier Davidson and Finley Fawkes in front of Charlie Dickinson, Nixie Hay, Eli Romalo and Jan Hamira. So Inter's making their way round for 9 minutes and 1 lap of action. Greg, McLeish and Tarzi have been very, very evenly matched throughout the day. Can Leyland Bradnam find something to go with the trio? Or will that be your top 3? Or be it in what order? Let's find out as we go racing in our Intermax class. And McLeish trying to go round the outside, and Leyland Bradnam is up to thing, and false start. Yeah, it's a false start. Probably the right call on that occasion. The just didn't really stay in the tram lines anywhere near enough. It is hard here, particularly at Shenington, with the curved tram line, and they do actually come round Wilkins really tight as two trains of cars, and then spread out quite far onto the outside of the circuit. So it is quite a tough one for the drivers just to try and get in, because naturally they want to arc left away and they don't want to be turning right to stick them in the tram line on the outside. So it is tough. Let's go then, second time. See whether we can get this one going at the second time of asking. We have gone green this time, and it's pretty much as it was. It's been a good start though by the 22 of Joshua Sharples, who's moved himself up into 4th place. Leyland Bradnam goes 4th into 3rd. There he is with the red nose panel. So Oscar Tarzi back down the inside for P4. And Joshua Sharples And then Charlie Ford in that mix as well. He has been in that sort of second train throughout most of the day, which has been sort of from P5 down. We've got a trio at the front with Leyland Bradnam being sort of fourth for most of the day in a it's been a lonely fourth, particularly in heat number 2 for Leyland Bradnam. He was clear of the train behind, but didn't quite have the pace to go with those in front. And through goes Oscar Tarzi into third place. Charlie Gregg and TJ McLeish still nose to tail at the front, as you'd expect from two drivers that very, very evenly matched this weekend. McLeish with the victory yesterday. Charlie Gregg, who's already got the championship wrapped up, who would quite like to end the season on the highest of highs by winning here at Shenington at round 12. Head up towards the right-hand hairpin at Stratford. McLeish, Bradnam, Tarzi, Sharples, Ford, Griffin, Dearden, Davidson, Atwood, Dickinson, Hay, Fawkes, Nixie Hay, Eli Romalo and Jan Hamiri, 16, 5 seconds split front to back so far as we complete lap 3. Charlie Gregg starting to eke out a little bit of a gap to TJ McLeish. Keeping an eye out on Oscar Tarzi. McLeish has been shown a contact warning, but I don't recall him being close enough to Charlie Gregg to get that in the last couple of laps. He is now. It's a really good run down that back straight and geared for a good amount of top end is TJ McLeish. I think he might have a tooth less than Charlie Gregg. So he's not quite as quick out of the corners, but down the far end of the straight he closes right up. So he'll lose a little bit here. But then by the time he gets to the end of the straight, particularly the next one that we'll come to, he's just got to get the exit. That's what you've got to do when you're geared low. You've got to get a consistent exit. There he's 2 kart lengths back, but as they make their way through here, and this is where the engine will start giving him what he needs. It's a slightly wider line in. Timing in the top left-hand corner, the gaps are correct, but the order is not, because Tarzi is within a second, and that is correct. So the overall gap at 0.916 is correct, but it's still showing Leyland Bradnam in P3, and he's actually in P4, because that's Oscar Tarzi in the background in the all-red machine. So we'll just sort out that timing stacker and maybe come back to if it does fix itself. But Gregg, McLeish, Tarzi, Bradnam, Sharples are your top 5. Bradnam will come through the camera just in the background there. He is 4th and comfortable again. Although on this occasion Joshua Sharple seems to be have a little bit more to maybe try and challenge him as we go deeper into this race. Half race distance, and Charlie Gregg puts in the fastest lap with a 45.6. 45.6s as well for TJ McLeish and for Oscar Tarzi. And on the previous lap, 46.5 for the train behind. So the top 3 are in their own sort of mini clash here. They are driving off into the distance. TJ McLeish just trying to stay with Charlie Gregg to the point where Charlie Gregg may need to start defending and going a little bit slower in the final couple of laps. At the moment though, Charlie Gregg just driving the race that he needs to at the moment to try and end this season on a high. Driver who makes his way over from the Isle of Man for every single one of these Super One events, along with a few other drivers heading over from the Isle of Man as well. Alex McCullough being one of them in Junior Mac. As they already wrapped up the Super One Championship. His dad, a former Isle of Man karting champion, probably on the original Derby circuit before they played the new one on the Isle of Man. And again, the commitment that it takes for these drivers to come over from the Isle of Man, particularly with all the kit as well. You know, the flights are reasonable, but if you've got to bring the race van over with things to stay in on the ferry, and there's plenty of drivers coming over to race on the mainland from the Isle of Man, but it's a commitment that can only be admired. Trying to take different lines to try and force Charlie Gregg into taking a tighter run into corners and then impede his exit. Up and into the right-hander of Stratford. 2 minutes on the clock. Thought Tarzi was going to come for these two, and the pace has been there, but he's only been able to match Charlie Gregg and TJ McLeish. He did drop down the order to P4 on the opening lap. It's contact warning for the 40 of Arlo Atwood, currently sits in 8th place. Charlie Gregg now with a much tighter line, and we have seen a big step change here in how he's going to do things as TJ McLeish got the run out the corner but wasn't quite close enough up onto the back of Charlie Gregg. To the right-hander. There you go. Through the Bruno chicane, power down for the time. Will go past the 45-second mark now, which is the time that they've needed to get an additional lap in beyond this one. So 2 laps to go for Charlie Gregg and TJ McLeish as they come up and over the timing line. And McLeish is going to have a go at it, but I think Gregg could be too far ahead, although I don't think he expected McLeish to stick it down the inside there. And now he will certainly have to defend because he knows just how close TJ McLeish is to him. Comes out off the racing line and does well there, does Charlie Gregg, to stop the run of TJ McLeish. He's not going to get it done this time, no. McLeish, he was alongside until he clipped that curb and it slowed him down. We've got a rear bumper for the 23 of Nixie Hay, rubbing on the left rear wheel by the look of things. Onto the final lap, as you were at the front. Leyland Bradnam in 4th place is being pursued by Sharples and Ford. See whether Nixie Hay can bring that kart round or whether it looks like it's going to be game over. She is going to try and get it to the checkered flag, but the wheel's been pushed right in. In fact, I think it's been pushed right in, and she's got a left rear puncture as well. But she needs to slow it down. She's going to bring it round got a mechanical flag, into the final corner though. Charlie Gregg is going to end the season on a high. The champion wins again. Charlie Gregg from TJ McLeish. We've got a yellow out in the background. That's because the kart has failed for Nixie Hay. Leyland Bradnam falling down the order. That's what the yellow was for. With Charlie Ford, Arlo Atwood, Ronnie Griffin, Xavier Davidson and Amelia Hay in front of Leyland Bradnam and Joshua Sharples, who went into the final lap inside the top 6 and end the lap 9th and 10th respectively. Finley Fawkes, Eli Ramallo and Charlie Dickinson, with Evan Dearden and Jan Hamira and the unfortunate 23 of Nixie Hay, who had that left rear puncture. Didn't know about it either until she came round Cafe Corner and the left side of the cart just buried itself into the tarmac and lifted the right front up off the ground. That cart's going to get pushed back. As you can see, the rear on the left, I think even after the incident, I'm not entirely sure she knew that there was a huge issue with that cart in terms of it mechanical, because she took off at a fair rate of knots, but it's eventually pulled the tyre completely off the bead for that left rear. That cart's going to get pushed probably through the gate down at Wilkins, I imagine, and will be recovered from the far end of the circuit. Right, one more final to what has been a memorable 2026 SuperOne season. Let's see whether Senior Rotax can give it its fitting curtain call. Seniors head out onto track, led by George Cole and your champion-elect Jarek Metters, Billy Edgecombe and Rory Hinckley, with Caden Welch and Ronnie Smith on row number 3. Kieran Denyer and Max Lorna-Bennock in front of Ollie Rowley and Kai Pepperell, with Dylan Tracy and Kian Eastick on row number 6. Lucas Steele and Isaac Parkinson, Lewis Holt and Tom Nottingham in front of Riley Mason-Lewis and Robin Brain on row 9. Jacob Barron and Albert Wilton, with Harry Gill, Luigi Pellini, Ralph Oliano and Emma Stoner, Tom Williams and Gabriel Towers complete your 26 runners. Tom Williams in the 51 there, just catching up with the pack and getting himself into position. Cole thinks about it, puts the power down once, power down twice, and we are eventually away and racing as Jarek Metters tries to go all the way around the outside. And Metters is down the inside on George Cole. It'll open the door as well for Billy Edgecombe to come down the inside for second place as the 44 of Luigi Pellini gets a trip across the grass on the exit of Cafe Corner. Still ends up facing in the right direction though, and there he is trying to go down the inside with that all-white Nassau panel in the black suit in the background. Metters leads though from Billy Edgecombe and George Cole. Caden Welch, Ronnie Smith, and then that's Rory Hinckley just behind in what will be P7. I think it's Kieran Denyer in the 7 just behind them. Max Lorna-Bennock in the black suit with the yellow helmet will cross the line at the end of this lap in P8. Pepperell, Tracy, Rowley, Parkinson, Steele, Nottingham, Eastick, Baran, Holt, Brain, Lewis and Gill. Metters is on the brakes and he's taking a semi-defensive line already as Caden Welch goes through on Ronnie Smith, who goes out onto that curb on the outside. That just gets itself straightened up. Just trying to find a way through. The door very much closed and we've not got a break in traffic until around about P16, maybe P20. They're all just coming through. 6 seconds split 24 of the 26 runners. Down to Ralph Oliano in P24. George Cole down the inside of Billy Edgecombe. Caden Welch is probably going to do them both, but has to settle for one. He settles into third place behind George Cole. Metters getting his head down behind the steering wheel. Cadet tactic that. Contact warning for Ronnie Smith. And he's going to come around in 6th place, 7th now. In fact, he's behind Max Lorna-Bennock. Fastest lap goes to Isaac Parkinson, who is on a bit of a charge after a disappointing heat number 2 for Isaac Parkinson. He ended up retiring and was stood in the middle of the circuit. Very defensive drive at the moment from Jarek Metters there in the number 2. Vice champion last year in seniors. Missed the opening 2 rounds, or 2 rounds, yeah, to the first weekend of this championship, so had to have a near perfect run, and then proceeded to come back and win 7 consecutive finals on the bounce, which give him this opportunity of securing the championship here in 2026. With the 2nd championship for Tom Day Racing of the day already wrapped up for Jake Cozzy in juniors. Jarek Metters just needs to see the checkered flag, stay out of trouble. Caden Welch is through on George Cole. Cole may well find that there's a Billy Edgecombe-sized car down the inside of him as well. Into the right-hander, he's going to try and get back in as through comes the 7 of Kieran Denyer. And George Cole will fall down into 6th place. I think he's behind Ronnie Smith as well. Yes, he is. Just in front of Max Lorna-Bennick and Isaac Parkinson in 8th place. So I'm not sure, again, we're having an update on timing, but it didn't show that George Cole had fallen down the order, but we certainly saw him do it as Caden Welch is now in 2nd place, pursuing Jarek Metters, and he's telling Metters to go forwards. Just can't trust it when that happens, though. Edgecombe, Denyer, Cole is back through into P5 in front of Ronnie Smith. Isaac Parkinson similarly is through for P7 on Max Lorna-Bennick. Kai Pepperell's the next driver in front of the 12 of Rory Hinckley. So Edgecombe in that 3rd place. The 2 leaders still nose to tail and trying to push away. As we head towards half race distance at 4.5 minutes plus the all-important 1 final lap. Again, Caden Welch imploring the 2 of Jarek Metters to go into the distance as Billy Edgecombe starts to edge away ever so slightly from George Cole. Denyer, Parkinson is up now in front of Ronnie Smith. We've got Tom Nottingham off and he's remonstrating. We've got Battenbergs. Have we got a Battenberg, or is that just a yellow? It is a Battenberg. It is a Battenberg. Tom Nottingham off, and we're going to slow it down because the barrier on the outside is going to require work. And Nottingham is waiting for whoever it was, I think, that took him off, and he's remonstrating. Trying to pick out who it is. I think it could well be Dylan Tracy that he's not particularly thrilled with. Tom Nottingham jumps back in. We'll restart the kart and get going again. He will be a lap down now, though. He's going to rejoin the back of the pack behind Dylan Tracy. So we're going to stay Battenberg for 1 more lap. The wall's still being worked on, but Jarek Metters has slowed it right down, which is a good call. Just it allows the marshals to work. It's not just being to his advantage of basically having 1 lap to go. It allows the marshals to work safely without carts going past them. And the barrier's just been righted, the tyre wall put back together. We may well get this one going next time round. .140. This could well be the slowest lap in Shenington history by Jarek Metters, but I don't think he's going to mind. Marshall's just working on that wall still. Looks like we're clear, but still got half a lap to go round here. Meta's still just working to get some heat in them tyres and maintain the temperature that he'd worked hard to build up throughout the race. There's the two. 1 lap away potentially if he can eke this out for another 52 seconds from having a 1 lap to drive round. And I think they will be told that we're going to go racing this time, because down the back straight they're being told to close up and get in single file, and being told for the tail end of the field to catch up with the leaders. It's going to have to be an incredibly slow corner unless he's going to stop for a picnic to only have 1 lap here. I think it's going to be 2. As Jarek Metters will lead us round. Leaders are going, and Metters has got the power down as they headed out of the final corner, and it's taken Caden Welch and Billy Edgecombe a little bit by surprise, and Metters is off into the distance as we go green on the circuit once again. Down the back straight, Edgecombe is through on Caden Welch, who was comfortable in second. Both he and Jarek Metters were just driving off into the distance. So the field comes through Wilkins, and it looks like we've got Caden Welch back into second place as the final lap commences. Jarek Metters, though, driving off into the distance. Into the Bruno chicane for the final time, and Billy Edgecombe is holding on to third place at the moment from George Cole, as Ronnie Smith does the same with Rory Hinckley, as Cole trying to find a way past Billy Edgecombe. The day, the season belongs to Jarek Metters. He's your 2025 champion, 2026 champion, and your race winner. Jarek Metters from Caden Welch and Billy Edgecombe. Cole, Denyer, Smith, Hinckley, Pepperell and Isaac Parkinson, with Lewis Holt completing your top 10. Jarek Metters takes the victory, and with it, the 2026 HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Metters, Welch, Edgecombe, Cole, Denyer, Smith, Hinckley, Pepperell and Parkinson, with Holt, Steele, Rowley, Lorna Bennett and Wilton in front of Brain, Gill, Riley Mason, Lewis and Jacob Baran, with Luigi Pellini, Emma Stoner, Ralph Olianu and Tom Williams in front of Kian Eastick, Gabriel Towers, Dylan Tracy and Tom Nottingham, a lap down at the end of the race. Don't think it was Dylan Tracy who Tom Nottingham was remonstrating with. They've got the same sticker kit as another driver earlier on. Nonetheless, the senior Rotax final there brings the 2026 HWE BIM Services to a close. Thank you so much to all of you that have joined us throughout the season, watching and supporting your drivers throughout this 2026 season. From a personal note, thank you very much to John, Liz and Amelia for inviting me along for another season of Super One. After I made my debut on the championship last season, having dipped in and out and covered for a few rounds over previous years for that. So thank you very much for them for having me for a second season. Thank you, of course, to Alpha Live, marshals throughout the year, the media teams that have worked hard to put these events on. Thank you very much. But mainly, thank you very much for you guys for watching. Without you guys, we don't get to stream, because we're not going to stream it to nobody. So we are greatly appreciative of you all watching. There's plenty coming up in the next couple of months, of course, on Alpha Live. So have a quick look, keep an eye out. Normally the live streams are posted well in advance, so you're able to pick what you're going to be watching the following weekend or fortnight. So yeah, we'll see you soon. It's been fantastic. Another superb season of Super One comes to a close. Congratulations to your champions in Mighty Luca Pede, in Iami M1 to Presley Knight, Micromax Zane Sofawoglu, Iami Water Swift Restricted for Santo Amico, Coma C50 Matthew Pearson, Henry Colborne in Honda Cadet, with Daniel Stangarian taking the championship in Mighty Cadet, Harry Stinson in Mighty Super Cadet, and then we had Charlie Gregg in Inter Max as well. And then the two champions that we've wrapped up in the latter part of round number 12, Junior Max for Jake Cozzy, and just then Senior Rotax for Jarek Metters, making it a Tom Day Racing 1-2 in terms of championships. They win both junior and senior here at Super One in 2026. That brings the championship to a close. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again on Alpha Live.